And we're
What are you
live.
humming? Wait, what were you humming? Was that a song or was that just you made it up?
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-ba.
Wait, you
Oh,
humming?
that
Was
sounds
that
like
a song or did you make
That's
it up?
Animal Crossing, isn't it? That sounds like
No,
Animal Crossing.
that's the National Football League theme song.
Oh, that sounded a bit like Animal Crossing.
I think I know what you mean. Yeah, Animal Crossing's got really good music.
That's Animal Crossing.
Wild World has one of my favorite, I would say, game themes. Actually, main menu,
Yeah,
like
it's
opening game themes. It's
pretty
really
iconic.
good.
Are they doing a
Really good.
ever gonna do like a prequel game for Tom Nook and have it be like a Doom game? Like that's kind of like his history. And he settled down in the Animal Crossing world.
What, that he used to be like a special ops guy? Like,
Yeah,
But it's
that'd
like,
be
going
fucking
into
it's
the
like
awesome.
Animal Crossing
it's
world.
like a Splinter Cell is finally coming back.
Yeah.
It's Tom Nook.
And it's Tom Nook, yeah.
And there's just too many people he encountered who were like homeless and needed desperately someone to help them out and stuff. And he's like, I feel like I'm finding my calling here. I know
And
what
it
I can
would
do.
I mean, you say a prequel series, but it feels like the actual idea is that a helicopter lands in front of his shop. You know,
Oh, I know what
I
it
gave that up.
We need
Like,
you.
we need you. We have
One
one
more
last
mission.
Oh, I
mission
thought you were
for
going
Yeah.
a different direction. Like, there's a town hall meeting, everyone's super wholesome, super happy, and then some terrorists break in and take some people hostage, and he's
Oh,
like,
well, yeah, you
he
can
like
do
backs
Die
up into
Hard,
Promised
but
a.
myself I
yeah,
wouldn't do
Die
it.
Hard, but it's
He's like
Tom Nook.
John
Yeah.
Wick. He gets dragged back in.
Oh yeah,
Oh, speaking of John Wick, I saw an ad before this movie, where they're making girl John Wick. I'm so
yeah.
excited.
Which one? There's two girl John Wicks right now.
Ballerina.
Oh, ballerina.
Oh, so you
Well,
meant
that
the
is-
actual girl John Wick.
yeah,
I
the
was talking about the
actual
clone
one.
girl John Wicks, but you could also call them clone diehards as well.
Wait, what are you talking about?
Well, you got the cleaner, which is
Daisy
kind
Ridley
of
one, right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
it's
Die
they're
Hard.
definitely derivative of Die Hard, but I'd say John Wick's going to influence them for sure. That
Mhm.
style of fighting will probably be present in it, and then you got the G20
Yeah,
one
yeah.
as well.
Mm.
They're going to do really
Is it
well
fair
both of those
for
movies.
John Wick for G20 to be compared as like a derivative of John Wick, because I've only seen the trailer, and I wouldn't want to be associated with that film,
No
even
one-
if I was John Wick, which isn't great, but
It's one of
Jesus
those
Christ.
movies that they're like, it's done. We got to put it out. It's like, do we have to? It's like, yeah, we got to put it out. Come on, don't fuck around.
Make
We gotta put it
something
out.
back.
Rough, but
It's gonna be great. It's gonna be awesome. Keanu Reeves shows up and he tells her how cool she is, and
it's just
No,
what
it'll be
everybody
great.
wanted
This
from
is,
the
you know-
John Wick franchise. I would say, right? That's what everyone was waiting
oh
for.
yeah,
It's gonna get good reviews, though. It's gonna get good reviews that are good, exceeding what people default to when there's any amount of pushback on the quality of John Wick.
Well,
Because everybody says it's great. It's actually great. It's great, like where it should be getting 7 and 8 out of 10, which is the kind of number that you'd be reserving for actual great films. And then when it gets a little bit of pushback, well, it's fun. It's just fun. Calm down. It's an action movie.
yeah. Let's explain to me. Elaborate on why it's good. Well, I mean, it's just fun. Why are you being so negative? How come you hate everything? It's just a fun action movie, okay?
Yeah, not everything can be The Godfather too. Okay, like you have to have
That's
limits.
just what I was hoping for. What was it called? Ballerina?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's from the world of John Wick, Ballerina.
Was that
Yeah,
what the
Ballerina.
Continental was called from the world of John Wick?
I think so.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think that the name of the series is From the World of John Wick, which is a terrible name, I gotta
That's a
say.
Man,
terrible name.
The Continental, a hugely impactful cultural giant. Everyone talked about that. That was crazy. That show came. I can't wait for season 2. Is there a season 2? I doubt it. I'm assuming it's not anything. But yes, it's gonna be top notch. Probably not even something that we're gonna cover, I assume, right? Is anyone actually gonna go see it?
Unless I hear-
I struggle to want to watch any more
Unless-
John Wicks. I mostly watch them just to keep up with the times,
If I hear a bunch of stuff about it and everyone's just blah blah blah, isn't it amazing? Then maybe, but probably not. I don't care.
You
but
fucking
if it's-
believe the next one is John Wick 5. It's just like, stop it.
No, I can't believe it.
Yeah.
And they'll probably call it
Yeah.
some wacky subtitle to make sure people don't realize how long in the tooth that fucking already was after the second one. But hey, we got hope. It's a nice environment for it to drop because we recently just had something so good Captain America: Brave New World, that we would like to balance it out, right?
What, balance out the universe with something that's
Not as good.
equally bad as this film is great.
Man, what if it's like a triple shot in the summer of just pure awful? Imagine Superman is just the worst thing ever, and obviously the Jurassic Park film's gonna be terrible. I don't have any hope for
I
that
just
one.
find it funny that
Hey, it's got
people-
Scarlett Johansson in it, and she's a very talented actress.
That's but I mean, I mean, there are plenty of films that have good actresses and
She was in
actors that
Black
have
Widow,
shit
Rags.
writing.
She was the main character.
All right, listen. Name one bad movie except Black Widow that had a very talented actor in it.
Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, that had two really talented actor and actress.
More than two.
It was awful. More than two, really, but the two leads. And
most of the time, it's just the whole cast. It's just like, oh well.
Yeah. I mean, it's what we've said a lot for Marvel movies. They are not like DC, where the casting choices make you go, "Oh, huh." Like usually they're just like fine, and then they do a really good job, but the script is just shit. Typically, anyway.
Also, everyone's just gonna start
But I mean, in
naming
terms
loads
of
of classically awful movies with good actors in them now. It's like, yep.
I do, pointing to that whole like the 3 movies coming out in July. I find it so funny that people are so excited. It's like, dude, they're all gonna suck probably.
Probably.
Like, who are we kidding? Like, they're all 3 of them are probably gonna be. But you know what it'll be like. Superman is kind of up in the air, but like Fantastic Four will almost certainly get a good response when it comes out. But then we'll see in a couple of weeks after it comes out, or a month. Or
Superman is up in the air a deliberate pun, or was that an accidental one?
No, as usual, it's accidental. If I say it, it's accidental.
Someone could make a compilation of this time of how many times you've done accidental puns. Like the anti-rags.
But it's more so, I'd say that one's up in the air because it feels like the narrative will not have been established yet for the new DC universe. Whereas the Marvel one's already in place, which is that Fantastic Four, you should consider that it matters and that it will be better just for some reason. Even though it's the latest in a long line of the worst streak of films ever, like of all of fucking history, at least from one particular franchise.
The Thunderbolts might save the day, though, right? When's that out? I'm sure that's going to be
Heroes do they
May, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, before we can get excited by all of that, we've got to endure the recent release, which finally we have it. The 4th Captain America film. It slots right in. If you watch them as a quadrilogy, oh boy, this one is just caps it all off beautifully.
If you watch these as a quadrilogy, and you definitely don't watch The Incredible Hulk from 2008. It all fits into place, and it really does feel like a sequel to Civil War.
You know how some people say like, "Oh, Civil War is more of an Avengers film," or that different movies have like multiple names. Like in a sense, Civil War could be a Black Panther film, or Avengers could be the Hulk's film. Like all these comments, they usually try to imply there's something substantive happening for that character in there, or the collective of characters, as well as what it's actually labeled. I feel like the opposite's happening with this one. It's like calling it Captain America. It shouldn't be called that. It should be called film. With action in it.
Film movie, yeah.
Film movie.
Incredible Hulk sequel.
Film movie.
Incredible Hulk sequel is probably more applicable, yeah, but still.
I think it is very accurate at this point. The more that I think about it, this is the Incredible Hulk 2, and and the new Captain America just so happens to be here.
Incredible Hulk 2 not starring the Hulk. You're like, okay.
Yeah.
It's an interesting idea. It's bold. This would be what I would happily consider hyper-experimental, but probably not when they had incepted it, so to speak. When it was first being decided on, they probably thought, oh yeah, this'll work out.
Easy money.
By the time it comes out, though, you're like, oh boy, will this make a profit? That's a great question.
Well, apparently it had the second biggest opening day for a Captain America film, and it's like, oh, so it's worse than Civil War is what that means.
The most relevant comparison is its opening weekend numbers compared to Quantumania, which it's falling behind.
Is it behind?
Really? Yeah. I haven't seen those. It's actually behind Ant-Man 3.
It's falling behind Quantumania, and as far as we know, it cost more than Quantumania, and it needs to make more than Quantumania made, and Quantumania... essentially flops.
barely anything,
Ooh.
like actually barely any money.
The
Hey,
official
Quantumania made $80,000. Okay,
that's the
and would you say no to
official
$80,000?
that's the
I wouldn't.
official word, but I was speaking about it on FNT. Ryan doesn't believe that he thinks that's complete bullshit if you consider all the numbers that they even made 80,000. And I think the takeaway is more so that's what they admitted to making. So imagine how bad the situation is.
Yeah, of course.
Also, like
the sheer
Ant-Man
panic behind
3
the
is
scenes.
like you'd think Ant-Man 3, even in their own minds, is not top tier Marvel content. It's an Ant-Man movie. They've
Yeah.
traditionally sort of bookended phases. This is a Captain America movie. This has got the name, at least, of one of the A-tier characters. So if that's not dragging them through, which, to be fair, it doesn't deserve to because it's this movie, but that's a bad sign. That's a very bad sign.
It's definitely a bad sign. It should kind of be terrifying. But I don't know, I guess it's like, oh, but Fantastic Four. As you can tell, like, I really don't expect that film's gonna be good. but hey, I hope I'm wrong.
Yeah, sure. Same for Thunderbolt's gonna be awesome, I think. Yes.
Well, same for, of course, for Daredevil. I really hope that
God,
ends
yeah.
up being good. But there have been some cringe statements made.
Oh yes, they
But,
have. That guy needed to shut the fuck up.
He said a lot of silly things.
Well, I guess we'll pass it over to old Fringy here for giving us. I don't know. We probably have to do a decent bit of preamble for this one, actually, considering it's the most significant we've ever had in the past, however many years of any world building being done in the MCU, which is funny at this point.
Oh, well, we can talk about.
Well, what I'm referring to is before you even get to any events, there's a whole bunch of realities that are in place that are like, excuse me, like how is this happening?
Yeah. That's true. We can do that. But I figured before, and since we already kind of touched on it anyway, it feels worthwhile, even depending on where the observations go when we actually talk about the film, to recap our overall perspectives on the Captain America series and the role of Captain America up until this film. Because all of that will kind of been feeding, it ought to have some relevance for this film. But I figure that the easiest way to do that is just left to right. But I guess that's right to left. I'll go last. Just the overall thoughts on the Captain America film series.
Okay, yeah.
Sorry, right to left. It is me, isn't it?
Right to left, yes.
I'm just getting my coordinations confused. Like it was interesting going back to basically the beginning and watching them all the way through. Thankfully, Disney Plus does this little thing where it bundles all the character movies together, or at least it bundles what it thinks are all the character movies together. It didn't include The Incredible Hulk for obvious reasons, which was slightly inconvenient because then I found out quite late on that I'd have to go and watch that to understand large parts of this movie. But it was nice going back to watch, say, the first Avengers, which I didn't really rate all that highly. It was just kind of there. It existed. I think it's basically competent. It's quite a flat movie, but it does a lot of relatively simple things well, which now you notice their absence become more impressive. Just little things like, immediately after getting the super soldier serum, Cap does get winged by a bullet, which proves to you that he's still capable of being damaged, so he's not invulnerable, so there are still stakes in fight scenes and all the rest of it. All that very basic character establishment, stakes setting stuff, which is largely missing from most modern Marvel movies. This movie understands what the most popular Captain America movie is, though, because this movie knows that the Winter Soldier is held in very high regard. And it's the one that I really want to like the most, but struggle to like the most when actually watching it, just because I think the ideas are really interesting and the concepts are really interesting, and the fact that they can attempt at least to tell a grounded but thematically relevant story using Cap as this mirror against which to judge the state of a modern America, but without impugning necessarily his own honor and his own decency. That's all good and interesting stuff. I think that film largely just fails in large ways during delivery. And then Civil War, obviously, is the other very popular Captain America movie, which this film also understands is popular because it steals lots of its lines, which is great. I think the mistake that, say, like the Falcon and the Winter Soldier made. Are we including that in the Captain America movies roundup?
We have to.
Yeah. Oh God,
because I kind of have to with Isaiah.
Impossible.
Did that in like, yeah, it was. I was really hoping that no one in that movie would turn up in this one, in that series, sorry, would turn up in this one, but they all did. So, although are they the same? Well, we'll get into that. Like the mistake they made there is that obviously Cap in his original instantiation is a really, really good way of sort of portraying the old timeless values that America is known for, but that are also universal values, right? Because of the way the country is founded as ideas rather than, say, like, on racial or ethnic groups or anything like that. So Cap coming from back in time when America conceives of itself as being more innocent and noble is able to stand against things like the growth of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the growth of the surveillance state and hold a mirror up to it, as I mentioned. That's all really good stuff. And then when you get to the Falcon and the Winter Soldier, the whole point of that movie is to say, well, actually, there was never any ideal against which to hold the modern country because the ideal was kind of always built on a lie. That makes the character way less compelling, way less useful. It just becomes more of a generic retelling of modern America's faults with itself. And I think consequently, they made changes to this movie to try and remove as many of those elements as possible. A lot of the ADR lines that are quite visible in Cap 4, I think, were probably doing away with the kind of lines you would expect to see and hear in Falcon and the Winter Soldier. So overall, a really interesting premise for a character whose films don't quite live up to it, but I still enjoyed rewatching them. Sorry, I realized that was a really, really long recap, but we've got time. It's EFAP.
It's EFAP.
That's right. Rags.
There's something about Captain America that maybe more than any other superhero has this sort of core of heart and principle, and there's something about what Captain America, I think, should stand for in the way that he operates, especially with the complexities of a modern world, that make him particularly interesting. When you look back at the Captain America movies that came before, regardless of what you think of their quality, we're a little bit infamous for not thinking that Winter Soldier is good at all. I actually quite like the first Captain America movie, and I love Civil War. It's excellent. And I guess because we have to throw in that fucking TV show, which we absolutely despise. I think what can be said about at least the movies is that there was a heart to those movies, and there was something that those movies wanted to say, regardless of their execution, which it ranges from being very bad to quite excellent. They were trying to say something. They had some kind of a message. They had some sort of a premise. They had some kind of a challenge that Captain America had to rise up against, where he ultimately had to change or grow, or sort of harden himself against. Captain America movies seem to be really... A lot of the premise is centered around... I know it sounds stupid to say, but now you kind of have to say that. Captain America movies were really very much about Captain America and the challenges he might have to face, not just in terms of laser battles and fights and superhero pew-pews, but like the internal sorts of conflicts and, his principles. And when you compare this movie, watching it, to those, this movie feels bizarrely out of place in the fact that I feel like this movie had absolutely nothing to say really whatsoever. Like if you dig down, you can find something, but it's so minor and it doesn't really pop up that much, and it's so poorly executed that you might even, that it doesn't really feel like there's something. This doesn't feel like a Captain America movie. This feels like just the sort of bad movies that we'd get all the time. But I'm past being angry, I think. I've just accepted that in the MCU. I'm just past being angry. I can't muster up the energy.
Resigned to your fate.
Kind of. As I'd said before, Falcon and the Winter Soldier was not something that we were like planning really uncovering until we got to like episode 3, I think, and then it made us so mad and it pissed us off so much that we had to cover it and talk about how terrible it was. Because there was a time where we still legitimately had a lot of deep investment in a lot of the characters and stuff that were going on in the MCU.
Well, that was way early. That was the beginning of Phase 4.
Earlier.
So,
yeah,
that's right.
Had come out,
that was a long time ago.
There was Endgame as a problem, but this was early enough.
We were different people back then, and the MCU was kind of different, and it slid far. And so now, as I watch this movie, and I see I I just felt like this apathetic sort of, oh, this is bad, and that line doesn't make sense, and no, they should have done this, and I don't know why this person said that, and what are you doing here? That probably wouldn't happen. It was just like it was like a clinical dissection where I was just disinterested. I think the analogy I used when I got back from the theater late because my Valentine's Day plans went on a bit longer than I thought they would, but I got back from the theater and I talked with Frankie briefly, and I said, one way to describe this movie would be like if you had a relative that died, right? You have a relative that died, and you really like this relative. You got along well, and you respected them, and even for all their flaws, they were a good person deep down, and you were sort of close, and you're sad that they're gone. And you're at the graveyard where they're buried, and you're watching some guy digging up the corpse of your relative that you liked, but you're just like you're cognizant enough to know that the corpse of the person isn't the person that you love. The person that you loved is gone, and it's not actually the corpse. That's just a shell. And as they dig up the corpse and they play around with it, and they give it funny faces, and they throw it in the air, and they wave it around, you're just sort of like that. You're apathetic to it all. But if anything, it says more about them than it says about the relative or about you. And that's kind of what I felt while I was watching Captain America: A Brave New World.
All right.
Mola.
Well, yeah, it did the whole adventure. So Cap 1 has been and always will be essentially to me like a really great foundation, sort of blueprint for how to do a hero movie. Lots of them exist, but that's just another one. I have issues with it, but nothing like too shocking, nothing that can't be ironed out in a redraft or two. It's the kind of stuff it's like, oh, if only they had said this there, if they had done this there, we'd all be fine and dandy. It feels like such a great archetype hero film, like the fundamental values of you must fight evil for the side of good, nice and simplistic for most of it, and then just some good camaraderie and the sacrifices people make to protect the world sort of thing. And Cap's ultimate challenge at the end of the film of would you give your life to save the world, essentially, and he said yes, and he did it, and that was very it's got some good jokes, good drama, and nice pacing, and just sets him up for a good bout in the Avengers. It's a really solid film. I'm quite fond of Captain America: The First Avenger, despite any particular issues I have with it. Winter Soldier, bit more complicated. I really like their ideas. Can't say much for the execution, other than the way that like fight scenes get filmed. I like the soundtrack. I like a lot of the different editing choices here and there, but good God, like the execution of some of that film. It's remarkable that it is considered one of the most grounded and sort of like dark and espionage-y, sort of like we're taking this seriously grounded sort of films in the MCU, when it has an evil German AI who like cackles as he explains his whole plans to the heroes and then tries to blow them up and fails. Like it's one of the most cartoon sort of like Saturday morning cartoon type like villainous moments in the whole. It comes across as so fucking bizarre even upon rewatching that whole sequence. But there's other bits that are just like unfortunate in terms of making everybody look and seem retarded when you think about different things they could be doing or should be doing. And of course, I love the thematic value of security versus freedom, but I think to start with, hey Cap, we recently here at S.H.I.E.L.D. created like an enormous set of helicarriers that are gonna basically be able to kill anybody who's our enemies right before they even realize they're taking action against us. It's like, what? Like that's what the fuck elevation
You're okay
of
with this, right?
It's like, and he's like, yeah, well, that's what it's. We got to be careful because who knows
Remember
what we're
when
gonna be
you
fighting.
fought Hitler? Anyway,
It's
check this out.
and then of course, oh no, the bad guys take control of it, and then their plan is to just wipe out millions of people because they're all potential people like Iron Man who will stop us from blah blah blah. And then of course, there's just the more standard Phase 2 world building problems in that, where we don't see all of the heroes that should absolutely be getting involved with how insane the situation is. And just different choices being made. Like they tell us for a while that the Winter Soldier is this horrifying assassin of myth that no one has ever really seen, and yet he's had great influence across all of history. And every single instance of him attacking in that movie is not one of subtlety. He's in fact, you might even say it's the opposite, where he stands in the middle of roads firing like rocket launchers, or he jumps on people's cars on the highway, and it's just like, yeah, nobody knows this fucker exists. Like, that's crazy. How could anyone have remembered? I guess he kills all witnesses. That's how he always gets away with it. But Yeah, the parts I, enjoy about it would be like Natasha and Steve's relationship, or the decisions Steve will make ultimately regarding Bucky. Less so the helicarriers, but Civil War makes up for that, so it's okay. Um, in any case, I'd say that movie's ultimate challenge has now moved on from would you give your life to save the world to would you give your life to save a good person, and even when they're trying to kill you, right? That's gotta be Bucky, and Steve says yes, challenged, and comes through on it again, making him very easy to get behind. And Civil War like brings everything from Age of Ultron and Iron Man's journey and Cap's journey and everything we realize about Hydra and Shield all to a big head with splitting the team in half as to exactly how they should be operating in the world, which was long overdue for the world building of the MCU. You cannot have a group of Americans running around blowing everything up at their own preference in any given country. There's a great movie called Team America that tries to address this. It was a very serious attempt, a political film. But in any case, I've not made any secret about how much I thoroughly enjoy Civil War for all kinds of reasons. But one of them at the time was that it felt like it was rebinding the MCU. It was trying to essentially say, okay, we need to calm down because it's getting a little out of control in terms of actually understanding how this world can possibly work, and that's going to have consequences if we don't reset a little bit here and have everything functioning in some way. Wouldn't want to end up with everything all over the place and every movie coming out having nothing to do with the previous one because no one can be asked to stitch these films together anymore. That would be bad. What happens? But, it's fine. Civil War itself, challenging Cap the furthest across the trilogy, I would say. This time it's like, would you complete that same challenge from Winter Soldier, only this time all of the reasons to not do it, as in to not defend Bucky from the state of the world coming down on him and for everybody telling him he's doing the wrong thing, including all of the Avengers, including the world governments, when you believe you have the correct position. It's like him versus the entire world, including all the people that he cares about deeply. It's really like his ultimate test, and he comes close to dying many times in that film, but he sticks to his principles, and it's still a fascinating film to me in the sense that everybody's so sure of who was right in it, and it keeps that debate going to this day. You'll still see people arguing passionately about whose side they would have been on, which I think for a film called Civil War is not bad at all for achieving that. And at the same time, I've always defended it as a definitive Captain America film. I know it stars basically everybody, but that was necessary in terms of world building. Again, I know it's difficult budget wise to get all of those famous actors playing all of those characters, but to have everybody
Yeah,
say,
but when you're making $7 trillion a minute, then
well, yeah.
well,
you try and control it, and Iron Man was an integral part of that. To me, like watching that film, like he's absolutely antagonistic, but he needed to represent a particular side, and watching his journey.
Well, you couldn't do an Iron Man recap without Civil War.
No, that's a super important movie for Iron Man, and and we introduced Spider-Man and Black Panther, and many people consider it the best film for Black Panther and Spider-Man. Not saying that I do necessarily, but well, I do for Black Panther. But it treats everyone very fucking well, and it gives us probably the best villain in the MCU. And it's as simple as I don't appreciate what you fuckers do when you save the world, quote unquote. And a lot of people didn't get that because it was like, what the fuck? They can do whatever they want if they're saving the world. It's like, no, not quite. A little bit more complicated. And the film tries to offer that sort of shit while simultaneously dealing with a lot of different issues. I think it ends with like Cap moving away from the official role and instead just sticking to the absolute representation of the values and going rogue, right? He's like the Captain America of the Rogue Avengers. It's in a way the end. You don't actually like you could see that as the end of his story. You're like, he's out there forever fighting the bad guys where he finds them and choosing to use the power of the individual where they believe it is the right time and place to use it. It's like, oh, that's wonderful, and he's already proven he's very much a good man, blah, blah, blah. Then Endgame happens, and so Cap gets assassinated pretty thoroughly. To this day, it's like worth reminding everybody that that's still probably the most damage that's ever going to get done to him, is to abandon the fight for a girl. I know it's sweet in a sense and cute, and everyone thinks that Peggy is gorgeous. I understand all of those perspectives, but at the same time, the man would never have done that. He will fight until he's dead. That's Captain America. It's pretty obvious, pretty clear, but it can be distracting with everything that happens in Endgame. I wouldn't discourage that notion. And at the end of it, he says, "You know what, Falcon, you're the next Captain America," which was like, what? For everybody
Who?
who
Falcon.
didn't already know, it was pretty clear with the way the films are set up that Bucky was going to be taking the mantle, if such a mantle was to exist, especially because he needs a new identity to pour the better man that he is into, rather than the Winter Soldier. And Falcon already had his own identity pretty thoroughly. He's got his own tech that's very specific and his own sort of way of dealing with situations. So passing him the shield felt really fucking weird. Like, especially considering he's a flying dude, a shield is just odd to provide him, and you don't know how it's going to be incorporated. And so then we get Falcon the Winter Soldier, which is possibly the most hateful piece of shit in the MCU as a show. As was mentioned, we did not intend to cover it. We were just going to tolerate it as like a side quest and be like, yeah, it'll just be in the memory banks. But it was so fucking awful that we decided to do a full breakdown of it. It ruined Falcon and Winter Soldier. Both of them as characters were absolutely destroyed. It introduced John Walker, who is currently one of the best characters in the MCU. He might actually be the best, except maybe for Zemo.
Might be. I mean, Zemo.
Spider-Man.
Zemo kind of made it out of the show unscathed. So
unbelievable.
Yeah,
The events of that show. The same people who ruined almost everything managed to make Zemo not cringe and to create Walker. Obviously, accidentally making him more compelling than they wanted. They were hoping we wouldn't like him, or we would understand he's like the anti-Captain America.
Played evil music to be
yes, lots of evil music. The point with Walker, of course, is like he does not embody the important aspects that are needed to be Captain America, while Falcon does, which is insane and nonsense, considering the two biggest moments that I always remember to do with the shield between both of them. For Walker, it is to throw the shield away in order to save people's lives and to even take hits from terrorists instead of letting go of that truck, like, until he gets pulled off by them. It's one of the most, like, oh, you fucking assholes, taking him away from, like, saving all of these people. And then meanwhile, Falcon, someone might pick the fact that he ends up grabbing that truck before it crashes, even though Walker was the one that gave him the time and ability to do that. And Falcon had all the tech in the world inexplicably to be able to pull these sorts of things off. He doesn't have to sacrifice anything, is my point. The part that I always remember about Falcon is when he broke Walker's arm and stole the shield off him. In a non-combatant situation, the guy was grieving his dead friend who literally 5 minutes ago got killed, and he decided to do that. It's the kind of thing that just ruins the character, but gives us some other ones as almost consolation prizes. In any case, we then come to this film. And with all of that history...
Weird. You didn't mention the part that kind of always stuck with me, which is the terrorist sympathizer part that is always...
We will be here all day if I list every single problem I have with Falcon.
I suppose that's true.
There are so many moments in... like I said, there's a lot of hate in the MCU in terms of like hating itself, but that one, it just takes the cake. Rewatching it, I was almost like surprised by how much I had happily forgotten. But it's a fucking... You know what? We did 11 hours of coverage of it. Go check it out if you want to see what we thought, because we were not happy about that fucking show. In any case, I feel like, because we're going to be talking about it today, I can sort of end around there. But with all of that as the foundation, to say like, we're going to get Falcon's movie where he's got the shield and he's going to fight a Hulk, it's like, what the fuck is happening? What are we doing? What is going on anymore? And it's just like, they don't know. We don't know. And yet here we are. So I'm quite fond of Captain America's trilogy. It's the best one in the MCU, I would argue. And it's he with Iron Man are the core of the character journeys, like at their best in the MCU. But slowly, there's just been all this erosion, damage, and destruction, and I'd say this movie sort of tries to solidify that it doesn't want Steve as part of Captain America, but it's not going to succeed.
Just
sorry.
Just very quickly on the Falcon and the Winter Soldier, is it worth mentioning just because it's going to be omitted where that leaves off in terms of what the stakes for that part of the MCU are? Because like obviously you have the ongoing fight all the way through over like the spread of super soldier serum and the terrorist groups which want to return to a during the blip state of affairs where everyone gets to live wherever they want, there's no borders or anything like that. And so from what I remember anyway, the end of Falcon and the Winter Soldier is the government will be reintroducing national borders and people will be moved back to wherever it was that they are supposed to be or were before the blip happened. That's where that leaves off. And obviously, there's the injunction for the senators to do better. So we have to, I guess, assume that they did do better, because that's not going to come up ever during this movie. This movie will draw on other things entirely.
That'll be part of the world building preamble, probably.
Yes.
Yeah. Since all three of you essentially touched on a variety of different things that I think are worthwhile in terms of recapping the story of Captain America in the MCU, I will try and keep it brief. I would say that there is a task that is that sort of no, no.
I got excited. Carry on.
When making a Captain America story, there is a task that essentially is imposed upon the director, the writers, the storytellers as a whole, and the actor, in this case Chris Evans, which is to show the viewer why Captain America is a leader and what kind of leader he is, and what kind of leader he needs to become to address whatever situation he should find himself in. We all treat it essentially as just, yeah, Captain America's the leader of the Avengers. He is the leader. That's not something that you just arrive at by default. There are a variety of other heroes that existed in the MCU before the Avengers. Not a whole lot, but a few. All of whom were, mavericks in their own way, making important decisions, deciding what their values are and fighting for them. So why is it that Captain America emerges as the leader of the Avengers? Well, it's essentially what the entire trilogy and every instance that he appears in any of the films, in his films and in the Avengers films, are trying to demonstrate. Captain America, the first Avenger, demonstrates who Steve is at his core, and what that allows him to become, with the help of the super soldier serum, rising to the role of Captain America, bravely going out, fighting for his friends, fighting to make the world a better place, being brought into the Avengers, where the world is more complicated and there are a variety of other powerful people who he doesn't necessarily agree with in terms of their methodology, particularly Tony, who he butts heads with very directly, doesn't believe that he's the kind of person who would make the sacrifice play, which of course he gets proven wrong on. But nevertheless, Cap still emerges as the leader of that team. He is the man that they all rely on and trust to make the right decisions, to not just because of his experience, not just the fact that he has a lot of experience and maybe not more experience than Thor since he's pretty old, but certainly like more experience in dealing with these sorts of situations than Tony. So
like the moral
but
grounding in a way.
Yeah, so it's not specifically because he can make the best tactical decisions, even though there's an assumption that he can. It's that he's reliable. The people he demonstrates himself to be a principled person, the kind that people would want to follow, the kind of person who they would want to be taking charge and taking the lead. And he just very clearly demonstrates himself to be the leader of the Avengers. Now, of course, in Winter Soldier and Civil War, the nature of what kind of person he needs to be starts to get challenged because he's in a new environment, an unfamiliar environment. The lines are blurrier, and he is essentially confronted with the problem of what does it mean to be Captain America now compared to before he went in the ice. Where that leads is not necessarily, it's kind of interesting to think about that the fallout of Civil War is that the Avengers lost in Infinity War. He made his choice to stand by his friend, to defy the Accords, based on his principles that over the course of all of the prior films had led him from being the kind of person who would take orders to the kind of person who would defy the orders if he felt that they were wrong, and to fight for what he believes is right. And the fallout of that is that the Avengers lose. And then, unfortunately, Endgame does a very terrible job of allowing them to win, and then he quits and decides to retire. Even though, as Mola had mentioned previously, Captain America is the kind of person who would fight until he died. Basically, he would never stop. especially given that there's no reason to believe that Thanos would be the last threat that they would face. Indeed, in the years since then, there have been many major threats that the Avengers have faced, that it might have been worthwhile if he was there. But if you memory hole that, what you have there is a very compelling character. A character who consistently demonstrates why he is the principled leader that everybody likes and that everybody finds aspirational, both in that universe and in our own world. And Falcon and the Winter Soldier happened and demonstrated that if we are going to treat Captain America as a mantle, John Walker deserves to be Captain America. He
100%.
forgoes the shield to save lives. I mean, if there feels like the clearest example of it, he abandons the symbol of being Captain America to do what Captain America would do, and receives nothing for it. What he receives for it is, oh, you're an anti-hero. That's what you are.
You're in the Thunderbolts now. Have fun.
Anti-hero. I suppose the main takeaway though from all of that would be that aside from the sense that you essentially do need to justify why Sam is going to be Captain America, the purpose and role of a Captain America film is to explain and justify why this guy, whoever that may be, throughout the entire run it was Steve, but now it is going to be Sam Wilson, is what makes him the principled leader that people would want to follow. And I would say that this film, on that point and on a variety of points, basically goes, like it shrugs because it doesn't know what it wants to say. Because Captain America Brave New World is not exactly a brave movie.
No.
There's kind of something to be said about the phrase. Sometimes when you hear a word over and over and over, you kind of forget the meaning of the word and it takes on a new sort of replacement concept in your mind. But when we talk about superhero movies, the word superhero is maybe best embodied by Captain America, who is, yeah, I guess he's superhuman in a way, sure. But maybe more than most, he is the super version of a hero. And that's something that has definitely been lost when he used to symbolize it maybe more than anyone else.
Because the movies and the Falcon and the Winter Soldier, I think, did this as well. Sort of misplacing the stress on the super soldier's serum as opposed to the moral character of the guy. They almost have to, and this film does it as well, repudiate the use of the serum in order to establish that the hero is a hero. Whereas the Captain America, the First Avenger, didn't have that problem. There was the test at the beginning which established that he was fit to take the serum because he was a good person. The superhero serum gives him the superpowers required to extend the goodness of his character. So he becomes, as you say, a superhero as opposed to a mere hero. These later ones have all been about, well, should I take the serum to give me power? No, because if I took the serum to give me power, then I wouldn't be the hero who deserves to have that power. Which is, it can be interesting. I just think that they don't really understand what they're saying with it. And it does hamstring them when it comes to just like basic things like the damage, say, the Falcon is able to tank. I wouldn't necessarily have had a problem with him taking the super soldier serum, having already established he is a good person, which is exactly what we did with Cap. They didn't do that, though.
Truly, what is the difference? If your point broadly is, and Falcon Winter Soldier certainly has this idea, that to pursue the serum is like in and of itself a bad thing because it's like you want power, you're not a hero, you're just someone who wants to impose their will or feel. That's what they try to imply with Walker, is Walker is this like insecure sort of like loser dude who just wants to be the image of Captain America, and so he takes the serum in the hopes that he no longer gets defeated in fights and he can instead embody what he believes Captain America is, which is power. You know, and then it's not until the end of the series that he maybe makes a decision that shows, you know what, underneath all that, there was a good man. Which, you know, without getting into it, it's just like, broadly speaking, they failed so hard at telling the story they wanted to in regards to Walker. But that obviously, like Steve pursued it, as did all the scientists. So it's like, it's clashing with Captain America First Avengers' whole story and meaning. And then secondly, how is it, like... How is it a pursuit of power to go for the serum, but it's not when you get the most advanced and impossibly like destructive tech out of almost any of the heroes in the roster. Like, that's okay, but the serum isn't, even though a serumed up Captain America would lose to Falcon with his set of gear.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
but
and
it
it's
comes across as though they believe that, like, oh, well, the serum makes you unhinged, like as if it actually fucks with your brain. It's almost like that's the way they treat it. It's like, look at Walker, he was unhinged. Like, and he took the serum.
Well, I mean, I was almost behind him upon rewatching it in terms of, like, I'd probably take it if I were you. You can't, like, we can't be dealing with these insane Dora Milaje or the insane flag smashers. Like, he can't beat any of them in a fight because the show won't let him. It's like, well, the serum will let you. It's like, yeah, and he's right. So, you know, to me, it's like there's not much math to be done here, and there's no reason to think the serum is explicitly a safe one in that show. The scientist behind it said, I wanted no side effects.
It's just good.
Yep.
It's just the right thing to have.
But thankfully, Zemo the Chad destroyed almost all of them.
The Chad.
That was wonderful. But it's funny that we're talking about all of this because the reality is that very little of this is even relevant for this film.
They never present the actual argument for why you shouldn't take the serum. They mention it. There's a few references, but they never make an argument for it.
It's because they're going in a different direction, which we will talk about when that scene arrives. I'm sure we'll talk about it for a while.
It's doubly kind of strange when, at least from like a sort of movie-making perspective, the kinds of superhuman things that he's actually doing make him essentially indistinguishable from a super soldier anyway.
Pretty silly.
Yep.
I suppose, with all of that out of the way, we can start by providing you with what actually is, you know, additional important information that you kind of need to know coming into this film. So do you remember the film The Eternals?
Nope.
Boy, do I not.
So in The Eternals, there's this big celestial that started emerging out of the ocean, and Cersei, one of the Eternals, turned it into adamantium. And so it's just poking out of the ocean there, and it's been there for 4 years.
And in that span of time, it's been an incredibly popular thing to just point out that enormous being has just not been addressed by the universe whatsoever. And then She-Hulk had a self-reference to it, almost to imply, like, don't worry, we'll get to it at some point or something. We know.
It took well over a year, no, 2 years, because She-Hulk came out in 2022, didn't it? It took another 2 years before we heard anything about it.
Insane.
Yeah, but that's what you need to know. There is a celestial that is just poking out of the ocean that is made out of adamantium, and it's been sitting there for about 4 years. So that's happening. What you also need to remember is, do you remember in The Incredible Hulk when Hulk fought Abomination?
Hell yeah.
Do you remember that? I do remember that because it's kind of a cool action scene. That is also very relevant. Do you remember Samuel Stearns, who injected Tim Roth with the serum that turned him into Abomination, and then he had some gamma flames leaking into his brain that made. And then we didn't see what happened to him. Well, it turns out that he's been very busy for the last nearly 20 years. He's been very busy and has almost certainly had a substantial impact on the way that the events have played out, particularly in every appearance of Ross since The Incredible Hulk, which includes Civil War and Infinity War. But there's that too. These are very important things that you need to remember going into this film.
But meta would be that William Hurt did pass away, unfortunately, and so Harrison Ford has been recast as him.
Yes, and so Harrison Ford is Thunderbolt Ross, and we open with him standing backstage. There's a bunch of cheers are coming from outside, and an aide approaches him and tells him that his daughter Betty, you remember her in The Incredible Hulk from nearly 20 years ago? She's not called. They're not speaking to each other, and he's pretty upset about it. And so then he retrieves and swallows a pill. That's important.
Well, we're already starting off with the horrible exposition because he says, "Have you heard anything from Betty, my daughter?"
My daughter.
Like, oh god.
Well, it's because they know that
on the Millennium Falcon.
It's just, who the fuck is gonna have thought I need to rewatch The Incredible Hulk from 20 years ago to watch this film? You know? Like, I imagine that the average person absolutely does not fucking remember that film.
Wouldn't the
I didn't, and
comparison
I didn't
be?
bake it into my time like rewatching either, because I say I went through a whole list. It was mostly the stuff that they packaged together as the character thing, but also like basically went through every film that had the Falcon in it, and then the Falcon and the Winter Soldier, obviously. And I thought, well, that's got to be enough, right? I'm not going to have to watch anything else, so I didn't budget another freaking 2 hours to go back to the Incredible Hulk. But there we are.
Wouldn't the comparison
Yeah.
then be Civil War, where the prompter makes reference to Pepper Potts? He doesn't announce her; he walks away, and you just see all of the facial reactions of like, "Oh shit, something's clearly going on there." And then the girl says, "Sorry, that name ended up on there. She canceled late. We didn't realize. Yeah, so sorry about that." And he's just like, "Yeah, it's fine," and moves on. It's like, what are we supposed to take from that? It's like, oh, they're clearly separated. Something's happened between them. You didn't need him to be like, yeah, she shouldn't have been on there because we actually going through a difficult time right now, and I would have appreciated it if you didn't have her
It's
name
just
show
like
up on
I
there.
told you. Remember?
Yeah, I already told you guys this. Gosh.
Yeah. Did you not write that down?
In any case, so Ross goes onto the stage to provide his victory speech because he is now the president-elect of the United States.
How the fuck did that happen?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Election.
What's
That
so
was
funny,
what
of
I
course,
have,
is someone might be like, well, we never know anything about the presidency. It's like, no, we did actually. Recently, we had an update.
No. Remember though, because Nick Fury said that the president in Secret Invasion going after the Skrulls would make him a one-term president. So
That's
that's
what I
why
mean
Ross
by
is now
update.
president.
Like for the and this really applies to probably the vast majority of people who watched Brave New World, who even if they watched Secret Invasion wouldn't remember this. But the Skrulls, there are 1 million of them, and they are implanted all over the world in some governments. This is a disaster, a nightmare, and we don't know exactly how to solve it because that means there's just an invasive alien force that several of them tried to nuke the planet. How do we solve that? Well, the president declared war. He was like, the Skrulls are going to be fucking eviscerated. We're going to go after them. And Nick Fury's response was like, huh, what an asshole. What a bad guy. What a fascist.
Yeah, you're going to lose the next election, buddy.
And you just know for a reality, if the people of the world knew there was an alien invasion that had been happening for the past, what was it, like 3 decades? More than that even, maybe?
A long time. Since the 90s.
Insanity, terrifying. It would probably unite all countries, and there'd be a way to. Obviously, we already knew how to do this if you look at our Secret Invasion coverage. But easy ways to tell whether or not someone's a Skrull, and there would be panic, and everyone would start testing each other, and a lot of the Skrulls would be killed almost immediately. There would be crazy
because they
chaos.
tried to kill humanity and take over the planet.
And the president would be making speeches about how our species will overcome this alien nightmare. We've done it before, and we'll do it again. And the idea that they would, make efforts to clear them out would make him lose his presidency? I doubt it, but all right. And there's no mention of the Skrulls.
That's pretty naive, writers.
No mention of the Skrulls at all.
Skrulls. It's not relevant at all.
There's no way they
and before,
can.
I just want to be absolutely clear. For anybody being like, oh wow, that sounds a bit persecutory, doesn't it? Going after it. It's like, no, they tried to nuke us. They tried to nuke the whole planet. Nuke us all. This sort of takes you off the list of being considered peacefully when you do that.
Yeah. I'm pretty solidly on Team Kill Skrull, all right?
Get them out of here.
Secret Invasion did a really good job at showing me how evil to the core they were.
And then the Marvels did an excellent job of not addressing it, even though the Skrulls were a major portion of that film. It's remarkable, really.
I kind of think the Marvels is like a soft retcon of
essentially
Secret Invasion. Those two things can't coexist together, but I assume we have to defer to the primacy of the film's canon, in which case, Secret Invasion didn't happen. I mean, I'd be happy if it didn't happen, although it does mean I wasted all that time watching it. But
it will effectively be treated like it never happened.
One of them. It's like imagine they just came out and said one of them has to not be canon. It's like, how about both? Like, we'll just let's ignore all of this bullshit. Maria Hill's still alive. Woo!
There's potentially a way to tie it together, given that this film has to be set up with obviously a new president, and the new president has the reputation in his past of being a pretty maverick, strong-arm kind of military leader. If you did want to tie those things together, having him sort of rise to the top and get elected because he promises to take a tough line against the Skrulls would be a reasonably good way of tying those things together. It explains why they've changed presidency and why Harrison Ford, freaking Indiana Jones, Ross, whatever we're calling him this time, is now in power because he has the military experience, because he has the reputation as being, a tough dealer. That if you wouldn't even need to massively address the Skrulls in this story to just tie those things together causatively.
And you could have, because didn't they try to assassinate him in the president in that show? They're in the hospital or whatever.
Yes, that's right.
So yeah, all you need to
there
do
was multiple times actually because there was that big ambush right in the
hospital, wasn't it?
convoy.
Oh yeah, the convoy as well. Yeah. Where I was going with that was that you could obviously make it so that he had however many years, even one, of being successful in terms of wiping out the Skrulls and uniting humanity, and then he was assassinated by a Skrull, and then Harrison Ford's Ross being famous for his everything that Platoon went over. It's like that feels like it fits perfectly that he would be then asked to take over and to stop this menace. But of course that just I don't know what the fuck they were doing in Secret Invasion, honestly. It's funny, we talked about like one of the most hateful being Falcon Winter Soldier. Secret Invasion, one of the worst things they've put out, just in total.
Oh yeah.
And that's saying
so,
something.
yeah.
God,
it was awful.
It's Secret Invasion is not relevant here at all. You might as well. It might as well be that Secret Invasion never happened because it has no impact on the events of this film in any way, shape, or form whatsoever, other than Ross is now president.
Well, no Nick Fury as well in this film. You'd think he would be.
No, he's up in space or something.
Doing space stuff.
He's in he's in a place.
But it needs to be just because, well, I mean, I know we'll get there, but there is a particular plan that Ross has in this, which you would think at least warrants a mention of Nick Fury. That plan doesn't go anywhere, and the film forgets it was ever mentioned until basically the last scene, but it's still kind of important.
In a sense, Falcon's treated like the authority for the Avengers when it's obviously Nick Fury. Like it wouldn't, and he's active. He's working with Sword. What is Sword's relationship to the government right now? Anyone? Hello?
I don't know.
Does anyone have any clue what the fuck is going on? Nope.
They're in space, on the space
station.
station.
I wonder if we'll ever see Sword again. I wonder if they'll ever show up again. I doubt
it. What about Kamala Khan and the Young Avengers that she's summoning at the end of the Marvels? Will we ever see those?
If that ever happens.
Isn't it funny? We've got all these teams rising up, but we don't have the Avengers. It's like, hang on.
Awkward.
We've done Evil Avengers, Young Avengers. We don't have regular Avengers yet, but we'll do it eventually.
There's Thunderbolts. That's right. Anti-hero Avengers. Oh. So Ross, he gives his victory speech. He's like, yeah, we can only overcome the challenges that we face, like that there's a celestial poking out of the ocean if we work together. And then it just cuts over to a newsfeed that just relays exposition about the Incredible Hulk.
Oh, it's so funny though.
Yes.
Like it just cuts over to the news like, man, Ross, he's saying we're going to work together, but Ross, he has a reputation for being angry. And if you recall when Hulk fought Abomination in Harlem, he got a lot of flack for that. It's like, what the hell kind of news report is this?
And then there's there seem to be privy to backroom information as well, because to set up the essential conflict that the film sometimes remember is the central conflict. The news reporter also says he has a tumultuous relationship with Captain America. Can they put aside their differences and work together?
Well, like what?
How did you even learn about this?
Well, it's also like, oh, and Ross's handling of the Harlem situation estranged him from his daughter Betty. It's like that's
it's even worse.
This a common thing
personal.
They say that, and then they follow up with Bruce Banner's ex-girlfriend. Like, what the fuck title is that? Bruce Banner's ex-girlfriend.
It's like getting a degree for something,
Well, so she's a doctor and she's got her own career. But
but the TV knows we're the MCU audience, so that's the only way we could contextualize it. Oh, it's Bruce Banner's ex. Okay.
Yeah. It is worth noting that this is it is incredibly clunky. It's like it might actually be, if I'm trying to think of like other MCU news broadcasts that relay information, this is probably the worst one. It just comes straight after that speech and just tells you essentially all of this important background information that you need to know that they expect that you don't remember.
And I'll say, like, every one of these things, every new addition to the MCU, we do have that little thing of like, all right, how long before the first line of dialogue annoys me? And some of them can make it like a whole scene, maybe. But this one, it was like the first line was already like,
this one was pretty quick, yeah.
We're in for shit.
It's really, really bad. And
the Betty, my daughter thing already had me thinking, this film thinks I'm an idiot.
Yep.
Great.
And add on to this as well, because there's a little bit more important information. The news essentially declares that Ross successfully pinned the blame for what happened in Harlem on Samuel Stearns. Like
Somehow.
they basically just state this, which is funny. It's like that it would even be like almost openly acknowledged that like he managed to pin the blame on this other guy.
So many
It's
people
like
were
that.
aware of so many of the mechanics of that film, to the point where it was something I wondered about Civil War when it came out. I was like, I wonder how Ross sort of managed to navigate the situation
Survived.
post Incredible Hulk. Yeah,
And now we know the reason why. It's because he had, well, we
he
can't
pinned it
get there
all on
yet.
Stearns.
But it's more than that. It's like how did he manage to navigate to become the Secretary of State and
Yeah.
eventually to become the president? It's like, well, you're gonna find out. And while this is going on, Sam is watching it in the bar. He's like sitting there, watching the TV, and he gets a free drink from a guy because it's like, yeah, you're Captain America. Here's a free drink. Which
I
is the
mean-
first of many instances where it really feels like everybody's insisting, yeah, he's Captain America.
I just thought it's eeasier to get a free beer at a bar than it is to get a loan. All right, that's what we're learning, and that's
so
true.
Stupid. But so I was curious. The first 25 minutes, I wasn't going to do the whole film. We have in total, the president having trouble with people like Captain America, then showing obviously not Steve to be like, you understand, you following good, and then here you go, Cap. And then, thank you, Captain America. The Captain America I dreamed of killing was bigger than you. Save some for us, Cap. Cap and the SEAL team saved the hostages. Captain America doesn't get to take 5. Doesn't sit right with me. Captain America answering to the president. Captain America, like announcements and stuff. Joaquin Torres and our own Captain America, Sam Wilson. It's like, why did you even say that? What do you mean, our own Captain? Why are you doing that? It's so fucking insecure. And then, like, Cap, I can't let you
Someone
in.
else's
Cap, do
Captain
this. Cap, do that. Exactly. And how often do you get a chance to kill Captain America? It's just like, shut up, movie. You're obsessed. You're so insecure about all of this.
I would say that
You're
they're more
insecure
than the audience is. Like, yeah, it's like because it was something that was said. I can't remember who said it. It was either the director or producer or one of the screenwriters about this film will prove why Sam should be Captain America. It's like why do you have to keep trying to prove it to everybody? Why can't
you've had a long time to do that. It is strange that it hasn't sunk in
you
yet.
just write him such that everybody would have accepted it, which you could have done. You could have just
I would
written
easily
better
have
stories, and
written
people
it.
would have been on board with it.
Vast majority of times, people should be referring to him as Sam or Mr. Wilson or whatever, or even Falcon.
Usually, people refer to Steve as Steve or Rogers or Captain Rogers.
It's not just that; they have known Sam as Sam for ages. At least Steve, when we first meet him, he is Captain America. Like, that is the role he is essentially created. Like, the what it represents is thanks to Steve, right? Like, he moved it on from a mascot of, like, World War sort of encouragement for troops and stuff into a full-on superhero that everyone finds hyper-inspiring. It's connected to him directly. The idea that you're just like, oh, well, you want to do Cap? Okay, I'll call you Cap now. It's like, no, you know him as Sam. Everyone knows him as Sam.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean?
Cap's too much of a name. It's not a title when you say Cap now. It's just too personal. It's too.
I mean, I like calling
just
Steve Cap here and there,
Rogers.
but it's still a matter
that's
of.
like him.
That's kind of what I was getting at. Yeah, like
There's a himness
with Sam. Like, every time any random person, like, the amount of fucking times Captain America or Cap is said by all kinds of people, I was just like, when did this happen? Did everyone get fucking updated? Like, in terms of, oh yeah, everyone, you got to call him Cap now. You can't be calling him Sam. That's fucked up. It's like, okay.
It is weird because if the Falcon and the Winter Soldier didn't exist, this could have been the movie where he puts those doubts about himself and the world puts their doubts about him ascending to that title to rest at long last. So, like, he has the line in the end of Endgame, it feels like it belongs to somebody else. Pretend then that Falcon and the Winter Soldier doesn't exist. He starts off at the beginning of this movie, he has the shield, but everyone still calls him Sam, and he doesn't really think that he's up to being Captain America, and all the rest of the world still knows him as Falcon. And so he goes through this movie, and every time he fails, he thinks, oh shit, this just proves that I was never the right person to take it on. But then over the course of the movie, obviously he comes good, he wins the day, and by the end of the movie, he is known as Captain America, and he treats himself as Captain America, and everybody around him accepts him as Captain America. And it's a basic, traditional kind of little hero's journey. I have deserved my title at the end of it. It gives him a bit of an arc to go on. But because they decided in Falcon and the Winter Soldier, no, we have to make an entire show about this. And we also have to place the locus of doubt not on like the general universal concerns about is he got the right strength, has he got the right character to take up the role, but the whole racial angle to it comes out. Now they've sort of compensated too far the other way by saying no, we know that there are lots of people probably still out there who don't accept him as Captain America, and they might still be racist, but we can't call them that anymore, so instead we're just going to rename him every conceivable opportunity to stress the point. So they've denied themselves a character arc, and they've also made it insufferable in dialogue, neither of which are very good for a movie in which he's supposed to be the main character.
Well, that's a much better way to do it if you're forced to do it, but like I would have just kept him as Falcon, give him a Falcon movie.
Yeah.
But no, we can't be doing that.
No.
Yeah.
No.
I don't know if you saw as
Falcon
well.
needs to be relegated as perpetual sidekick to Captain America.
I don't know if you saw M was sharing it on good old Twitter, but I don't know if it was Rivals or some other game, or whatever. But if you select Captain America to play as, it says Captain America. And if you select Falcon / like the guy from this movie, it says Captain America - Sam Wilson. Like it's it's you have to, because otherwise it's confusing and weird. And it's like, and we know who Captain America.
It's interesting that you it's kind of interesting you say that, because I'm thinking about in Spider-Man 2, they just keep calling each other Spider-Man, and it starts to get confusing.
Yeah,
because it'll be like, hey Spider-Man, hello Spider-Man. Spider-Man told me that I gotta stop you, said by one of the Spider-Men, and it's just like, dude, and like the only way to distinguish is that they have like a logo next to him to show which Spider-Man they're talking about. It's like, it is really confusing when you have two characters who are using the exact same name talking to each other. It is
also evidence of the failed experiment that even the people trying to push that this is what's happened, they don't have the guts to actually go through with it, because they realize, like, well, no, that would be confusing. It's like, well, then maybe you shouldn't have done it. Maybe there was an alternative to do here. Maybe there was other ways to take this story, but that you had to do it this way through some like nonsense bullshit. And it almost feels like to me that the whole team behind the MCU at this point are all sitting around a room being like, how do we get here? And you just need that one guy to be like, well, and then shows all the movies. It's like, you guys you kind of did this incrementally. It was horrifying.
Oh yeah, and I mean, it's funny, like, how do we get here when some of the people in the room were the people who made the prior bad films and TV shows anyway? Like, this film was written in part by the guy the showrunner for Falcon and Winter Soldier. So, but I mean, obviously, this film has changed along the way, clearly. In any case, the scene ends, as the news is going on. Stearns, he's in like a prison laboratory, and he opens a cell, and there are some flashing lights, and then it says Brave New World.
Ooh.
and that's the intro. And now 5 months later, so we're doing a 5-month time jump. And Joaquin, do any of you remember who that is?
Is it Joaquin or Joaquim?
I thought it was Joaquin. Hold on. I will double check.
I assume it's Joaquin.
Because I couldn't hear if it was either for sure.
Well, now I need to know.
It would be funny if no one else knew in the universe either, so they just sort of said it ambiguously, and then no one mentioned it.
Wikipedia says it's Joaquin.
Okay.
With an N. So
Joaquin.
I got it right.
Okay.
Yeah. So Joaquin, he was in Falcon and Winter Soldier. He's new Falcon because he asked for the wings, and Sam said, "Yeah, you can have them."
Which is like, again, unless I missed a scene in the Falcon and the Winter Soldier, his shtick is basically he's pretty and he's a nerd, and so he hacks into shit while looking pretty. That's his shtick.
He's Tech Falcon. That's his like whole thing.
He has a fight scene kind of in which he just gets completely trashed in about 5 seconds by one of the super soldiers. Does he have a fight scene at any other point during that show that he wins? No. So naturally, he's the first choice to be given not only a fighting role, but like a highly specified aerial fighting role where he moves at like 5,000 miles an hour.
From Static Shock.
I didn't understand that reference.
No,
that's fine. You know what? That's fine. That's all right. It's out there for people if they want it.
But in any case, he's on a plane, and he's running support for Sam, who's on a mission in Mexico to intercept a package. An important package, and then Sam, as he's flying in, he chuckles at the notion of being covert and just like lands in front of 6 armed men
and shatters his legs.
It's weird. It's really bad looking.
So the way that he lands is like he doesn't he like lands into a static pose. He doesn't like
Yeah, there's no
crouch.
momentum. There's no he like his body doesn't give like when you
No.
land, and
And
it's just
I think that's
like a
on
bad
purpose.
physics.
I think that's actually meant to be on purpose.
Yeah, they're saying
because
it's
it
shock
happens
Yeah, it's
absorbed
too
into
deliberate.
the
It's too
Wakanda
deliberate.
shield, right?
Yeah, and it's like
I don't think that's
man,
how
that,
it works, though. I don't even know how it
Well,
could
no,
possibly
but,
work that way.
the thing is that you say that, but because there was a shockwave that comes afterward, but it's not like a purple shockwave. It's just a shockwave from like him landing.
Yeah, because doesn't he
So
say
I don't
something
even
like
know what we're meant to
any
do.
second now, or
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the one.
Oh,
then
that's
the
the sonic
shockwave.
boom, isn't it?
Yeah, that's not the purple boom from the absorbing
Yeah.
the kinetic
Wait,
energy.
well,
Does
sure,
that mean-
sure,
him
but like
landing.
obviously the argument would
That's
have
just
been
insanity.
that's why he
Because
can
doesn't that mean
survive
he
it. Though.
landed faster than the speed of sound, which is
Yeah.
yeah, humans don't
So
tend to
he
survive
flew
that.
down faster
the
than
thing.
the speed of sound.
This is going to
hit
come up
the
over and
ground,
over
landed
again.
quick enough to where the sonic boom had to catch up, and then stunned all the guys.
It's going to come up over and over again as a defense of like he's wearing vibranium armor and he has a vibranium shield, so la 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 la. Which is like I don't think those things can protect you from becoming
But
mush
he's
when
not a
doing things like
vibranium
that.
person. Like, you know how if you push a knight off of a castle, he's fine because he's wearing armor? Like,
I mean,
no.
As much as that's true, I
No.
will say there's going to be a difference between a knight's armor and that weird purple shielding shit, right? Like they obviously rely on it having a shock absorption power that reflects that very shock. It's almost beyond sci-fi in terms of how the fuck it works, like magic.
Oh, it's basically magic.
But at the
'Cause it
same
works
time-
on every angle, no matter what he does. in all circumstances.
Black Panther was a super soldier as well. I don't know if they forgot that.
Yeah, he had the goo.
Yeah. So I
Drank
like
the juice.
it's so odd to be like, yeah, Falcon's just like them in terms of what he can absorb. You're like, no.
Because the line in the first Avenger is that vibranium absorbs all vibration. I don't think that means cancels out all fall damage, and we've already seen that sufficient hits can still break vibranium.
It can be broken apart, and it can move Cap back as well.
Yes.
So it's and Cap was a super soldier. Like it's so annoying.
Mm-hmm. It's pretty silly.
Sam Wilson is indistinguishable from someone who took the serum.
Yeah, they've
Pretty
got this
much,
weird
yeah,
aversion to never letting him have it, even though they clearly portray that he basically has it.
Well, yeah, because he lands and the shockwave happens, and then he just pretty effortlessly takes down these like 6 guys, throwing around the shield, doing crazy shit with it, flips and all that crap. And he just kicks their asses basically like in the span of 10 seconds, and it feels like you have to attribute that mainly to the shield because like I don't know, man. Sam has had more trouble before, fighting because Ant-Man, for instance, that's a regular guy in a suit, and he was a lot harder to deal with.
There's that, and there's
When he
also him opting for the shield has now prevented his. He had like dual Uzis or something in his other films, so now he's like less offensive and less ranged. Obviously, he could still push out his red wings or whatever, but the fact is, like the shield they have to justify the shield, so they have to have him land with it. He has to toss it, it has to bounce just like it does with Steve, and he has to grab it just as easily as Steve, which is all still bullshit from Falcon Winter Soldier as well.
The main takeaway is because he has a nanotech helmet, of course, and he has a nanotech helmet that covers his whole face, which would be vibranium. It's like, so is there any reason why he would ever want to get on the ground and engage people in close quarters combat instead of just flying up high, impervious to gunfire, and just shoot them all with the Uzis?
Even if he did, the wings are also made of vibranium and function as a shield. So it's a bit of a hat on a hat when it comes to
not just a
superhero
shield.
design.
The wings are insane. Like they can instantly end any fight because the wings jump out, they smack people. They're not just a shield, but they can trip people. They can absorb attacks. They can shockwave. They can reverse bullets like fucking Titanfall. The wings are insane. So why he's getting into fist fights with people constantly is just, like, I don't know, hubris or funsies.
It's because he's got the shield. It's what Mauler said. He has the shield, and they have to justify why he would even incorporate it into his arsenal.
Yeah, they have to constantly.
And I mean, that's what
was interesting too.
Yeah,
we see him in Civil War and in Falcon the Winter Soldier using his gear for stealth to approach with Red Wing, scanning the areas, and you can neutralize multiple targets at the same time with the Red Wing devices, stealthily too. It's absolutely nuts that he's just like, stealth. Who needs that? Boom, boom, boom. It's like, what? Why?
The shit almost doesn't work out because of this, of course. In any
Compare
case,
this.
Yeah.
But like, compare this opening scene and with the opening the ship fight in Winter Soldier, right? This
Mhm.
care to actually like, oh, we need to be covert because there's like hostages and stuff,
Mm-hmm.
and this is like a political situation. I can't just go, hey, I don't need to be stealthy. I like have fun. Things are great.
Oh,
And
and
this will
also when you talk, yeah.
well, this will not be the last time we have cause to say, hey, compare this scene to the scene in the
yes.
Winter Soldier.
Yeah,
Oh,
you're
yes.
right.
Yeah.
He takes down these guys, and then he flies over to a different location to just fight more guys. And he shields himself from the gunfire using his wings, which absorbs the kinetic energy. And then he releases the purple shockwave and just knocks all the guys out. And it's like, yeah, man. All right. Yep. I
Yeah.
guess he did that. It's just it is really almost kind of funny that it's like, so now you've got the Black Panther move of the purple shockwave. That's just like one of your abilities now. Okay.
It's got a little bit of the syndrome of Gaia, where we have to combine all the powers. Like, we can't just have a cool superhero. We got to give them all the other superhero powers and combine them. Oh, isn't that even
Well,
isn't that even cooler?
Surely, like, he actually wins now against Black Panther because they both got vibranium suits, but his has like more functionality.
And he's got all of his other
Well,
gadgets
he's one of
on
the
top
most
of it. and-
overpowered. He could probably take out many of the Iron Man suits with
Well,
pretty much ease.
as we will see, he will demonstrate how overpowered he has become at the end of the film.
Yeah,
Mhm.
just to be clear, because I think we were on open bar and it was mentioned the lowdown, right, from top to bottom essentially was Ant-Man's helmet, which is obviously a reference to how it not only has nanotech, which is frustrating, but also the like the design of it. It just evokes a bit of Ant-Man the way it comes in and out. I think Quantum Mania really broke people on the whole nanotech helmets thing. Even though it was a problem before that, it's still like it makes some sense. Then obviously Falcon's wings, you can at least give him that. But they're made of vibranium, so there's the Wakanda influence, and then Black Panther influence with the vibranium shielding. Then Cap's shield in general, and then a lot of the combat he does, which I didn't realize until like focusing on it a bit more. It isn't very reminiscent of Falcon combat. It's much more his like
No.
hand to hand. It was mentioned it was like much more reminiscent of like Black Widow, and I was like, kind of interesting to think about. And then yeah, like the way that he engages a lot of this stuff and his attitude is like we're supposed to be buying that he's Captain America, and then he's fighting a Hulk is very. It's like what an insane hodgepodge. More of a hodgepodge than Taskmaster when that character was designed to be a hodgepodge. Like it's supposed to have learned from. Isn't that like what's going on here? What happened? An argument I was trying to make on FNT was like this is not something you should ever want to do. Not because it makes no sense, because in a sense it does make sense. It's a problem with the universe that the technology isn't more proliferated with all of the big heroes, especially ones connected to the government. He would be one of the candidates among many that would have top tier tech that's available. But putting that to one side, you wanna argue will building reasons for why that's not possible, because nerds do not want to see everybody with the same tech. That's lame. If we watch like
I want my heroes to be different from each
if
other.
Iron Man, War Machine, Falcon, Cap, fucking Hawkeye, and Black Widow all had Iron Man suits, it would be like, okay.
So this is like the gimmick. This is like, so we're like Power Rangers. Is that kind of what we're doing?
Well, it's something that,
It would be
has been
different. We'd
observed
lose
with,
variety.
it's something that's been observed with Thunderbolts. Is like this isn't a particularly it's just mainly super soldiers. Like it's not. It's just a whole bunch of people with the same skill set compared to Avengers, where every single character fits into a niche. Even Black Widow, who you could say has more of an overlap with a few other characters, still has her own niche. And it's an important part of having a team. I mean, hell, it's kind of what defines Fantastic Four and X-Men as teams, right? Is they all have like one specific unique skill that differentiates them from the rest of the team, compared to everybody just kind of having like an amalgamation of tech powers from other heroes. Kind of boring.
yeah.
No,
And,
unfortunately,
Think about like the Suicide Squad or something.
well,
You're like,
and in
wow,
a
there's
film
so
that's all
much
about
variety there.
him trying to solidify his identity, I find that to be quite ironic. There's like a destruction of the
Yeah, I
identity.
suppose so.
So it's kind of funny that it's like the film knows that these are the kind of thoughts people will have, because Joaquin, he's up in the plane and is with this other military guy, and he just awkwardly explains to this guy, "Oh yeah, Sam was given the suit by the Wakandans because he helped them out." It's like, "Oh, thanks for the exposition, buddy." Like,
Which
that was really
doesn't
helpful.
help at all. Why the fuck would the Wakandans not only provide him one?
Wakandans, they were
They would provide him like 2 full suits at this point, right? Because there's a definitively different design.
Yeah, there's another suit that he has at like his Captain America compound.
So
aren't they the ones who tried to kill Captain America in that
correct.
in that show? No, 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 no. They're great. They're great.
Yeah,
They're
they
great.
did.
I'm sure the counter to that would be like, well, they trust Sam. And it's like they trust Sam enough to provide him the kind of technology and
No,
weaponry
why
that
would
could
they
very well be
trust
used against
Sam?
them.
Well,
Interesting.
and also, we know that there are secret back doors that have been installed because remember when Bucky was trying to stop the Dora Milaje from just executing John Walker and his friend.
Yeah, because the Dora
they
Milaje are
disabled
evil.
his
Yeah.
arm. They disabled his arm with a move that he didn't even know. So it's like, yeah, I think it's safe to assume that there'll be some sort of fail-safe system built in there, which I don't know, man, feels like that might be a bit of a concern. That you've got a fail-safe built in by a country that you kind of don't know much about because they're very isolationist.
But the other way
Which
to
is
look at that
Something
is
Ross
that
even says later,
it also
specifically.
defeats the isolationism point, which it's another of the ways that this film really, well, they all struggle to account for the previous ones. But obviously, the end of the first Black Panther, Wakanda opens up. At the end of Wakanda Forever, it doesn't open up, but it's open to sort of diplomatic negotiations. But that film is just definitively more cynical about the state of the world, so it doesn't want to go around sharing all of its technology, and yet they will happily provide at least 1, probably 2 full suits to a guy whose entire shtick now is that he will be working for the US government, who they don't want to receive this technology or this material. So they
And they
are
tried
kind
to
of
kill
defeating
his
their own premise.
predecessor. Yeah.
And they tried to kill his predecessor. So yeah, like they don't seem to know what they're doing with their own most important resource, which is silly when you get to the point later in this film, because the Wakandans not sharing vibranium is an important, well, kind of motive for the things that they will be doing later in this movie, and yet they already have loads of it. So what the fuck's going on?
I do find it somewhat amusing that the monopoly on the most like valuable material in the world is about to be destroyed, and it won't actually have an impact on the world building, like
No,
in
none
terms of
whatsoever.
Wakanda's role going forward. Then again, depending on whether or not we see Wakanda much anymore going forward, since who knows what the plan will be for Black Panther at this point.
Worth mentioning too, by the way, the huge reason Wakanda, or at least one of the many reasons Wakanda get involved in the Accords, from King T'Chaka, as he mentioned, was he said that a portion of vibranium was stolen from them, and it was used to create like the disaster in Sokovia and everything. Basically, we feel responsible because our materials were taken from us and used for like evil. Meanwhile, they're just handing it over to the mascot of America to police the world with. No way. No way in a million fucking years would they ever do that. And then secondly, as Fringy mentioned, the Americans should have a serious issue with him having this kind of tech on in like the bunker for the president, for example, or anywhere near it.
Yeah. Like who knows? What if it can be remote controlled? What kind of backdoor does it have? All sorts of things that should be concerning. But,
there will be a similar discussion we'll probably have later on, so it'll be interesting to see that pop up.
Yes.
So Sam heads inside the building to rescue the hostages, and he orders the SEALs to go track the package, which is elsewhere. He's gonna go get the hostages. And then Joaquin, again, very awkwardly says, "Oh, Sidewinder, the head of the Serpent Society, he isn't supposed to be there, but he is."
Which kind of implies you know where he's supposed to be, but how can that be true? Because he's the secret head of a secret organization. How do you know he's not supposed to be there?
Something else I found really smart, kind of amusing is we know from meta information that everything to do with Sidewinder is reshoots. So
reshoots, yeah.
You can sort of when you can see like the seams of the scenes, as in it's like, oh, they got the close-ups there, then they've got the broad shot there where they maybe composited a bit, or everyone else is in silhouette so that they could get Gus Fring in the scene without it seeming insane. But so funny to know that.
Is Gus. He is Gus Fring.
Yes.
And he is here. And so inside
Exposito.
He's with the hostages, and he just intimidates them for a little bit before ordering that they be killed. And then he gets told, "Oh, Captain America's here," and he's like, "All right, move the hostages and get the package out of here."
I'm the bad guy.
Yeah. And then Sam bursts his way in, and once again engages several men in close quarters combat with the shield.
Can we just very quickly? So you would think by now evil people in the MCU would know that it is pointless trying to shoot people wearing vibranium. You've got hostages. Why don't you use the hostages? Because that's the one thing vibranium can't get around, is that you will kill innocent people if you get them.
Is all of the suit vibranium?
Well, all of this. So we could talk about, because there is something that's very confusing that happens shortly. But something that is worth noting is that Sam takes off like the nanotech helmet. He's just got his goggles, so like you could shoot him in the head. I don't know why he would ever take off the helmet. This is once again yet another example of, if you've got a nanotech helmet that's made of vibranium, why would you ever, even if it wasn't made of vibranium, why are you ever taking that shit off?
It was just a normal helmet that could like stop a bullet, and even if it knocks you out and gives you a terrible headache, like it saves your life.
Whereas in other films the problem was, damn it, you keep taking the helmet down in times where it's still kind of dangerous. This film avoids that problem by just not having him have a helmet anyway.
Yeah, he doesn't have one.
He has a helmet.
No,
he has like
that's like for hyper air travel or whatever. His helmet is like non-existent for the vast majority of his action scenes.
No,
but you would think that
what I'm saying is he should be using that shit.
Have that.
No, that's my point though, is that his standard default loadout does not have a helmet. That helmet is for specific circumstances, which is super retarded. And that's like how in their heads I think they were like, yeah, we've solved the problem. We don't need to have him taking it down all the time because he doesn't have one. It's like, that is not solving the problem.
You can make a lot of cool cool helmets that are reminiscent of like a jet pilot's helmet in the way that they look and their round shape and the big visor and the communication device and like the air, like the mask that comes over it. But for the hero that maybe needs it more than many other heroes have needed it, it is surprisingly absent.
He's fighting these guys, and 3 henchmen. They get on some motorcycles and they're driving away with the package. Sam just like feels like there's not much to say about the action. He fights some guys, he takes them down, and then he like runs and rounds the corner, and he finds that a couple of guys actually did sort of use Platoon's idea. They've actually got the hostages there, and they're holding them at gunpoint. But then Red Wing just pops up behind them and tases them both. So that's them done. Yep. All right.
Some of that kind of like, and this might be because I'm set against the film already at this point, but when they're like, you gotta get the package, Sam, and he's like, no, like, you guys get the package, I'm gonna get the hostages, and it cuts back to Joaquin, who's like, yeah, like what a hero he is, and I'm just like, shut up, we don't even know what the sample package is. If it was like an enormous nuke, that probably would be the more important thing to get, but I have no idea what's even happening. He's like, no, the hostages, because I'm Captain America, damn it.
And it's at this point, after taking down the bad guys, that Joaquin radios him and tells him, Sidewinder, he's getting away, and the package is on the move. And so then they have this kind of awkward back and forth that essentially results in Sam reluctantly allowing Joaquin to join him in the field, which you wonder why he wasn't just like involved anyway at this point. I don't know why he wasn't involved, especially considering all the crazy shit he ends up doing in like a later action scene with his Falcon suit.
There's a double element to this,
a lot of these guys, actually. A lot of these suits and a whole platoon of these people. A whole jet brigade.
You'd think you'd want a decent chunk of people that you can get to help with this situation, to be honest with you, not just Falcon. But then Falcon 2, or Tech Falcon, whatever the fuck, it's like, why are you selectively involving him when it should obviously be full-time, especially because he, at his current power level, is slightly above Falcon's power level in stuff like Winter Soldier, Civil War, that sort of thing.
Exactly.
So, what's the dealio there? But then the second aspect that I find fucking bizarre is, like, you're going to help that guy out? You're going to get him some better tech? You understand that you're basically a god compared to him in terms of tech. And you're better skilled, better experienced, and yet you're like, yeah, okay, you can go in.
If he gets better tech, then it becomes redundant. You can't have Captain America and Falcon be exactly the same. Falcon has to be necessarily weaker than Captain America.
You see, Steve,
he's permanent sidekick,
was actually not hugely more benefited than Falcon when they were teamed up, you know? Like, Falcon's actually got the bigger shields. It still defends himself against, like, bullets. He can fly, Cap can't. And he has, like, missile launches and machine guns and Red Wing. He's like, all these things Cap does not have. Cap has the serum, of course. But I guess what I'm getting at is that...
well, it's just fundamentally, Cap had the serum, but he can't fly.
Well, do you want to help a Falcon out and maybe Fetch him some better gear? Because, like, you...
No, he has to be weaker, because then it gets awkward. It's like, well, if you just got 2 Captain Falcons that have the same abilities.
I feel like the only implicit justification is made later, having that he's got a suit, it's just not a very good one. He goes on missions as the Falcon, including going to fetch the most important object they're trying to find at the moment. So he does all of that, and then only later on, when he says, "Hey, can you teach me your spin kick move?" He's like, "No, you're not ready to be the Falcon." But
Yeah.
you evidently you don't think that because you've made him the Falcon already. He's already
has
doing
access
these
to
missions.
I know
all
this
stuff
is
if he's doing missions,
this is the
yeah.
peak of jumping ahead because it's one of the last lines of the film. But when he says, like, you know, next time when you do, you know, move 7, you got to make sure you spin kick the 3 eggs and point the gun. He just says some bullshit as if it answers the question of why Falcon 2 is in hospital when it doesn't at all. It's I found that annoying because, like, the whole aspect of the film is just like, see, he's mentoring him just like Steve mentored him. And it's like, what are you talking about? Please just sit down.
So Sam, he finds Sidewinder and he tosses his shield at him, but I might just start calling him Gus.
Yeah.
He tosses it at Gus, and Gus just moves out of the way just in time.
I thought he just missed.
You
thought
need to call him.
it-
You have to call him
so-
Grand Moff Gus.
It
Moff
looks like he misses, but I think we're meant to conclude that he dodged. But you're right; it looks like he throws it and it passes him, and then Gus moves out of the way. That's what it looks like.
It's really weird. Like it. I was confused when I watched it because I'm wondering: is your plan to like surprise him so he turns around and you have a conversation, or did you actually just
don't know why the
randomly miss
plan
this
would
one guy
be to-
standing right there?
I don't know why the
You
plan
should
would
never
be to
miss.
Throw it at his neck. Just throw it at him. Like, hit him.
Because
Take him out.
there's no way he can actually miss with a shield with all of that's the superhuman bullshit throws and bounces that he does in this movie. He can't miss. He'll never miss. It's not possible.
Well, yeah,
for him to
no,
miss.
he's got possibly even better aim than fucking Cap at this point somehow. But yes, I'd say there's very good reason to believe that the shield is moving part. He just absolutely misses this very almost static target that's a couple meters in front of him. Meanwhile, you know, the kind
He's
of shit
like,
he
I'm gonna
pulls off
stop
with
that guy.
that
Oh shit, is that Giancarlo Esposito?
exposition.
Can't
But,
hit him.
Yeah.
Exposition.
then,
Giancarlo Exposition.
Sam says, "Oh, looks like the buyer, who's going to be relevant, this buyer,
Ooh.
didn't show up." And Sidewinder retorts that he'll find whoever wasted his time. And then just some big guy comes in and attacks Sam.
Oh yeah, it's a mini boss
this
that
big-
doesn't
they
have
have a
any
mini-boss
justification at
fight.
all.
I'm pretty sure that he is.
It has anti-justification actually, because he
it's-
needs to go get Giancarlo Grand Moff Frank Gus when instead he's engaged. Because remember, with his wings and his gear, he can instantly take this guy out. And
no,
But he doesn't because
and
if you
Grand Moff Gus
remember,
just
Yeah,
leaves.
we need to. That's right. This is another mirror. It's parallels. It rhymes with the Winter Soldier.
yes, that's
Yes,
the
it
reason.
does.
So the fact he's on this incredibly important mission with 2 moving targets going away from him that he needs to catch, that does not override the need to do a reference. So he has to have a fight.
References
That's
are
right.
important on the hierarchy of necessary film narratives. Yes,
It's so categorically worse than Winter Soldier in almost every way, that the scene they're trying to ape here, because first of all, who the fuck is this guy? Like, at least Batroc was introduced as the leader of the mercenaries, like, so it's like,
guy.
oh shit, he's the boss man. This
He's supposed to be
and their
a
fight
guy
is actually
called-
pretty good.
He's supposed to be a guy called Copperhead from the Serpent Society. That's who he's
Oh.
supposed to be.
well, then
Oh,
why
he's
did they
got a
just
snake
introduce
name.
him
He's
as
in
he's
the-
just
he's in the
Guy?
Snake Club.
Like, look at me, I am Guy, here to fight you, and also I laugh during the fight. That's my thing.
Yeah.
Wouldn't
That
it be? Wouldn't you want to do the thing where, as the bad guy walks away, you have like Grand Moff Fring says like, "Copperhead, dispose of this nuisance," and then he walks away.
Something
and then
like
the
that, yeah.
Fight
That would
happens.
be a
You know, that's
better-
pretty standard. You know, that's the
There's no reason to
But,
think this guy has any benefit at all compared to any other henchman, but the fact that he survives for more than 2 seconds, you're like, oh, he's like a mini boss. Why? Okay,
Well,
yeah, sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Well, just because Captain Falcon has just decided arbitrarily to not instantly end the fight with his insane magical gear.
Nope, they have to have a fair fight, even though it's still kind of not fair because he's wearing a vibranium suit. But something will happen to it. But before that happens, Joaquin he just stops the guys on the motorcycle pretty effortlessly. He knocks them all out. And he's like, "Yeah, I was so cool. Oh, nobody saw it. Damn."
I would say that's another
And that's
great
that.
example of how we've still stuck in this stupid fucking drama comedy turmoil spiral
Yeah.
death thing where, you know, just try and picture you are him launching the Falcon suit. You've just been given authorization to basically collect a sample that could lead to like the destruction of certain countries' relationships. Super important mission. Classify all these men who recently were about to kill innocent people. You managed to catch up to them, dismantle them, get the sample, you complete your mission, then you go, it's such like
really
garbage to me. I'm
embarrassing.
always like, yeah, okay, funny. We can't be serious. Never gonna be serious.
Well, it makes it really difficult for me to. He's a very annoying character, and it
Yes.
never gets better.
Yep.
If they showed a very
Unfortunately,
young, plucky, wants to do it sort of character, but there was always those elements of like, oh shit, this is actually serious. And I mean, like Spider-Man in the MCU, when he starts off, he wants to impress the others. He wants to do good. He's asking if he's doing okay. He takes other people's, advice and he takes it to heart. There's a very endearing element to Spider-Man that it's like he's like the anti-Spider-Man in a sense.
Well, you almost want him to
This
fail his
Joaquin
first
guy.
big test. In order, like, if you're really doing the mentorship thing, he should go down, get involved, be unable to master the equipment he's got,
Way
or
too
let people get
cocky,
away.
yeah.
And then Falcon, having already dealt with everybody else's shit, has to go and mop up his shit as well. And that's cause for an argument. And that's the low base from which he has to learn and develop. So at the end of the movie, he emerges as the definitive sidekick who's more capable than he was at the beginning. But all we do establish is, yeah, he's basically as good as the Falcon. And because he's the one who's doing all the quippy jokes, he's going to be the comic relief character for the entire movie. It's going to be very flat and very one note, and he won't really learn anything at all that's useful. And it's
There's
great
nothing to learn.
No characters have arcs.
What have they
Well, especially
established for
because we
him to
don't
learn?
know
He's
him.
amazing all the time. He is a very if anything, he has an overconfident and overly enthusiastic desire to get in the fight when these should be serious issues. In that narrative doesn't have to be this way, but generally, narratively speaking, that's the setup for him to learn a bit of humility and understand the seriousness of what he's really doing. But that never happens. That never
like
happens in
the
this
easy
movie.
tweak is he does exactly what he does, but instead of making fucking jokes, he just sighs like with a okay, I did it. Like that was close. I was a little bit stressed out there. It's done.
Lets
Okay.
out that breath. Oh, okay, I've got the package. Or the package is like it veers off a cliff and he has to grab it, or it's really fragile and you can't break it, or and he gets it right before it cracks, or something, right? To show that he actually has to like lock in and be really, really good, or else he'll fuck it up. Not that he easily and effortlessly accomplishes his task, and seems to be most concerned that nobody was there to witness his heroics.
But no, nobody was there because Sam is still busy fighting this guy who. Now you guys got to help me out here.
Copperhead.
I still do not understand what happened. So Copperhead, he slashes through Sam's vibranium suit. He cuts it like to where
He had
there's
a vibranium knife.
So I don't know what that's meant to mean. Like he actually slices through the suit to where it's very visible that it's been slashed.
Yeah, they do very visibly show it. Even in the conversation after, it's like very prominent.
How's it possible?
Is he supposed to have like a super knife in the comics or something? Or
the only explanation that you could possibly even attempt to draw together is it's an adamantium knife, and they've said adamantium is stronger than vibranium, but there's no the sample is the like unrendered, the raw adamantium. There's no implication that they've worked it into a knife.
Point, yeah. If they have already got the adamantium and have the process to even work it, which would probably require pretty incredible technology, and they've already done that, the Serpent Society, that should be a plot point where it's like, they're already processing the adamantium.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It doesn't come up. It's not something that gets talked about. Like, it doesn't even get acknowledged that his suit gets cut other than he replaces it with a new suit.
This could be evidence of maybe there was a line or a scene or something, and it's gone. But maybe there was more for Copperhead, and it's gone. Who knows? But like, it's the way it stands. It's nonsense, and you're like actually confused. He also turns his back on him for a decent amount of time after getting slashed.
Yeah,
like to the point where the guy could have killed him.
But he doesn't. He just waits for him to turn around so that he can then get his arm broken. He gets his arm broken and knocked out. And
this is one of the awesome lines, though.
This is one of those fights that just sort of, I guess it's over now, kind of fight. You know, it's like, okay, I guess the fight's done because Falcon won instantly from nowhere. I guess.
Wait, what?
What's the awesome line that
Well,
Serum says?
there's two that struck out to me, stuck out and struck out, to be honest with you. The first one is where I guess Copperhead says, "I bet you'll break easy," and it's like, "Oh, what's the response going to be?" And he goes, "Not that easy." Like, oh, okay. Like, that's all right. And then the second one is what I feel may even be a reshoot as well, or ADR. Who the fuck knows? I am very cynical about the construction of this movie. Now, everyone's wondering. I saw some people ask this already. Does he say I can do this all day? And I think they probably decided he shouldn't say that. That's gonna be cringe if we make him say that. So what do you do instead? It's like, well, we gotta give him his own thing, right? Because they were sparing and careful with the "I can do this all day." I love them in basically every instance of the MCU. So it's like, where do we put it? And it's like, well, he puts him down, and he's like, you know, you want to give up? I can't remember what the prompt line is, but it's a setup clearly for him to say, "I could do this all day." But no, we got Falcon's version, which is, no, let's get this over with. I got shit to do. Like what?
And then he wins.
It's so crap. Like fucking hell.
What do you mean? Doesn't it set up when he retrieves the shield to a very reverent tune with a heavy emphasis on him picking up the shield? And then the other soldiers coming in and be like, "Save you." The line you mentioned before, "Save some for us, Cap." It's like, oh, look at that! Wow.
Oh,
very
and someone,
exciting.
You guys, they just reminded me that there is a use of "I could do this all day" that's horrible. It's the MOMs. You got me. I forgot about that one.
That's the one. That's the.
Oh, yeah.
I could do this all day. Dies.
And then dies straight away. Yeah.
So bad. But you know, this was pretty awful too. In terms of like, that's the line you gave him. I got shit to do today. Okay, that's great.
I wonder if
it's better if you can't be clever. Let's just respond to the question. If he's like, "Oh, I'll bet you'll break easy," it's better to just say like, "Yeah, we'll see about that." That's not even. It's not trying to be a line. It's just a response. Than trying to be clever and fail.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Great. Super immersive.
So Ross, he's at a cemetery laying flowers at his wife's grave.
I guess on the point of the comparison, though, I just do want to say, like, in Winter Soldier, Batroc says to Steve that I thought you were more than just a shield, and it's what makes him level the playing field, so to speak, right? By taking the shield out of the equation and still beating the fuck out of him, like as sort of a proof. And the fact that he's got his serum is like, well, that's still a benefit over him, right? And it's like, yeah, sure, but like it's still showing that he's got combat prowess that's like beyond just the serum, and he beats Batroc with it. In this case, Sam only wins because of the vibranium armor. He would have lost. Like the implication is that knife would have fucking killed him.
It would be funny if they tried to do the equivalent and then it's just like a 5-minute scene of him completely getting undressed because like he has to take everything off in order to actually lose his advantages.
The other comparison
the squires come in from off screen and start to undress him.
Is that when Steve beats Batroc, it's very like a, there, I did beat you fair and square, and I'm the good guy, you're the bad guy, and this is what fucking happens, that sort of thing, like moving on, you know, because he has to deal with whatever else is happening. Sam is like, you need a minute? Yeah. That's what I thought. It's very like,
oh wow, it's like that was in no way clever or interesting.
Well, it feels kind of weird and bordering gross to me because it's like, you had all the benefits, man. You should have won the fight. What do you mean? Like this guy, who the fuck is Copper? Like, why would he beat you? It's like, yeah, obviously. If anything, it was brave of him to attack you. It just felt weirdly smug.
Just started dunking on noobs.
You know what it feels like? It's like a level 100 character who fucking slips and falls all the way down the stairs, and a level 1 character gets like into a fight with them, and they nearly lose and kill them, and then they're like, "Yeah, fuck you. What did you expect?" It's like, dude, that was embarrassing. Like you should have dominated them. What do you mean?
You're glad nobody was watching except for the audience.
It's like, yeah, maybe think twice before attacking me next time. It's like, I guess so.
Yeah,
he beat Glup Shido, and he's like proud of himself. Yeah.
I'm Captain America. Glup Shidos beware.
So elsewhere, Ross is laying flowers at his wife's.
Wait! That actually was Club Shido. It's Copperhead from the Serpent Society. That's a Club Shido, right?
What is that?
Yeah, that's. I don't know.
What we saying, Platoon?
Carry on.
Oh, well, so the only other thing that's sort of established in this scene is it's a meta rule. So this is the first time I was sitting there watching it, thinking, "Hey, well, this is just the Winter Soldier because you begin with the hostage mission and you have to retrieve important information. That's like it's almost alarmingly similar." I'm sure they won't, though, go on to do the thing where it turns out that the deal was arranged under false pretenses and actually some evil, sinister person is behind it for different reasons than those revealed. But that's the rule that will go through basically the entire movie. You'll sit there thinking, well, that's Winter Soldier. I wonder if they'll do the next bit of Winter Soldier. And they do, invariably, all the time. Like, to quite a shocking degree, to which by the end of it, it's quite embarrassing watching it, thinking that this person has been paid just to swap nouns in a script. And that's kind of what's happened. Until the third act, I'd say. Then a little bit of difference comes in.
And it gets worse, yeah.
You could say
it
in some cases
because they have to write their own stuff.
In some cases, they didn't switch the nouns; they just switched the actors. Just like in Harrison Ford and Falcon's case.
Pretty much. So Ross he's laying flowers down at his wife's grave, and he's just talking to his Secret Service agent. It's Taylor. She's around. And she'll be around throughout a lot of the movie. And
she's a bit of a confusing one. I got the impression from the dialogue she shares with Falcon that she was supposed to be some kind of family member or something, but they never actually told us.
I was wondering, like, were you in a show and I forgot you?
Yeah, well, so
no,
I mentioned on, I think it was FNT, I was like, was she supposed to be like the sister but recast and she got a job with the government or something? Like, because I don't know what the
she
fuck.
finally got that loan.
Yeah, I thought it was just odd the way they try to just establish that those two are close in some way. I was just like, who the fuck is this?
Yeah, they have some kind of relationship.
You know what's funny too? People always make the point, and I usually get annoyed with it on other streams, including if it happens on this one. If someone says like, I don't want to have to watch all these TV shows to understand these movies, like, it's not going to help you. It never does.
No,
it's a lie.
It never does help you.
And what'll happen is
it will hurt. It will make it worse.
Someone like fucking Copperhead, Sidewinder, or this lady will show up, and people be like, "Oh, I'm guessing that's in the show," and you're like, "No." Like, I have no idea who this person is.
New character that will be in this movie and probably never another one. She will never show up again in all likelihood.
Yeah, and so someone is like, I'm not going to watch this because I have to watch a bunch of TV shows. Like, don't watch any of the TV shows or this. Just don't.
And why couldn't they have used somebody? I mean, even Rhodey. I mean, well, fuck it, he's a Skrull, isn't he? So maybe not. But they could have used.
They got him out of there.
He's not a Skrull anymore, but
they hit the reset button on him.
You're right.
Why
would you have it be a new character when you have an opportunity to incorporate a prior, like a pre-existing character?
He deserves screen time. That poor fucking man in the MCU.
Yes,
what's been happening to him is horrible. Fucking Vision almost kills him, and then he gets captured by aliens. Like, he doesn't. Like, what the fuck?
And he has to stumble out of hospital to find out that Tony died years ago.
Yep. Insane.
Yeah.
That's a decision I made.
So, in yet another bit of redundant writing, Ross is like, Betty's not talking to me because she doesn't believe I've changed. It's like, yep, that's already been established like 3 times already.
Then he looks up on the screen, he's like, my daughter, by the way. Betty, my daughter. You're like, right, yeah.
And then yet more exposition that you'd think that he wouldn't need to say to the Secret Service lady. He's like, we're reaching the end of my first 100 days in office, and it's going to define me, and this treaty has got to work. This treaty, like, there was a startling number of times where the way that you can describe a line that Ross says is it's about the treaty. It's about this treaty. We got to work on this treaty. It's got to work. The treaty is in peril. We got to save this treaty. He says this a lot.
The film has no political balls. It doesn't want to annoy anybody with anything particular. It's like
it sort of drops the ball on that at the very end, but up until that point, yeah, it was always surprising how avoidant they were. But then they invite they do the unwise thing though of saying they use the line at one point, "This is just politics," and so well, if you're going to use that line, then people are going to start looking at it and thinking, okay, but do you actually have a politics? Like, is there any internal world politics operating in this show? What the fuck is the treaty? It takes us a while to get even to that point. And then as soon as you find it out, oh my God, does that not work? But it wants to be a kind of a political drama because it likes Winter Soldier, but at the same time, it doesn't want to do any political drama because it doesn't want to piss people off. So it has the worst of both worlds going in, and it doesn't play its hand well at all.
And so he receives a call and he's told, oh, Cap's mission, it was successful. He got the package.
Oh,
And then
good.
we're back with Sam, and he's speaking with I think his name is Dennis. This is just a military commander guy that just pops up throughout the film. And this is the part where it's already kind of like becoming clear, like, oh, so we're setting up a mystery here, because he says it's it's strange for location, this place, to do this transaction, and he wonders if the anonymous buyer, this character, ever intended to show up, and if Serpent Society got played. So, I mean, basically, you should at this point conclude that is what happened. If he's saying it, that's what happened.
And the
it is
music
what
tells you
happened.
very clearly that that's what happened as well. There's a few scenes in this film where like there's a long lingering stare on someone who looks really dodgy, and the music says this is a bad person. And in this particular scene, the music is saying, yes, something strange is happening here. So it's like you're working against yourself in terms of intrigue.
Yep. But and then he says, I need you to track down Gus. And he just goes off to do that. We'll get back to him on that later, I guess. And then Joaquin joins Sam, and he's super excited, showing off his gear, like, oh, I look really cool. And yeah, it's a little bit annoying. This is kind of just who he is, basically, like throughout the whole film. And then he asks for some advice on how to be Falcon, and it prompts Sam to introduce him to the Forgotten Cap. That's how he's described, Isaiah Bradley from Falcon and Winter Soldier. You remember
hyper
him?
retcon, yeah.
Oh boy.
The ultra retcon.
There's so much that doesn't make any sense. I don't even know if we should bother about like everything to do with Isaiah Bradley and Falcon and the Winter Soldier.
No, we've already talked about that.
Yeah, go watch that episode. It took us a million years to get through it.
But I'm slightly unsure of him in this scene, though, because I'm omitting all of the lead up for his creation in Falcon and the Winter Soldier. When it comes to this scene, obviously, so Tara's, it's like, oh yeah, your missions in Korea, they were legendary. So he knows about that because at the end of Falcon and the Winter Soldier, they put a statue of Isaiah in the museum, didn't they? So like he's been brought back from the cold. That's by way of apology. Everybody now knows about him, but also Torres doesn't know about his subsequent imprisonment or the subsequent experiments. So
nope.
Did the museum exhibit that they created to apologize for erasing him from history also erase his history? Except
they left out the part.
It's for an apology, but then they go, apology for what? They're like, doesn't matter, does it?
Like, it's a long time ago. You can't hold on.
Let bygones be bygones.
You gotta heal. You gotta heal. You gotta move forward.
Is because it provides Isaiah an opportunity to just exposit this tragic backstory. Because they go to.
Did you not watch the show? Well, let me catch you up.
Yeah, this is one of the times where the show would have helped. Yeah.
They go to his gym in Baltimore because they're going to do some training with him. I guess Isaiah's got a gym, and Joaquin is just glazing Isaiah when he finds out who he is. And then that prompts him to explain that he was imprisoned and experimented on for decades by the government. Which, I can only read that as, oh, we need to remind people who this is because they might not know because they didn't watch the show or they forgot. Even if they said that the show was really good, which plenty of people did at the time that it came out, but they almost certainly forgot about all this shit.
Yeah, for sure.
They also, a tiny thing.
They also steal a Joss Whedon payoff, just like fucking everybody in Phase 4 and 5 like to do. He punches the punching bag off its chains, which he had Buffy do back in the day, he had Angel do back in the day, then he had Cap do it in Avengers.
Spoilers.
And now he's got old Cap doing it. But his was special because it crashes into gym equipment as though he's a fucking moron, like destroying the place. The way he did it in Cap in Avengers was it was an inevitability of him getting caught up in thinking about who he is, what's happened, how he's adjusting to the real world. He's punching, and then it comes off the chains. But he knew it was a possibility, but he didn't destroy the gym on purpose doing it. You know what I mean? I just thought it was a funny attempt to. It's probably they would have said it echoes Captain America, doesn't it? It's like yeah.
It's a good job it's an empty gym as well, given that he's now publicly known as a super soldier and he has a gym. So you'd think there'd be queues around the block to learn from him, but no one else is there because who would want to learn fighting from a super soldier?
I just can't believe he punched it into a fucking weights machine and destroyed it. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
That's your stuff. They broke it. Could have hurt someone.
So Sam, he takes on Isaiah, and it's like he's got to outmaneuver him to get these flags that he's got attached to his belt. And he gets 2 out of 3, and then he gets knocked down by Isaiah, who says, "The last hit is the only one which matters." I think this is meant to be a theme line, but I don't really see where that applies.
I guess you could say it applies to the whole
It's always a good sign. It's a good sign in a movie when you can't tell what lines are supposed to be thematically relevant and which are just like lines that are just around, you know?
I don't like to provide any credit to this terrible film, but if the line is supposed to evoke the sense of he tries fighting the Hulk over and over again, and then his final attack, his final option is to reason, and that was the most important strike, so to speak. That's what they're going for. What's funny is that that's not at all what Isaiah was talking about, but okay.
You'd have to try and make it that. But so Sam, he gets a phone call from Ross. He's like, "Yeah, I'll hold for the president." And he's upset about that, and he walks away. So after the call ends, which we don't hear.
It's a really funny line, though. When someone calls you and says, like, "Will you hold?" You just go, "Yeah." You don't go, "Yes, I will hold for the person who is waiting for me," or whatever. Like, no. And it's like they had to do that so he could piss off Isaiah. Like, he has to mention it's the president.
It was so weird. It felt really weird that we didn't get the call, though, because the line, "Yes, I'll hold for the president," kind of suggests that there's a really important conversation that's about to happen, not something that can just disappear in the off-screen, sort of between the moments thing. I was expecting there to be a bit more of that, and we just don't. That line is just there to piss off Isaiah. But also, it's to allow a little bit of time for one of the only bits of setup, payoff stuff in the movie, I think, that's kind of competent, because then Isaiah goes on his phone, and Torres is interested in his phone, obviously because he's a nerd. And that becomes relevant later because the phones are involved in a specific thing, and Torres knows he knows to look for it because he's interested in the technology. So, like, it's nothing special, but it is there. I don't mind that as a bit of setup.
I'd have more to say on that once we get to how the brainwashing works, or whatever the fuck you'd call it, mind controlling.
Yeah.
So after the call, which we don't hear, Sammy checks in on Isaiah, who expresses that he doesn't like the idea of Captain America answering to the president and Thunderbolt Ross specifically, because he earned that name, because he's a bad guy.
I think it is a particularly stupid line that I don't like Captain America answering to the president. It's like, okay.
That is really dumb. Oh, the leader of America? All right.
Yes, all right.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's good that you can have that opinion, I guess.
If this was the Falcon and the Winter Soldier, that scene would have been really long, and it would have been a conversation about the meaning of America and the meaning of symbols, and whether a black man can ever sufficiently carry the shield or should be allowed to or be comfortable doing it. Because this film, wisely, to give it some credit, doesn't want to do any of that. They throw that line in, which feels like a legacy line from Falcon and Winter Soldier, but then they pivot it to a personal grudge against Ross instead, because it's kind of a way of avoiding talking about what anyone really thinks about the situation. Obviously, the line is dumb without that surrounding context, because you could just say, "I don't like that you're working for Ross because he's a bad man," as opposed to, "I don't like that you're working for the president." But I don't know if they
I was going to say
the dialogue.
They made it stupider than it needed to be, because surely it's okay to answer to the leader of the free world, not necessarily be commanded by him, but to answer to him. Like, that's what he says he takes issue with. It's like, but I mean,
Like,
you've
there
got
has to be accountability.
Well, there has to be.
We used to have movies about this.
Yeah, we used to. Like, whether you can't just run around doing whatever the fuck you want. Did we go over this? And then it's just like, nah, that's fine. Answering to
Sam's assurance is like, no, I'm choosing to, standing next to the president, even if it's Ross, it gives people hope.
Oh, there's a really, really irritating line before that, though, which is that the country is a mess right now. And I'm thinking, it would be really, really... It's important to the film that we understand what they mean by this, because I don't even know where in time we're set. Like, what are we dealing with? I know the blip was mentioned in the opening speech. Is it the Skrull terrorists? Yeah. Is it the giant statue?
Island. It's the giant island of the Celestial.
But then why is the country specifically in a mess as opposed to the world being in a mess? Like, there's so much shit going on that needs to be addressed. And then you don't see anything around you in the country during the course of the movie that gives you any sense that the country is in a mess. It's just, there's an international conflict over a giant dead god.
can't believe.
Yeah.
This was something that was in the back of my mind, but I saw Robert Meyer Burnett tweet it. I was like, oh, so fucking true. He's like, they did not address the Celestial. All they did was say, oh, there's an adamantium deposit inside the giant alien sticking out of our planet. That's all they said.
Look,
it's like, well, I'm sorry, what? Like,
Look, they talked about talking about it, okay?
they barely
Not
did
ever
that.
actually did
Like,
anything.
it's absolutely nuts that this is the film that takes the credit for addressing it when they don't address it at all.
And so Sam, he assures Isaiah that choosing to meet with Ross doesn't mean he'll forget about what happened to him. And then he just expresses real doubt that Ross will ever change. It's like, you haven't spoken to him in like a while, right? When's the last time that you spoke to Ross? Like a decade ago in actual time?
Well, I also feel that does prompt a motion for like a bit of exposition. The fact that he's like, he got his nickname Thunderbolt, he's from ways it's not for no reason. It's like, why do you talk about it? I mean, in the canon, we've not got a lot on Ross. We've got enough to believe he's not to be trusted necessarily, but give us some more if you want, or not. That's fine, I guess. We'll just move on.
We'll just treat it as like a foregone conclusion.
Yeah.
Without any particular reference to the things that he did. Because if you're referencing the Incredible Hulk, it's like, dude, that was like 20 years ago in real time in that universe, or 16 years. I actually think that they've got their own times confused, because I don't know if they remember that like the Marvel universe is a few years ahead of where we are now, because 2023 is where Endgame happens, and that released in 2019. I don't know if they've got the timeline sorted like in their own minds.
No fucking
way. In any
way.
case, it was a long time ago. And so Sam says he's been invited to the White House, and he was only going to go if they extended that invite to Isaiah. And he wants him to come with him and Joaquin to the White House, which he does. They get ferried over to the White House in a limo. They're having a chat, and they get there. They get their pictures taken. They take a little selfie at the White House. And then Sam gets taken by Taylor, the Secret Service lady, to meet with Ross. And while he's leaving, they particularly note that Isaiah's having trouble with his phone. Like he's having a problem using his phone. This is more relevant than you think it would be.
It's the third time. So the first phone thing is in the gym. I think that because the limo ride over annoyed me as well, because that's quiet space when you can do a lot of, say, like talking about the world, given we've just learned that it's a mess. What's happening? Instead, they just say, oh, I'm wearing a suit. What? And this, that, what?
Yeah, what if we just did really bad
space
banter randomly?
I will say,
he's
though,
also on his phone there, which is relevant.
Marketing-wise, the big thing everyone is sure to know is Isaiah tries to kill the president. Like, that's and you obviously know, if you know anything, that's going to be some kind of, Manchurian Candidate sort of situation. So the fact that they're like, his phone is doing weird stuff, I was just like, right, so the phones make you evil or something. Okay, that's fine, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
It's it's so, the word is insecure. The whole film is insecure about its audience. It's like, you guys following our great story? It's like, yeah, not exactly complicated.
Yeah,
And so Ross gets brought into the Oval Office to speak. Sam gets brought into the Oval Office to speak with Ross. And he thanks him for coming down to the White House. And then there's a little joke about that Ross had to get rid of the mustache or he wasn't going to become president. It's like, you don't look the same. And as will become clear, they don't really act the same. Harrison Ford does not really have the same temperament as William Hurt as Ross.
This is a bit of a back and forth on FNT, funnily enough, about the nature of having Harrison Ford here or not was an addition or reduction in entertainment. It's up to everyone for their own position on that. All I will say is I think it's almost inarguable. Harrison Ford, at his best, is a fantastic actor. He was quite shit in this film, and it's probably because he doesn't give a fuck about any of this, as he's made clear many times. There is, I think, one scene where I was like, oh, was he acting? I saw something there, maybe. I don't know. But the rest of it is sort of awkward. William Hurt, he took the role very seriously, Ross, in every scene he had. And I just feel like it's a bit regrettable that, of course, if we'd had William Hurt playing the role, he would have... the scenes would play very differently in terms of what Ross comes across as. And again, Harrison Ford doesn't give a shit, so it's like, whatever.
It also sort of gives you the impression that Ross is not going to be an important character after this movie, because if you're going to have him as a recurring character throughout, and so he's important to follow in this movie, you generally don't cast men in their 80s for long-standing recurring roles. So like I get the strong sense from the fact that Harrison Ford evidently doesn't give a shit, and the fact that his role is pretty crap, and the way he ends up in this movie that Ross is done kind of as a character now.
So, two things on that. One, apparently the behind the scenes footage for like the first set of production for this principal photography there was a funeral that isn't accounted for in this movie. And a lot of people speculate it was Ross's funeral. Like originally in the story, he was going to die by the end of this story, which kind of makes sense with the points Platoon just made in terms of like he's not very investable because he's super old and you don't exactly know what role Ross is going to play the more time goes on. However, the way it works in the MCU and always has done is I've always felt like they seem to try to keep it vague on almost everybody, whether they're alive or dead, because they're always like, oh, we might use them, you never know. And obviously it destroys any sense of stakes or consequences all the time. Because, yeah, you're right, I don't know when they're going to bring him back. They might never bring him back, and he would join a huge list of characters that are never coming back if he didn't.
And he probably won't. And so Ross, he thanks Sam for retrieving the package, which is going to save this treaty, damn it. And
It's
then
really important.
He explains that, you know, though they've had their differences, Sam's accomplishments have led him to reconsider his position on the latitude that enhanced individuals should be granted, which prompts Ross to ask Sam to help him rebuild the Avengers. It's like, oh, are we finally acknowledging, like, what the fuck is the status of the Avengers?
It's a huge problem. We already didn't the ending of Shang-Chi, the post credits, establish that there is still a team operating that would be called the Avengers, comprised of at least
a little bit
Captain Marvel, Bruce Banner, etc. You know, Wong. I don't know.
No, nothing came of that really. So.
Well, this is the other reality. I wouldn't even need a scene because, of course, there would be an Avengers. There was at the end of Endgame. They were all the idea that like, what they're on pause. Like, what are we doing? And it's like, no, it's until Ross approves the creation.
Movies.
That's insane. What does Ross have to do with whether or not there's Avengers? That's not how it works.
This movie is that when you pass the Sokovia Accords, you tore the Avengers apart, which sort of entails that there weren't any Avengers operating since Civil War. The Avengers weren't a thing.
The Accords got annulled. Do they not remember this in their own continuity?
Yeah.
So
She-Hulk, they got,
it's such a
repealed.
baffling statement that he's like, maybe we will make the Avengers again. It's like, there's obviously Avengers. The problem is you guys have no idea who they are.
And of course, there is that, as you brought up, because Sam's like, oh, when you passed the Sokovia Accords, you tore the Avengers apart. It's like, okay, so that's a fucking weird way of reviewing the events bad. First of all,
a bit unfair.
He didn't pass them. It was the United Nations, and Ross was the Secretary of State. So, like, the idea of pinning it on him specifically when, like, 117 countries signed up on it, pretty silly. Also, he didn't tear the Avengers apart. They tore themselves apart by fighting over the Accords, and then particularly the conflict over Bucky between
the Winter
Cap
Soldiers,
and,
Zemo,
Tony.
all of these characters that have way more impact on the destruction than Ross did.
Exactly. The idea that it's Ross's fault specifically, which I think the way that it's presented in the film, you were meant to just take that as the perspective. It is Ross's fault.
Things would have been great if Ross didn't get involved with his Sokovia Accords.
It's always felt to me that the maturity that Civil War tried to inject into the story of, like, you can't be running around doing crazy shit, there's responsibilities to be taken, there's accountability, that every force for good in the world that's official needs to have someone they answer to in order for the accountability to come in whenever mistakes are made. All this very normal, very reasonable shit is just cranked up with superheroes. Ever since that movie, it's always felt like the MCU's embarrassed by it. Like, the Accords, that was stupid, wasn't it? Yeah, that was a real stupid idea. What stupid nonsense.
Yeah,
like,
you know, that was stupid. Not like when we destroyed S.H.I.E.L.D. and just removed it from play forever. That wasn't dumb. That was a good idea.
Well, and then all of Phase 4 and 5, all the insanity that has happened. They're literally tearing into other dimensions, and there's nobody accountable for any of this.
Nope.
It's a terrifying world to live in. It is legitimately a terrifying world to live in, the MCU.
In any case, Ross just says, oh, well, the country needs the Avengers. And then Sam asks, well, what happens if we disagree on how to handle a situation? And Ross is like, oh, well, you know, we'll figure it out together. And it feels like this is the end of that as, like, a topic. It gets brought up and then it's already over straight away.
Yeah.
Because this isn't like, this doesn't come up again.
Nope.
even the reason it's brought up to begin with is sort of questionable. Russ is supposed to. I think the reason it's here is that because you then almost immediately get this whiplash scene next, in which they do disagree, and Russ evidently hasn't changed. And so I think like this scene is supposed to just set that up as a revelation that he's still the same old man that they've struggled to define, but he's the same as whatever the fuck he used to be. It doesn't play well at all. It just seems like a massive inconsistency. I just think that's what the intent was. But from Ross's perspective, his change of mind, his change of heart is, well, I've now seen what you can do, Sam, and so I think the Avengers will be useful to me because politics.
The Avengers
But
have never done
the
anything
only thing,
inspiring.
yeah, the Avengers have done it before, but also the thing he just watched Sam do was done as part of a US military team under the direct command of a US military person. So actually, Russ hasn't seen
military
what
tech.
giving these people leeway will do with military tech. Yeah. So like, I don't really know where his change of heart has come from. I know what they want it to do. It doesn't really do it. It's just a silly scene. And then by the end of the movie, you think, hey, didn't they mention the Avengers at some point? Whatever happened to that plot line?
It feels like placating the audience is like a sort of, Avengers, it's on the mind, yeah, 100%. But, in reality, not whatsoever. We're not dealing with it. The next writer can. But what I took from it, at least broadly from what the film was trying to pull off, was in that first 100 days thing he was talking about, he wants to be able to announce the new Avengers probably to get himself a bit more like, look at my achievements, I've brought back the heroes that everyone loves. He says, like, I'm the president of the world now and plenty of people would love to see you guys. So my assumption is the film was trying to say he doesn't like the Avengers, but he'll try to reconstruct them maybe with some compromises in order to try and raise his approval rating or some shit. I don't know. It's still selfish no matter how you look at it, like from the film's perspective, I think.
He's bad. And so they sort of step out of the room. They meet with the Prime Minister of Japan, who's one of the important people for the treaty. But he urges Sam, like, yeah, think about it. You don't have to. And I don't know that he thinks about it that much throughout the entire film.
Oh, you're right. It doesn't come up.
It only sort of right at the end.
Well, yeah, but not in the reference to Ross. It's just the notion of the Avengers. We're just like, of course there's going to be Avengers. What are you talking about? There
should have already been Avengers. There is, and there should have always been. But okay,
they're not all dead. Like, what's going on? It doesn't make any sense.
In fact, there's a hell of a lot more right now than there have ever been. They're like candidates anyway.
Weird to think about, yeah.
But oh well. And so Ross, he gathers everybody, a whole bunch of world leaders, and Sam and Joaquin and Isaiah are there as well. And he's explaining several countries rushed to the Celestial Island in the Indian Ocean to claim control over it and its resources. And they found adamantium on the island, which is described in the film as being stronger and more versatile than vibranium. It is just better.
And nobody raised their hand and said, has anyone answered why an alien crawled out of our planet?
That's kind of weird, right? No. That's atypical.
That an alien emerged from the planet and was turned into vibranium. Not vibranium, adamantium. No. Oh, and that time that a giant celestial just popped up over Earth. Like it just appeared to grab a couple of people and then disappear. I'm sure we'll see them again.
And so his pitch is like... Yeah. Okay, it's important as well because it's not controlled by an isolationist country, so that's very important because that means anyone can potentially grab it. I think it forgot that Wakanda Forever. I'm pretty sure established that there are other vibranium deposits outside of Wakanda because
they also
that's where Atlantis went.
The fucking there's a man in the room who's been provided 2 full suits of vibranium. Like
they've got some already, so that's another big one. But then the pitch for the treaty is, and I think this is supposed to be sincere by the end of the movie, is that this treaty is important because we need to make sure if we work together that this adamantium, which is, he says, very important for defense, amongst other things, this can be shared fairly and equitably with the world. And it's like, that's insane. What, you don't share your nuclear codes equitably with North Korea? Why would anybody go in for this? Especially if you've already got teams there mining it, which is sort of the implication of the setup. Why the fuck would anybody agree, no, we'll just give away this most valuable resource to everyone? Because if everyone's super, then nobody is.
Well, and just to back that point a little bit, this thing is absolutely universally revolutionary. Like, it outclasses every single thing that's ever existed. It could be considered pretty scary in terms of how it will change the world. Like, the fact that everyone's fighting over it is probably the most realistic part of this film.
Yeah. But I mean, that is the plan. And they mentioned that the package, that was the first and only refined sample of adamantium that Sam retrieved. And so he's urging the leaders of Japan, India, and France, these are the countries that are already like involved in the Celestial Island, to ratify the treaty so that they can equitably distribute it. And as he's
Why these
explaining
countries?
this,
Well, there is a reason for that.
it's these countries, yeah. Japan, India, and France are the ones that are fighting. They're vying for control over, and America.
I think the
Those
question they asked
countries
themselves in the
specifically.
writers' room is which powerful Asian country will not be pissed off if we make them an opposing force in this movie? Well, we can't use China because we would like the film to sell there at some point. So we'll make it Japan because that's believable.
But,
America and Japan
you're-
famously always at odds.
I know how to solve it.
The Indian Ocean is really far away from Japan. Like it's
All
not.
they-
It's not close.
All they need to do is have Doctor Strange, American-based superhero, open a portal that slices it into pieces and gradually just moves it all into an American storage base. Easy.
That's right. Yeah, but he's busy with Charlize Theron. They're
Yeah,
off
they have to
somewhere.
go fix the incursions. She has her floopy multi-dimension knife.
Okay.
Didn't you see the
so,
movie?
So a song inexplicably begins playing over the intercom, and Isaiah, he gets up and he grabs a pistol from a Secret Service agent and fires at Ross. Like he shoots at the glass 3 times and it shatters. And we're to conclude that, by the way, that he shot 3 times and then just didn't shoot Ross. That's what happened there. And Ross tumbles to the ground as Sam tries and fails to disarm Isaiah since he's way stronger than him. And so Taylor grabs Ross, asks him if he was hit. He says no, and he gets taken out of there. And then alongside Isaiah,
I don't know how you felt about it, but I thought this was one of
Yeah.
the worst edited fucking scenes in the whole movie.
I couldn't tell what the fuck was happening.
It's
There's
so
many
bad.
cuts.
If
I
you
didn't know who
actually-
was fighting.
If you go
Who's fighting
slowly in
who?
terms
What's
of like,
happening?
yeah, if you go slowly about what's happening, nothing makes sense, and you can't even tell like where everyone is. It's a simple room, and like the logistics of everyone moving around all different places is so fucking confusing. The fact that it's Isaiah plus, is it 3 other guys that are all?
it's like, I think it's 4 other like Secret Service and military guys who are dressed the same as a bunch of other guys that they're fighting.
They're all wearing
Because,
suits, yeah.
they're all
They're
wearing
all
the
white
same
guys in
stuff. They're
suits,
wearing
basically.
suits and
Isaiah
uniforms.
Isaiah gets to act in real time. All the others are doing the thing where they cannot move unless the camera's on them. They are stuck. They just have to wait.
Basically, like, to sort of understand the gist of what's happening is that as these guys are attacking a whole bunch of people, like Sam, Joaquin, and this character Ruth, who's going to be really like kind of relevant going forward, who's also in the room, are kind of like narrowly stopping them from attacking world leaders and important people in the room. That's like what's happening in the fight, is that they have to try and disarm them and stop them, prevent them from shooting any of the world leaders who are assembled there. And it is very confusing because it is pretty poorly lit. It's a dark room, and everybody's dressed the same, and it keeps cutting all
then the
over
angles,
the place.
they don't respect any sense of, like I said, logistics. Like you move across the room and switch angles all the time, so everyone's all over the place in your brain. You can't track anything.
Yeah, very, very confusing.
Also, you don't really
basically, like, I
understand,
mean, all
because
that
it sounded like cope to me later in the film when they explained that they weren't trying to kill Ross. Originally, when they filmed this, they just had it be that he got lucky. And then they were like, shit, we should probably explain, because that doesn't make any sense. He's a super soldier. Same thing happens in regards to Sidewinder accounting for why he didn't do more damage to Falcon in their fight. There's these obvious reshoot or like reattempts of being like, oh fuck, we didn't really, we should probably fix that. And like this scene, I don't think it makes any sense. Like, why? What is the goal of everyone here? It's like, well, it's to disrupt.
Just
a
to be
read I
just a
got,
nuisance.
because the way that I thought it might have been is that initially it was meant to be that he did hit Ross, but like because of the Red Hulk shit, it didn't do anything. But then they changed their mind on that being the reason, because like he fires at him like 3 times and it shatters the glass, and I don't know. Is there any reason why
mind.
the projector screen would be bulletproof glass? Why the fuck would it be bulletproof? This is the White House. Like, you're in it. You know what I mean? Like, why would
Yeah,
why would he
for
be giving a
everybody
speech on
I mean,
projector
who hasn't
batteries
seen it, this
bulletproof
is
glass?
not glass that was meant to act as a protection. It's literally just they're like monitors. They're showing everybody
yeah, it's a
the
display.
presentation. Yeah. So it is weird that those
So,
are
yeah.
bulletproof, at least temporarily. And then yeah, I don't really get it. To have mind controlled that many people in that room and to have them all do nothing in terms of what seems to be the goal, and then to later say, well, that wasn't the goal at all. The goal was to not have a goal, or just to be disruptive.
You sound. It sounds like the person who made this plan is the Star Wars guy, the blue dude.
Thrawn.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
it was
Yeah,
all
this
part
is
of the
this is a
plan.
Thrawn plan. Is like actually, I no, we were just there to cause chaos. Ooh, now you're really spooked, aren't you?
I have
Ooh.
calculated the odds. This is exactly what I wanted to happen.
Suppose really amidst all the fighting, the noteworthy thing is that Ruth, this lady who has got involved in the fight, she's about to shoot Isaiah, but Sam stops her. Like he blocks, like throws something and blocks the bullet or knocks the gun out of her hand, and then he chases Isaiah through the White House and outside, and end up in a park, and he gets surrounded by police and Secret Service. And Isaiah, yeah.
I'd say that's arrestable, by the way, and I would actually be in favor of it. Falcon blocking a shot. That is a psycho killer who's free in the White House who just tried to kill the president, and he's almost running free to kill who knows how many more people.
Well,
her shot may not
Yeah.
have killed him, but it certainly would have disabled him, and you blocked it, meaning now he can do anything.
mhm.
And it's
It
like, yeah,
would've
but he's
been
my
an interesting
friend. It's like,
drama
that's the
to have
thing.
in the show.
When Steve did this, it got him in major trouble. There was so many
Yes.
consequences for this in Civil War. But in this film, Falcon can do whatever he wants, doesn't matter.
Well, it would have been
Yeah,
good
no
for the plot
consequences
to be like
defining that
he.
anymore.
Yeah, can't have that.
Because it would have deprived him of all of his
But yeah,
wealth.
so-
It should have deprived him of all of his kit. Had he been arrested, had he been like declared a traitor, had he been assumed to be partaking in that terrorist attack, had all the consequences that did hit Steve hit Sam in this carbon copy situation, then you could have had a movie without the Falcon and his bulletproof wings, which make all fight scenes pointless. But they don't understand, they don't think these things through, they don't apply consequences. So though he's imminently to be fired, basically, the actual meaningful consequences for Sam, basically none. So of course he gets access to all of his equipment forevermore.
So no, it is an issue.
Yep,
This
pretty much.
this movie has with why is he allowed to have this? Why is he allowed to meet with army guys? Everyone's just kind of doing their own thing. There's no army hierarchy. Nobody answers to
He's a
anyone
captain
else.
now,
People are just
right?
like out there with guns and
He's got
stuff.
the shield, he's a
Well, fair
captain.
enough. No, I mean there you go.
So when they're in this park and surrounded, Isaiah asks Sam what's happening because he's confused. He's like, okay, mind control, obviously.
Hmm.
It almost feels silly that they kind of spend a bit of time delaying this. It's like it was obviously mind control.
We are now in a
song played and
world-
he went crazy.
We have
This is very
shapeshifters,
frustrating.
brainwashing, mind control, and magic, and none of them think it's possible that he was acting out of character.
Well, isn't
Yeah.
it kind of weird
Um,
that, as we are going to discover, basically the right-hand security detail of the president was a Black Widow, and Black
Also,
Widows
yeah.
were specifically the mind
Yeah.
control people. Like,
Yeah, that's fucking
this
strange.
It's
The
the
fact that-
obvious
Yeah.
thing to do.
They can't buy that Isaiah was mind controlled, even though the other guys were all like security guy people as well. Like,
yeah.
do you think it's just coincidental? Like all five of them decided to go nuts at exactly the same time? Okay.
Yeah,
Like they
pretty
even have a
silly.
line later, sort of lampshading it, when Sam says, "Oh yeah, this reminds me of a friend I had. They used to
Yeah.
mind control him with words." And it's like that's fine for you to be saying that to Torres, but maybe you should have brought this up to other people because they would also know about that. It's a completely viable theory.
There are
Maybe
so many
don't just
forms of
immediately stick
brainwashing
down.
in the MCU universe. Everyone knows about it at this point. Like,
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
it's all public. I mean,
But-
you get,
no,
as
this-
we learn
this
later,
one is,
Bucky is trying to be a senator now. So
Oh,
like
gosh.
everyone's gonna know his story
Yeah.
about mind
Yeah.
control.
and it's a bond.
So like,
What? That's a spoiler. We're gonna get to that later.
look,
damn it.
look, we got to give
Um,
the people, the good people at home, a taste of what's to come.
Foreshadowing.
The good people at
So,
home.
yeah, on his urging, Isaiah puts his hands in the air and he gets arrested. So that's this, oh man, I mean, it's just, it is just funny that it's trying to play it as if like it's a mystery. It's like, dude, it's mind control. A song played over the music, like the intercom, and he went insane. That's like generic
know.
mind control. Yeah, song makes you evil.
Yeah.
Yep. Very
That's
boring.
You can tell from the
there's a
body language.
frustrating
He's like a
aspect of-
Terminator when he gets activated.
Yeah.
When you have like when the audience knows exactly what's going on and you're just like frustrated that nobody in the movie gets it, that's not typically a feeling that you want to have an
Especially when
audience
they
member
exist in a
feel.
world
Also,
Where this should be
when it's already been said, they
obvious.
live in a world where mind control is just known. Mind control is like it's known to the world.
I thought it was funny, by the way, when he does get down on the ground and he's like, "Watch my suit, watch my suit." It's like, dude, they think you just tried to assassinate the president. I think you just need to be shut the fuck up.
Yeah, it's
like, I know you like your suit, but you have to understand, like, it's
a neat suit, but look,
then it looks
you have
really
more
bad,
important
the
things to
situation.
worry about. Yeah. This is what we call a big optics L.
That's setup. That's setup and payoff. The suit's going to be relevant later.
Yes, it is. Well, they've already explained the value of the suit, right? In the car.
Well, yeah, but that it will. Look, we're doing it's a Chekhov suit. This one. It's coming back. So Sam, he just storms into Ross's presidential bunker. And like the staff basically make
bizarrely
no effort at all to stop him.
effortlessly.
They're like,
Yeah.
wait, hold on, you can't go in there. No, you can't go in there.
And they're doing the like Cap, you can't go in, and it's just like Cap. He's Mr. Wilson to them. That's who he is. And it's like, Mr. Wilson, what the fuck are you doing? You can't barge into the secure bunker after the president's nearly been assassinated. We don't even know what your role in all of this is. You just protected the assassin.
It's okay. No, it's okay. Ross is like, no, he can stay. He can stay, and everybody else could leave. It's all good, no problem. Yeah, everybody else get out. But then Ruth, the lady, who is described as Ross's personal security advisor, she enters the room. And
tiny
she's allowed
lady.
To stay. She's small.
She's
very small.
She's like Clark size. She's conspicuously small.
So is it fair to say that she is an absolutely atrocious actor, or is it just this role that she's not good at? I've not seen her in anything else, but she's really quite bad in this movie.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't very impressed by it. She's... I mean, do you guys know all the meta information regarding her? Like, we're seeing a very cobbled together series of scenes because they would have cut a large portion of what she was. There's lots of evidence in this film.
Well, yeah, because we'd be jumping ahead a little bit, but there's a part where she has like what essentially looks like a generic MCU superhero suit, but she doesn't do anything. Like, she doesn't do any superhero stuff, so her role has been changed clearly.
She is controversial because
what were you saying, right?
She's a Israeli superhero in the comics, I guess, and so the adaptation got a lot of flack considering recent political hot button events.
But also, the character is a mutant, right? In Marvel, like, so there might have been that as well. But who knows what their plan is for the X-Men at this point?
Yeah, I don't know if that's that relevant. I would believe that they, from the get-go, decided to make her a Black Widow instead. That's pretty viable. In terms of like what story they wanted to tell. But obviously, her details have basically been stripped from the film. They've got very little as to who the fuck this is. But when you watch it, you can sort of sense, it's like, why does she feel like she's got a big role that's small? Like, it's so strange. They've like chopped out so much of what feels like her role in this.
She's in the film a lot, but like she doesn't really have that much of an impact in total. She's just constantly like around and involved, but not very relevant at the same time. It's kind of almost sort of a fascinating situation.
And she caused huge controversy online before the film even got to release. So they probably, as part of the reshoots, reshaped the whole film to push it to the side.
That's insane.
Like, oh shit. Well, yeah, and you can notice it. I've seen people actually say like you couldn't see any. It was all seamless. It was beautifully. And I was like, you insane? This whole movie's a Frankenstein monster. It's so funny to watch.
I think a lot of people have been fighting over how extensive the reshoots were, right? There's been like debates about how many rounds of reshoots, how lengthy the reshoots were, how much was changed. And I don't know, man, like however many there were, it's apparent that there were reshoots. I don't know what to say other than that. It's really apparent that that the script has been changed and the story has been dramatically changed particularly with Gus. Like, that's very obvious.
Yeah.
In any case,
Oh,
so
by the way,
the conversation plays out. Yeah.
I had a little joke in the theater that I didn't tell anyone, but I just enjoyed it. It was always easy for me to remember her name because I just imagined that she hated gambling, and that's why her last name is Betzeroff.
I thought that was
Funny
funny in
enough,
and of itself. Like, I didn't need
Yeah.
to make any reference. When they said her name was Betzeroff, I was like, are you fucking joking? Why the hell did you make her say name Betzeroff? It's
That's it.
But then again, I guess that's probably her
she's
comic
bets
name.
are off, or she's bats are off. But I think the bats are off just makes no sense. But that's kind of why I
Well,
like
say
it.
it
But
fast
bets are
enough.
off.
Sounds like bets are
Bats
off.
are off.
Bats are off. Yeah.
This is my security detail. Bats are off.
Also, what was your joke that she hated
What?
gambling?
She hated gambling, so her last name was Betzeroff.
That's you associate
Bets are
bets are off
off.
with all bets are off.
Does
not,
that really?
Yeah.
Yeah, all bets are off.
That's not
Yeah.
hatred of gambling.
I don't know. Hmm.
You could have done better than
Yeah,
that with all
that
this
doesn't-
prep time,
uh-oh.
Rex. I'm disappointed.
What's no, it wasn't
gotta
prep
do
time.
better,
It was
right?
me in the
Jeez.
theater as it was happening. It was spontaneous.
Yeah,
Yeah, but it's been a while
in the
since then.
meantime, you could have.
You could have.
But then
Yeah.
but then it would be a different thing than what I thought originally, which was at the time. I'm telling you what I thought at the time.
Gotta do better, Senator.
Okay. So Sam insists, he's like, Isaiah couldn't have done this, to which she points out, well, he did. So, which feels like such a silly way of saying it. He couldn't have done it. It's like, well, he did. What do you want to be? Yeah.
So Sam says, no, he would never have done this. He's a patriot who sacrificed his life for this country. And it's like, well, I watched The Falcon and the Winter Soldier, and he's not a patriot, although his country sacrificed him. That's not quite the same thing. And then bets are off, whatever we're calling her. She's the one who quite correctly says, no, like, I think, somewhere in his backstory, there is motive for him maybe wanting to shoot the president.
I mean, it's such cope from Falcon to say there's no reason he would ever want to kill Ross. I think that's just a lie from him, isn't it? Like, he is lying, because he's already stated in this very movie why he would want to kill Ross.
Yeah.
The thing is that he's not, like, he seems to believe this, so he's not actually lying, but it is a lie.
I don't know if he's lying or if the writers are deliberately pretending that all of that shit in Falcon and Winter Soldier just didn't happen, because they do that quite a lot, so it's hard to know whether he's deliberately lying for his friend. It would have been nice if they'd sold it that way, because it shows his loyalty, but that wasn't the impression I got.
I mean, that's right. That's kind of what I was getting at. But it's not helpful at all to the situation to say he had no fucking motive. It's just like you're just looking like you're insane, or you're trying to cover for him, I guess.
Because he does mention that, because basically the situation is explained that there were 5 shooters, which included some Secret Service and military guys, and that the music that played was a cue for the attack. But Sam, he retorts that Isaiah didn't appear to know what was happening and wasn't in control. It's like, why don't we just say he was mind controlled? Like, why are you using more vague language dancing around it instead of just getting to the point?
Just say it, damn it.
I mean, it does make you feel like we're again dealing with a bunch of aliens, because just a normal person would be like, they were obviously mind controlled. Look at the footage; it's so fucking obvious.
Mind control.
Yeah, and everybody would have found this out. I mean, this is an attack. This was an attack on like multiple presidents at one location. This is one of the most controversial things to ever happen. Everyone would figure this out. Every single second of all of the security footage would have been poured over by dozens and dozens of people from multiple countries.
Nope, just bets are
Shut
off.
up.
No, nobody does it until Torres hacks into the security system.
Yeah.
But the simple thing he has to say is, hey, do you remember that time when the King of Wakanda was assassinated by a super soldier who didn't remember doing it because he was brainwashed? Do you recall that? It happened in a different movie, but it's still canon. So maybe the same thing is happening here.
So Sam asks to investigate the murder, and Ross retorts that Sam is too close to Isaiah, and the optics look really, really bad. He just says, "Don't get involved," and then he says, "You're not Steve Rogers,"
and they changed it
Sam
from the
has no
trailer.
reply to that, even though they changed it from the trailer. Yeah, that's right. I
What did he say in the
line
trailer?
comes out of nowhere anyway. He says, "No, you're right. I'm not." That's the response, but they just cut it out of the movie.
In this movie, he just sort of
doesn't say
sneers.
anything.
He's like,
Yeah. But I don't even know why he said it. It's like, why
But
are
like,
you
it
saying,
is obviously,
why-
yeah.
well,
You have
Steve
to-
Rogers
you
was a
have to
fucking
raise it.
rogue Avenger. So, like, saying he's not Steve Rogers in
like-
relation to the nature of running a government fucking mission to discover the truth behind this conspiracy, he's like, why would Why would you say that? Do you not know the events of Winter Soldier? Steve was being killed by the governing party of his. You know what I mean? Like it's none of this makes any fucking sense. It's like they needed to fit that line in there somewhere. But I imagine they filmed like 15 responses to that line, and they were just thinking about it forever. Like, what should we have? What's the canon one? Then they eventually went with maybe nothing because I don't know what a good idea is.
He knocks out the president, breaks his arm, and says, "Yeah, I didn't think so."
Why not? Yeah, his
so,
one-liners are fantastic.
Ross then gives Ruth Betzeroff the complete authority to resolve the situation and reiterates that Sam can't get involved. And so he storms out of the bunker, and Taylor is like, "Oh, don't be the guy who has to do things the hard way." And he's like, "Well, I guess I am that guy." It's like, "Oh, conflict. Oh boy.
Oh boy, I like conflict.
Investigating.
Can we be absolutely clear? Because this script is so fucking awful. It's like the anti-Hot Fuzz. That never comes up again. The fact that he is basically compromised by being best friends with Isaiah and is passionately invested in proving that he's innocent. That doesn't come up as like a conflicting element of his investigation. No,
that's
the beginning and the end.
Is a good thing.
Yeah, what I guess I'm getting at is that like this wasn't redrafted, and it's several films that have been plastered together. There's nothing here that's coherent. I'm sorry. Like, why did anyone think it was? When he's like doing the base shit, right, where he's about to be arrested, it's not like they talk about like, you're too close to this, Sam. Like, this is fucked up, and we know you're desperate to try and prove your friend. But no dialogue like that. Isaiah gets like a couple of mentions. Even in that scene, he gets a reference, but it's not in relation to all the stuff that Ross just made clear. And
no, they're arrested later for trespassing.
Yeah,
so, like that's it. It's nothing to do with anything that's really been set up. But again, you compare it to the movie that this is stealing from, where Steve actually is being hunted by the government and actually is branded a traitor, and so all the law enforcement is oriented with that knowledge or that preconception. That's how you write a beat like this. This is not how you write a beat like this. This is just.
To sort of bolster that, because you've been saying like a lot of it is copy and pasted from Winter Soldier. I'd say it's like a big Winter Soldier Civil War copy paste, because if you watch what Steve has to go through by defending Bucky, even when, let's be honest, mostly everybody in the movie and even some of the audience are like, Steve, dude, like maybe you should calm down here, because Bucky is like so definitively, obviously kind of evil and can be mind controlled into basically killing anybody. I know he's your friend, but we gotta like, blah, blah, blah. And Steve will he fought the German police, right, in favor of defending Bucky. That's some like sacrifice shit. He gets arrested. He's desperately trying to help him all the time. He has to keep taking significant reductions in access, power, status, and name it, basically all in favor of his friend. Sam doesn't have to do any of that. He doesn't have to sacrifice a single thing for Isaiah. Isaiah's just safe in prison the whole film. And I know it's funny to say like safe when someone went in there to shoot him. It's like, no, they weren't successful, and Sam really doesn't know much about that. Oh. He gets told about it casually, and he's like, oh, okay. Point being, of course, Sam.
Well, now
the nature of Steve with Bucky is like integral to the whole trilogy, while Sam with Isaiah here is just kind of awkward. It's at the end. He's like, I did it, buddy. And he's like, hey. It's like, all right.
I think they want it to be like a ticking clock. The idea of all his life is on the line because could get the death penalty. It's like, yeah, but that would take like a while, like for all of that to play out. That would not happen.
And
that wouldn't be in a week. That would take like months and years.
Also, if
it would imply a massive investigation that the film just like doesn't. Like, it doesn't even pretend that there's actually a massive investigation. It's like that meeting with the Ross and Wilson, where that was just it. And then boom, case closed, and it's over. And I guess we're moving on with our lives. Wasn't that a weird, wacky thing that happened the other day?
And like, what might that investigation have turned up? Might it have turned up that there were like massive secret government conspiracy experiments on Isaiah for 30 years, during which he was fucked around with by Ross? Like, putting him on death row is probably quite a good way of revealing things Ross doesn't want to be revealed. But we don't consider that because we're not really going to go anywhere with it. So fuck it.
Also, what fucking insanity to be like testing whether or not we're actually going to give him the death penalty when we don't even know if he was mind controlled yet, which happens commonly in this universe. Like, the legal system would have been uprooted completely in this universe by now. Remember all the issues we went through in She-Hulk with like just the addition of shapeshifters that just destroys law. Like, you're gonna have to really be fucking careful going forward.
This is a mistake. Yeah, this was just a mistake.
Yep, pretty stupid.
It's
And
just
then
this was a
another thing
frustrating
before
movie.
this.
It's one of those movies that I yelled at a lot internally.
Hey,
I'm
you
like,
said you
why
didn't feel
why aren't you doing
anything.
this?
You said that you
I
didn't feel anything.
I guess frustration is it's mild frustration. It's like oh, it's like why aren't they doing?
I did have a few of those, but why are you? Oh, fuck it moments. So it's like you almost get frustrated, and then you realize what's
Yeah,
the
kind
point?
of.
Yeah.
Like
We do that all the
it's starting
time.
to the frustration arrives, and then you're like, oh, why did I bother getting frustrated?
We do the question, why did they write it such that, and then you halfway through your question you'll just be like, I know the answer. This has been the answer for past like fucking 6 years, and I still ask the question. Here we are.
So the final thing in this scene is that Ross he discreetly takes another pill. It's like, yeah, pay attention to those pills, they're relevant. So
Take those pills.
Sam goes to the prison, and this guard, he provides him 5 minutes alone with Isaiah, which is like something he can't do. He says he's like, I'm taking a risk doing this. And so he sits
He
down
walked in
with
through the
Isaiah.
front door. Everyone
did.
saw
That's right.
him.
I
You're on
know.
camera.
How
He's
did
there
this
to visit with another
happen?
guy. No, he's there to see someone else.
How has this
He's just
occurred?
visiting. He's talking to somebody other than that guy who's in there for the high-profile attempted assassination of Ross.
If anything, Sam should be arrested for his actions during the events, to be honest with you. He defended the assassin, at least until we can figure out what's going on, but of course we can't be doing that.
Yeah.
It's his movie.
Can't have drama, can't have intrigue. You can't set up this interesting
What do you mean,
mind
man?
control political situation and be like, oh, never mind, lol.
They managed to write it in Civil War where Steve spends the majority of the film on, like, wanted by the government. You know, I say that as if Winter Soldier didn't do something similar. He was wanted by S.H.I.E.L.D., wanted by Hydra. Like, they pulled this shit off, but Sam... Oof, am I on the verge of saying Sam is kind of Mary Sue-ish in this?
Ooh.
He just, like...
No, I see what you mean. He escapes from consequences. Everyone just, like, glazes him constantly. Captain America, blah, blah, blah. You're not Sam anymore. You're Captain America. He kind of inherits everything without really doing anything to earn it.
And he's just got all these tools that he's taken from other people.
Say about it is vapid.
Yeah, because like I've seen some people say that he does a good job in this film. He's charismatic. You can get invested in him as a hero. Like I didn't feel any of that myself. I just felt like no matter what the situation is, he's going to be able to get through it. Like he can't beat a Hulk, and they managed to make it such that like all the strikes that would have fucked him up just don't. That's kind of where I'm getting at, right? Like, he's got the plot armor aspect. He's got the I can solve the situation no matter what aspect. He's got the feigned flaws. For example, where you know, like Ray doesn't really have this, but it's still something I think is compensation. When he says like, "There's genetic data on this computer," and he goes, "Don't make me Google words." It's like genetic, really? That just feels like the writer's compensating.
How are you this smart but stupid?
So it's bullshit. He'd know what genetic means.
There's even an exchange at the very end of the movie where he's literally told by somebody else, you never put a foot out of line. You're always completely on the ball. You're brilliant at everything. You never let the side down. And his response is, yeah, I am.
Yeah, and he says, like, I can't not be because loads of people want this position, so I've got to make sure I do that sort of thing. And it's just like, ugh.
Said, by the way, if I don't do it, I've failed lots of people, he says to someone who just failed. It's like a bit of a dick response.
I feel like the vast majority of the conflicts he has in the movie outside of the Hulk are all kind of easy for him with his suit. Like, he can't be killed. And yet he'll pretend as though he's overcoming it through courage and integrity, and it's just like, I mean, anybody would make these decisions. I don't feel he's tested at all in these films. Or this film, sorry. While Cap, like, you know, sacrifice your life for the whole world, sacrifice your life for one person, then sacrifice your life for that one person when the whole world is telling you you're wrong. That, like, easy to follow 3 major tests that he passes. What, like, Falcon doesn't have to do shit in this film. It's pretty easy.
So he sits down with Isaiah and he insists that he did not conspire to kill Ross. And he explains that when he went to the White House, you know, they went to the White House, he took a photo, his phone went on the fritz, and then he went into the room, and then suddenly he was in the park surrounded by police. And it's like, okay, mind control.
Yeah,
this is where
mind control. Obviously mind control.
They steal a line. They steal a direct line from Civil War in this scene, don't they? Because he's talking to Isaiah, and Isaiah says, hey, I've got no memories. I don't know where I was during that time. And Sam says, I think he says, is it I need you to do better than I don't know? which is what Cap says exactly to Bucky when they're having the conversation in Civil War. And Bucky says, I don't do the Wakanda. I didn't do the embassy bombing. That's not what I do anymore. I don't know what happened. And then Cap says, I need you to do better than don't know. So they are just lifting entire bits of dialogue at this point.
I assume they would say, no, it's parallels.
It's poetry. It rhymes.
I hate the meme of this fucking scene, by the way, that they have him be like, don't help me, don't get drawn into, it's over for me, where? It's just like, no, Isaiah would be like, please,
say that.
find a way.
Get me out of here.
Yeah.
Get me the hell out of here.
But no, they just do the thing, it's like, save yourself, and he's like, I won't leave you behind,
But yeah, that's kind of like the personal motivation. He's gotta help Isaiah get out of here. He's gotta clear his name.
I don't even think that's particularly effective, because if Isaiah weren't here and wasn't involved at all in anything, we've still got 5. This comes up again. It really pissed me off. I know I'm jumping, but I gotta. Okay,
no,
it's been
jump
prompted.
Away, do it.
Those guys get executed, and no one gives a fuck.
And they were innocent.
They were innocent, mind-controlled people. But it's like, well, as long as Isaiah made it, it doesn't matter. It's like, bro, what the hell?
It's like it's not very, because they are as innocent as Isaiah is, but nobody cries for them.
Nobody cares about them. It sucks.
Gotten rid of. Yeah. But,
and to put all this effort into being like, how wrong is it that Isaiah has been mind controlled and framed for this, and we've got to do everything? Like one of the final payoffs in the movie is like, we exonerated him. Fantastic. It's like, what about the families of those men that died?
Yeah, man, they died.
Seems a little bullshit to me.
They were murdered.
Yep.
So as Sam leaves, we see that the god who helped the god that like helped Sam get in, he's helping Ruth. He's like, oh yeah, no, here you go. I've got his entire conversation with him. Here you go. So they're both on the same thing. Because Joaquin just hacks into the camera system at the White House. He just does that.
They had a line to explain it
about it as well.
Yeah, he said, I've done treason or whatever, and it's like, ha 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 ha.
The Sokovia Accords got repealed, Mauler, and She-Hulk. We learned that. Daredevil says that.
Wait, well, that means you can hack into the...
That's right.
Yeah,
so good.
Yeah, I mean, it was a footnote in the treaty.
And so they look through the footage and they see that a white light flashed on Isaiah's phone, and that the same thing happened on the phones of the other shooters. And Ruth, who's reviewing the footage, notices the same thing. Whoa. And it's like, oh, and again, it's like, dude, it's fucking mind control. Like,
yeah, can we just be clear? She notices the incredibly obvious thing that everyone should notice if they ever look at that footage.
And again, as mentioned, she's a former Black Widow, so she, of all people, should be particularly aware of that.
And that doesn't come up. There's no line to reference that. This is what I mean about this movie. It sucks ass in terms of, like, what the fuck did you cut out? I want to see the other 3 movies.
Yeah, the only line referencing, like, her backstory is, oh, that means you shouldn't mess with her.
Yep,
okay, that's great. How are the ex-Black Widows, are their records on file anyway? How does everybody know that she's an ex-widow? Does she just report that to the government when she took a job? Would they have hired someone who was previously brainwashed by Ray Winston? Like, how does that even work?
Right.
And also, where are they when this is all happening? This might have been answered in the movie, and if it was, I didn't pick it up. But where is Sam? Where is Torres when that massive house they're in? What is it?
They seem to just have, like, because the window has like a Captain America. The star is like imprinted on it, so I guess it's just like the Captain America base. I don't know where it is. I guess they've got their own little headquarters.
I felt like calling it the Falcon Cave. Like, it's this bullshit area that's never existed before. But you know, the first thought I had with it was more, where are you getting the funding for this, Mr. Can't Get a Loan? What the fuck is this shit? You've got, like, iconography and merchandise. What the hell's happening?
That's the first thing I would have mentioned, going to the bank and they say, no, you can't have a loan. So, well, I do have a palace. Like, can I leverage that against this loan? Like, clearly, but he's like, no, it didn't work like that, was the explanation given. Then how the fuck did it work? I want to know how you were paid. It's now relevant. You've made this relevant.
He's such a dumb fuck. One of the missiles from Red Wing probably would sell for enough to fix that boat.
Probably.
And then, of
Yeah.
course, a
Oh,
chip
well.
of vibranium, like just even the sleeve of his suit would probably have done 10 times the boat for like with how valuable.
Mhm.
Doesn't It's not important.
He could
It's
sell
fine.
his autographs. He could sell autographs.
Yeah, well, all the obvious shit. I just meant like on his person, he had the capacity to,
No,
and then
that's
certainly in the
true.
Falcon cave.
Yeah, but in any case, so while this is all happening and they discover that it's obviously mind control, but they don't say that, Ross makes a call and he asks if the prisoner is secure. And the guy on the other end, the other end of the line is like, yeah, he is. But it kind of looks like he's I don't know what we're meant to conclude he's looking at, like an empty cell.
I thought
It's
maybe it
like,
was like a
ooh,
wall or something. Yeah, the implication, of course, being
yeah,
that something's wrong.
something's up.
Yeah, because
And
then
so
the phone hangs up and there's that long lingering camera as he
yeah,
says, "Yes, thank you, Mr. President," and the music goes, "Yeah, he's a
mhm.
wrong'un."
It's like,
I love it when
uh-oh.
my intrigue movie tells me all the people I'm supposed to be suspicious of.
Well, it makes
Intrigue
it
is
really
happening.
easy
Look.
on me, you know?
And
It's a load off
so
of
you
my
got
mind.
so Sam's in the car. He's in his giant truck, because everybody drives giant SUVs, and he's driving back
Yes,
to the base. Well, they do. I think isn't like
they do.
80% of
It's a
new cars
massive
sold in America
F1.
SUVs and light
The Ford
trucks.
F-150 has been the best-selling car in America for like the last 700 years. We
And
drive a lot of big
are
pickups.
we to
Yeah,
conclude that everybody driving one of those cars is really using the bed like regularly, filling it up with
regularly.
stuff?
Listen, it's a really useful
You
thing to
never
have
know
if
when
you
it'll
need to
come
move
up.
anything. Yeah,
But
there's a reason
the
why.
isn't the bed on like the F-150 a lot shorter than like old pickup
Depends
trucks,
on.
because old pickup trucks and Utes have two-seater cars?
There's I think it's called, I don't know the terminology exactly, but a lot of pickups. Do you know what, like there's a Ford Ranger, for instance, which is like a little
Hmm.
pickup. It's got two seats in the front, driver and a
Yep.
passenger, and it's got a little bit of space behind it where you could kind of fit two people, but mostly it's just a little bit of storage space, and then the rest of the truck's a bed. Super great car, is really really handy. And then you have like more extended ones that have like a full front two seats, full front back seats, and then the rest of the car is
The thing
the
is,
bed. So
we call
you
them
have
Utes.
options.
What you call
You call
pickup
them
trucks, we call them Utes here. Ute,
Utes?
UTE, Ute. Yeah, a Ute.
Okay.
And so 20 years ago, if you ever saw a Ute, it was almost exclusively a two-seater, with a really long bed. Whereas now you see a lot more cars like the F-150 driving around that are these massive trucks with a bed that actually isn't that big at all. And I always look at it as like, it just, I know that, like, you know what I mean? It's just like, why are you driving that? Like why are you
If
driving that car? I know you're not using that bed regularly. I know
Here's the
that you're not
thing,
using this truck like a
you might
truck.
not have to use it regularly, but when you do need to use it and you've got it, oh man, thank God I
But
have it.
station wagons have like a lot of storage space. And you can't buy them anymore, basically.
Yeah, but they're gay, so
Oh,
maybe you should
okay.
have
All right.
considered that.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm just
But
saying.
no, no, it's
And
fair.
also,
It's fair.
isn't it the case that like
Some people get cars
SUVs?
like that really do never get their use out of it, but a lot of people do.
Okay. Do you think that Sam's getting use out of it?
I don't know.
In
Here's
his
the thing. I don't
SUV?
fucking know anything about Sam Wilson. I couldn't tell you. Yo, that reminds me. I gotta bring it up so I don't forget it later. Later on,
Okay.
when he gets his shield out of the, I don't even know what to call it. Like, it's a GMC. I guess they did a branding deal. He drives that big ass GMC, and there's that scene where he gets his shield out of like a front, like compartment or like a front trunk on the GMC, and they really linger on that as if it's like a commercial feature for that
I mean,
pickup truck.
it probably was product placement, right?
Yeah, it was very
The fact
prominently a
that it had
GMC
the
that he
logo
drives, and I'm sure
prominently.
it's a fine car. It's just like really weird, you know?
So yeah, so Sam he's driving back to the Falcon cave, I guess we're gonna call it that, and he's talking with Joaquin, and he theorizes that the buyer of the adamantium set up the exchange, hoping that Captain America would show up, and expecting that Captain America would then be invited into the White House, and then Joaquin naturally asks like, How could the buyer possibly know that Cap would receive an invite
so
and that the
dumb.
invite would be extended to Isaiah as a necessary part of the plan?
So Sam's reasoning in this scene is that, oh, the buyer must be watching us. So,
Yeah,
okay,
somehow.
fine, but like him
somehow.
watching
That's
you
not an
in
answer.
the moment is not an answer to this question. He's not watching you do things in the future.
But like,
He's watching you do things now.
Well, if anything, watching them would be like, oh, this guy hates the president, and the president probably like he would never accept the invitation even if it was made. Surely, if we're gonna be probabilistic about things, why would you bet on that being the case? That's a really dumb thing.
No, he calculated there was like a 77% odds of if this happens, then this will happen.
Isn't it so fucking funny because they're setting up gradually what we're dealing with in terms of the bad guy. They're already like you know, how could he possibly know that? And you're like, oh yeah, interesting to think about. But it's like, we've already established he can mind control people. Why wouldn't he just mind control President and have him invite Captain America? What are you?
Well, he doesn't have like a direct line to the president or anything, so I don't know why you like saying that.
It's so fucking nuts. There's like he got 5 people in the room to do whatever the hell he wanted. However, obviously he used the power of potential probability to be able to predict all these insane circumstances. What I guess I'm getting at is that there's no reason they should conclude what they do unless, of course, they read the script, which they have.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, that's the conclusion. The buyer must be watching them. And then as Sam rounds the corner, fucking Gus is there and he unloads an entire magazine into his car. It's just like, oh, all right.
Yeah,
hey, Gus,
he's like waiting there at the
here.
crossroads. He's got an AK-74 and just...
This is one of the most obvious fucking reshoot scenes ever, though. It's such a like, and now I'm here. And it's like, what the fuck?
Also, because he crashes his car into another car that's there, and it's like, why are there just a bunch of cars like in the middle of the road with nobody in them?
That was weird.
That was weird.
There was no people running around. Nobody was screaming.
Right.
Ah,
It's because they needed him for cover.
But the police
They
show
needed
up,
him for cover
one
from
random
behind.
car immediately.
One
Well, yeah,
policeman
so-
shows up. Do we even see the policeman?
Well, so-
No.
Don't they get out of the
you
car
see
when
him.
they see he's
Yeah.
fighting a black man? They get out of the car and say, "Is this man bothering you?" And then it's another thing again.
They don't get a chance. He fucking kills them all. It's so weird. And you know, you realize in retrospect, the only reason the police car shows up is to give Sam his chance to jump sidewinder.
Yeah, pretty much. Because he shoots through the car. He throws a grenade through the window and it blows up. And he gets on the radio and he's like, oh, it very much in his Gus Fring kind of, you know, generic villain speak, because unfortunately that's what he gets cast as in everything now. He's like, oh yeah, he's eliminated. Stand by for proof of death.
This was one of those, what the fuck is that? Oh, for fuck's sake, moments for me. It's like, stand by for proof. You can't tell me he's eliminated and then say, now I'm going to find the proof.
Exactly.
That's
That
not
doesn't
how
make
it
any
works.
sense.
You're supposed to be the head of an evil criminal organization that kills people. How do you not know this?
I
But he-
found this whole sequence so fucking awkward because he's so old, man. I love the actor, I really do. Always find that he's wasted in most of the stuff he gets cast in now because he's generic mode basically. But watching what is supposed to kind of evoke the Steve Rogers versus Winter Soldier fight, when it's just guy versus really old guy.
A 60-year-old man.
Like, it's so fucking awkward. I was just like, come on. And I've seen people describe this scene as, like, it's super awesome to see Falcon is so, he's such a superhero even without any of his gear. It's like, no, he's got Wakandan vibranium weave that prevents him from losing the fight, apparently, which you could tell was not the intention.
Yeah.
It's not the intention at the scene at the time. When he gets stabbed with those things, you could tell it's like, that fucking hurt. But he's strong enough to, push through the pain. But it's later on, they're like, oh, we should probably account for that.
For anyone who hasn't seen it, he gets stabbed with a knife and then hit with an axe, and it goes through his clothes, and later he's wearing bandages. So, like, the weave he's wearing didn't stop them. It's just...
It's a lie. I think it's a lie.
So,
I don't think he was wearing weave at all. I think that they said it because they were like, oh, we should probably account for how this doesn't require healing, because he doesn't have fucking serum.
Just to be super clear on what happened, so yeah, Sidewinder throws the grenade through the window and he's like, oh yeah, stand by for proof of death. And then a police car rolls up, he turns around and shoots at them, and then when he turns back around, Sam attacks him and they have a fight, and then Sidewinder throws a knife into Sam's shoulder and then he stabs him in the gut with a tomahawk. And then Sam somehow just like knocks him down and then dismantles his rifle. So these are this is how he attained the injuries that will later be like, oh no, that Kevlar vest, man, that was some good shit right there, protected you. Even
He's
though
actually bleeding. There's blood all over the knife and the tomahawk, and he's like, "Oh yeah, you must have had Wakandan weave." They're like, no,
like, well, clearly not, because it went through.
it's just steel. Steel can't go through vibranium. Oh, this universe.
And so Sam says, "No way you came all the way from Mexico to blow up my car. You must have made up with the buyer." And then Gus says, "The buyer told me everything. He mentioned that if you survived the grenade, there was a 75% chance you would try to talk me down." It's like, what? What the fuck are you talking about?
What relevance is that to anything other than trying to be like, it's the leader, it's the leader?
That's right, yeah. Oh wow. And then Gussie like fires backwards at Sam through his jacket, kind of like, you know, when John McClane in the elevator fires through, and it appears to tag him. It looks like it hit him, because he kind of has to shuffle around, like he shuffles into a scrapyard.
Like he holds his like when he goes around the car, he grabs his chest like he's been shot by this revolver. Yeah. I've shot that revolver, by the way. It's really good gun.
Well, yeah, and and then there's a part where he throws the tomahawk and like Gus shoots it like away. He deflects it by shooting at it. It's like, okay, guys, let's not be so silly. And then he tracks him into like a scrapyard that's nearby, and Gus, he walks in and he's slowly walking around, and he says, "The buyer told me a lot, actually. After he didn't show in Mexico, he agreed to pay me double to take you out." It's like, this is ADR. It is very clearly ADR, because he's like walking through, and you have a long reverse shot from like the back where you can't see his face where he says it, and it's too long. It's like, yep, that's ADR. Anytime in this film, whenever they have the character speaking and you can't see their face for a little bit too long, it's ADR.
ADR.
There's also
earlier.
It makes me wonder what the hell he said initially.
Yeah. During that sequence as well, he climbs up onto a car, and there's this one shot where it's not the stunt double, and it is Gus himself doing it. And the face he has, it looks like you've just asked him to lift a fucking weight over his head. I felt bad for him, because he's clearly like, I'd like to be able to do as much of this as I can. It's like, he's like 65, you know, you're not Action Man, you can't be doing this. And yet they'll keep making him because he's so famously an awesome bad guy.
So, but yeah, then he says, what he doesn't know is I'd kill you for free. How often do you get the chance to kill Captain America?
Captain America.
Yeah, that's a bit cringe.
I really want there to be a scene like this in a movie where the villain walks through monologuing, and then it turns out the person he thinks he's speaking to is just left.
It's not there. Yeah.
Or
I want that to happen.
Or that person just bled out. They're just dead.
But no, he's very much alive, and he pours bleach onto a car battery, and it creates like a thick blanket of green mist. And so then he tosses it. Yeah.
Well, I thought this was like, okay, is this toxic? Because Gus reacts as though, oh shit, it's evil toxic smoke, because like it's battery acid that's smoking. But
I think it would be.
After about 2 seconds, it's not, because Sam uses it as the distraction and gets the better of Gus, and then they're both just lying there breathing heavily as the green smoke sort of permeates their lungs. But they don't die, so I assume it was nothing. But then if it was nothing, why did he react?
He couldn't see. That's all. He couldn't see. But then Sam tosses a knife at Gus's chest, kicks him off the car, and knocks him out. And then at this moment, Gus's phone rings, and Sam picks it up, and someone says, "You're not gonna like what's coming next," before hanging up. It's like, ooh,
whoa,
wow. And that's the scene. And we don't see Sidewinder again for a while. That's it. That's basically him done for another hour.
Yeah, that is basically him done.
And then he'll show up in an hour just to provide exposition. So Ross, he's still in the bunker, and he's speaking to the leaders of France and India, who are reluctant to continue with the treaty, because Japan in particular doesn't want to be involved anymore. They need Japan to come back to the table before they'll agree to sign the treaty. Otherwise, they're going to have to take measures into their own hands. And basically, that's the situation, and Ross decides he needs to leave the bunker because it's important that he needs to be seen. And that's the scene, pretty much. I don't know if anybody has anything to say about it.
It's a scene.
So then Sam returns to his compound, And he tells Joaquin about Gus, and in a very obvious ADR line, he says that Gus is in police custody because I guess when they shot the scene, they forgot to like mention like where is he?
Yeah.
You fought him, and now he's not here. So where is he? It's like yeah, no, the police have got him. It's all good. And so Joaquin he gets him to trace the last call that he received from that mysterious man, and this is where Joaquin tells Sam that Ruth is a former Black Widow. And they're just like, yeah, you don't want to mess with her. But as was mentioned before, none of her history is going to be relevant to the plot.
No.
Like, she's not going to use any of her knowledge to help in
Just
any
on
meaningful
the
way.
setup to this scene, though, again, massive missed opportunity. If you know as Sam that any number of law enforcement could be brainwashed as well, you're not going to be comfortable leaving your key witness in the hands of law enforcement. And from the villain's perspective, obviously we'll get to him in more detail later, but if you're a villain who predicts outcomes, you're not going to be comfortable leaving the one person who can reveal your plan in the hands of somebody if you don't trust that you can calculate the odds of that. So neither character, hero or villain, have a motive to leave Gus in the hands of off-screen law enforcement. If anything, the opposite should be the case. You should have had a beat in the movie where they are taking him to a safe house because they don't trust the police, because anyone could be in on the scheme.
They hadn't hired Gus at this point when they shot the movie. He wasn't part of it yet, so they couldn't do shit with him.
Why is this in the movie? They hadn't hired the actor yet.
And so they're reviewing the footage of the assassination attempt, and this is where it's mentioned, like, why didn't Isaiah shoot Ross when he had the chance? It's like, yeah, that's pretty weird. And obviously this is setting up like, well, then man, there must be a reason why he didn't do it. Maybe they weren't trying to kill him. Ooh. And at this point, Joaquin tracks the phone call to a place called Camp Echo 1, which is in a forest in West Virginia. And Sam concludes it must be a secret military prison.
Gee, this puppy sounds awfully familiar.
Yeah.
Well, that's intuitive. This must be a secret military prison.
We're going to an old military place where secrets are going to be revealed. I don't think they've done that in any prior Captain America
I wonder
film.
if there's an evil scientist with a grudge in the basement.
Oh my god.
Maybe he's a German AI even.
Maybe he's green. I mean, what's his name was green on the screen, so that would be crazy. And so he opens his wardrobe and you see like he's going to put on his new Captain America suit, and you see that the old one's got the cut. Like, it's broken. It's been slashed through, but it doesn't get acknowledged. It's so weird. Like, I don't know why it got cut. But
there's that, but there's also I think this is just definitive. Why the fuck isn't Joaquin getting the fucking hand-me-down suit?
Just give him the old one. Yeah, exactly.
Like, it's better than anything he could wear, even
because
with
that
the little
would be
cut in it.
really awkward.
Well, imagine something happened to Joaquin.
Brandon.
Like, imagine he ended up in hospital or something because of injuries that could have been prevented by having a vibranium suit that you would provide him for obvious reasons.
No.
That would be crazy, wouldn't it?
So, the two basically decide that they're going to go investigate it against Ross's wishes, and they joke about it like, yeah, we're defying the president. And they're going to go on a little road trip.
And the president is the one, like, he's happy. Well, he's not happy for them because they're an unpredictable element, but he doesn't decide he's unhappy with this until later. So at the moment, they are free and at liberty. And also, like, he's allowed to keep not only the suit, but the shield as well, which I mean, it's definitely a thing in The Falcon and the Winter Soldier. The shield belongs to the government. We are the government is one of John Walker's lines. And I think, like, possession of the shield has come up before in earlier Captain America films where he's, like, running against them. Like, it's symbolically important. And Russ has already told us at the beginning of the movie he wanted Sam and he wanted the Avengers for the optics of the thing. So why the fuck would he be happy for the symbol of Captain America to be carried around by a fugitive, or who isn't a fugitive, but someone who isn't on his side? Why is nobody reacting in the way that they really, really should be reacting based on everything they've told us?
Because the MCU is considerably more immature now than it used to be. I think it's that simple. They don't even consider the notion that it is the government's property. Like, that's absurd. They'd be like, what are you talking about? Steve gave it to him. It's his. He can do whatever he wants with it. That would be it. I imagine that would be their explanation. Boring.
And that's his thing. It's a superhero thing, so it's his, right? It belongs to him legally.
That's right. So Ruth goes to the prison because she wants to speak with Isaiah and the other shooters, and then she sees the guard that she had spoken to previously. He walks up to the door, opens it, and just kills the other shooters before blowing his brains out.
Yeah,
but she has time to stop him doing that. Like, he pulls the gun and he stands there, like, aiming the gun, and she says, "Hey, what are you doing?" And then he shoots the prisoner, and then she says, "Hey, put the gun down." Like, you could have preempted this by...
Not really Black Widowy, but
I don't know if it might be just really bad editing, but the fact that she pulls her gun before he starts shooting means he should have died before killing all of them.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the editing is like, oh well.
But no, look, it's not a dead end because she hears the song playing through his walkie-talkie, his little radio. It's like, oh, that's ominous. It's not mind. Look, it might be mind control. We don't know that for sure yet. In any case, on the Air Force One, Ross he's riding his exercise bike, but he picks up the pace because he's not doing so well. But he goes a little bit faster when the door opens and Taylor comes in. He's like, "You got to tell the doctor I rode for 5 miles." Obviously trying to draw some amount of attention to his health not being great. And so Taylor tells Ross that international travel it brings security risks which are difficult to account for. But again, Ross, in his recurring line, "We got to save this treaty." He every scene he talks about the fucking
Look, the man loves
treaty.
his treaties, okay?
It's every single time.
Well, the film
It's
is about
funny.
his legacy. The villain is trying to destroy it. He's trying to protect it.
Well,
The
no, we're
Avengers
not there yet.
attempt
We're
it.
not there yet. God damn it!
So
Yeah, goddammit.
I
We
brought it
don't know
up because
about
it's relevant.
the editing yet.
I've
We
talked
don't
about
know
the
that.
ending already. I already talked about Hulk.
No. So so it's at this point that Taylor tells Ross that Sam and Joaquin have gone off the grid. Like, that's happened. It's like, oh, okay.
You know how
And Ross,
you just go off the grid.
It is as simple. Literally, the movie
As
says
we
it.
all do.
They ditched their smartphones.
Oh, I
and so
love
they're
that
now
line.
off grid. Just
They-
fucking use your eyes. God damn it.
The fact that the idea is like, yeah, we could track them easily if they just had their smartphones. It's like, okay. You're not very impressive, honestly, if that's what's required. It's like you guys can have one eye on them at all. There
You
should
have
be
the
eyes on
money,
him. He's an
US
incredibly
Secret Service.
Falcon right now is a bit of a crazy element, and they should obviously have had people following him after this event, especially with what he's threatened to do.
it's at this point that Ross decides, yeah, get a team, find him, and bring him in. It's like,
Yeah.
man, if only you'd done that earlier, then the whole film would be totally different. But good thing you just allowed this obvious opposing agent to work against you for a while. And so they're driving to Camp Echo 1, and Joaquin receives an alert that all the shooters besides Isaiah have been killed. And Sam's conclusion is like, well, we got to keep going, because he assumes that receiving this notification is like, we're not going to take the bait of going back. It's like, what? Is there any reason to believe that there's any correlation between this event happening and you heading to the base? Isn't that like a massive leap?
And let's be clear, the decision to put Isaiah in his own cell, probably because of like the serum or whatever, actively just saved his life in this scenario. Like, incredibly lucky, by the way, because if she had chosen to visit at any other time, Isaiah might have just been killed.
So, Owen, I've just been reminded that someone in chat says, how does one get news if they're off the grid? That's a good point.
Because we see Torres is playing Snake, is it, on an old flip phone, but he still gets news alerts through on his non-smartphone.
Well, yeah, non-smartphone. Very, very clear. Smartphones you can track. You can't track off-the-grid non-smartphones. Crazy.
That's pretty stupid. And so, meanwhile, Ross receives a call from Stearns. Oh my goodness, he's standing in the shadow. You can't see his face yet. And he reveals that he was responsible for the assassination attempt. And so Ross desperately argues that he helped Stearns more than anybody else did. But Stearns rebuts that he only did this to advance his own interest before leaving him to rot in prison.
Whoa.
And he says he's furious that he had to watch Ross's betrayal written in probabilities, and declares that once he's done, everybody will know who Ross is, and Betty will despise him even more. And he hangs up.
No, not
Like,
Betty.
ooh, development.
You should have said Betty, my daughter.
My daughter,
Betty?
right.
Betty, my daughter?
Just in
My
case.
love?
But I mean, isn't it pretty funny that it's already revealed? It's like, okay, so this is the guy in charge, and he's using fucking mind control, obviously.
Yeah.
It's like, it's been revealed before it's been revealed. It's just
Pretty
really
much.
silly. But you don't get to see his face yet. We'll save that for later. We'll save that for later. And so Ruth puts Isaiah in solitary confinement, which he's not happy about, but you got to protect him. And but it's clear at this point that she now doubts that he was responsible.
Well, yeah, but I find it bizarre that he spends the whole scene like all they could do for him dialogue wise is I'm not going to solitary, I'm not going to solitary, I'm not going to solitary. First of all, he is. Secondly, why would you not want to? Those guys just got murdered. Like at this point, there's every reason to believe that you're a target. So them putting you in solitary is like maximum protection while simultaneously having you in prison. So I don't know. He's like, you're not going to put me there. It's like, we are, and you should be happy about it. To be honest with you, you're kind of being weird.
Reason, he's getting angry.
They will kill you.
Yeah.
And then in a bit of what is just very convenient timing, Ross calls Ruth and says Camp Echo 1 is compromised. It's like, okay, so what the situation that has arisen is that Stern specifically called Ross at this point. What you get what I mean? It's like, okay, so Sam and Joaquin are going there right now, and they're gonna get there pretty soon. And around about this time, Stearns decides to reveal to Ross essentially that the place is compromised and that he's the one responsible, which then prompts him to call Ruth to tell her that Camp Echo 1 is compromised, which makes her go there. It's like, the timing of that is all.
Why did the leader do that? What was the point? What's the probability?
He sees the probabilities. He knows that he's going to call her specifically, which is actually bad for his plan.
But, I was going to say, so what's the benefit? Even if he levies the probabilities, why did he need all of that to happen that way?
It freaks out. It freaks Ross out, and that makes him happy.
Couldn't you just do that by doing anything else?
Nope. I don't think so.
No, he has to do it like this.
It's a shame, but there's just nothing he could have done.
He's real smart, okay? Don't worry about it.
Right, fair enough.
So, Sam and Joaquin arrive at Camp Echo 1. They break their way inside, which means, like, cutting their way through a fence, getting up to a door with apparently only a 30-second window to get in.
Why isn't he wearing his Falcon America suit?
I don't know.
Because then he'd be too recognizable, Mahler, of course.
It's like, no, we got to be stealth, even though they're pretty loud when they're opening the door. Like, it's pretty loud. but it's okay, nobody noticed. And when they're inside, they're looking, and there's a whole bunch of other cells, but there's nobody in them. And then they find this heavily armored door, and they open it up, and it reveals a cell containing an extensively stocked laboratory. And they start walking around. It's like, ooh, this is odd. And they see that the profiles of several people, including Isaiah and the shooters who are now dead, are taped on the walls. It's got their profile. It's got a whole bunch of information about them. And as they're sifting through it, Sam finds a folder that's entitled Ross, and it's got his medical information in it, and a sheet of paper that reads, in pill form, 3 per day, do not exceed. And then he looks at a container full of pills, which are actually, like, not as relevant as you would think that they would be. All things considered, with where it goes. You think that this would be super important, but it actually leads to a fucking dead end eventually, which I find pretty amusing. But there's no Stearns. He's not there. I don't know where he is. He was there, so where the fuck did he go?
Hiding.
He's hiding in probability.
Yeah, that's right. And so in Japan, Ross meets with the Prime Minister of Japan, who believes now that Ross stole their adamantium as part of a ploy to bring him to the bargaining table. And apparently he has, like, intel which verifies this. It's like, I don't know what that means.
Yeah, it's very.
So this is an international incident, then, right?
Well, it's pretty funny because it's like the film doesn't know what to say because Ross is like, well, you're a fool, you're being played. Like, why would I order Captain America to retrieve a package that I stole? And the Prime Minister says, I suppose we'll never know the truth. It's like, what?
Why would we? Aren't you invested in finding? Why are you saying this investigation is closed and Japan no longer cares? Lol.
This guy does this multiple times. He's like a hyper retard as a result of the writers. This happens in the third act where you know, the nature of, like, who's firing the missiles, who's giving the orders, and the president calls him personally and says, it's not me. We are doing everything we can to stop it. Then he's like, well, if it's not you, then who is it? See?
Oh, you don't know? Huh?
Yeah, like, literally, like, he's like, I'm right because you can't prove who actually did it. It's like, what the fuck logic is that?
In the absence of information, we will declare world war.
Yeah.
It's not so sensible
stupid.
from a foreign leader.
It's a safe bet, all right? When in doubt.
I just entirely don't understand this. It's like, oh, I have intel you stole. It's like, that doesn't make any fucking sense, dude. He's like, Yeah, I guess we'll never know the truth. Anyway, we're out of the treaty. It's like, what? Okay.
But he also he answers his own question. He leads in with this, with the answer to his own question. You stole it as a ploy to get me to the negotiating table. So he's already answered the question that's posed back. Why would I do that? Well, it was a ploy to get you to the negotiating table. So have him stick to that theory, if you like, because then it gives Russ something to try and disprove. But having him retreat to, I guess we'll never know, but you're a dick. That's just shit.
And also, we're pulling out of the treaty. It's like,
and the fact that we don't know, it's better to have war at this point. Yes, it's true.
How many movies out there where it's like a murder mystery or like an NCIS or homicide investigations? How many of those episodes and movies would end prematurely if all of a sudden, wait, why would Dr. Johnson want to set up his wife to be the one who committed the murder? Well, I guess we'll never know. Credits roll.
All right, nailed it. Yeah.
Back at Camp Echo 1, Joaquin finds out that the prisoner, whoever they are, has the genetic data of, and he says, like, all our people. I don't know what we're meant to conclude from that about how many people are compromised.
Well, I would just say that if we're reasoning that he's gotten it from like official files from hacking into like government systems or whatever, then he should have everybody. No reason why he wouldn't.
Okay.
Which obviously makes the film significantly worse, but that's fine.
As mentioned before, for some reason, the idea that he has genetic data is confusing to Sam, which is really weird.
Oh, it's clearly a reshoot for a joke, but the joke makes him retarded. Like, he doesn't know the word genetic. Like, fuck off.
Come on. And so Joaquin, in response, explains the prisoner has figured out a way to plant commands in people's subconscious using flashing lights and triggering them using a Mr. Blue song. It's like, oh, okay, some brand new crazy shit that's been introduced into the MCU.
Another form of mind control.
Mind control people.
Throw it on the pile.
And so, Joaquin begins downloading the data. But as this happens, Stearns, he reveals himself. He reveals himself from wherever he was hiding, and he states that there was an 89% chance that Sam would walk away if he put Isaiah at risk, odds which Sam defied. It's like, oh, okay. And so we're meant to conclude that the reason why the plan saw Isaiah involved was because it was more likely than not that Sam would like not investigate because of that.
That's some actual Thrawn shit where it's just like, you know, the opposite is true. You threaten his friends, he's going to leave and not do anything. It's like, that's the opposite of true. You know that. Why did you say what you just said?
Doesn't make any sense. And
it's also a quick word for the, like, I don't know if anybody else found this. I laughed quite a lot at his villain reveal because
a lot of people did.
Yeah.
So
I wouldn't be calling attention to my villain design the way this movie did if my villain was designed like this villain is.
So what happened?
Who was the Who was the Suicide Squad villain? What, Brainiac? Was that him or?
In the
you're talking about the Thinker.
The Thinker, yeah. There was something about him where it's like that works in a way, you know. It's like when I see.
I mean,
the
tonally,
Thinker,
the film it matches way better than this does. Right, because it's like there's a goof-tastic element to it, but everything is a bit goofy.
It's treated very seriously, and the stakes are high, and you know that people can actually like die. Where in this, it's just like, oh, you're a floopy guy.
So he reveals that he's the buyer, and he says that hiring serpents was necessary to set in motion a chain of statistical certainty. And he says that he was imprisoned without a trial after an infusion of gamma warped his brain, and then he turns on the light and he reveals himself and his bulbous head.
It is like, imagine the top of some broccoli and you've kind of got the design.
There's that.
It would have been better if they saved his reveal for way later. And let's assume he looked like better, but they actually kept him in darkness for like the entirety of the scene, so we don't actually see him. But wouldn't it fit like thematically better if he kept himself physically shrouded in darkness? If he was the one controlling the strings behind the scenes, isn't that just like the obvious, like, you know, narrative move from a filmmaking perspective that would work better, and we don't have to see his cringe face as quickly?
Well, so did you guys know from the Funko Pop like leaks that this is the second design they went with? They had a completely different one.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
Do you
wait.
understand what kind of a crazy world we live in
I
when you
know.
can just say the Funko Pop leaks and we just accept that as
You'd be
being part of
surprised
our
how many
lives now?
leaks come from Funko Pops. It's not the first time. Like
I can believe it. I think
common.
Nerdrotic was talking about this once, where he said they have to be really secretive with like merchandising and things of that nature because that has to get planned in advance. So I can believe it. It's just like it's like a joke, but it's serious, you know.
But yeah, he had a much more conventional, like, big head with... He had, like, hair. That was the idea, and then they went with this one that's, like, annoyed everybody.
He just
Mutant
really
broccoli is
silly.
kind of the way to go with it.
That's right.
Pretty
much.
There's the reveal, there's a pause, I think for shock, but loads of people were laughing, and then you have... I think... Doesn't Sam say, like, damn?
Yeah, he says "damn," which is like, why can't you
like
fucking take your film seriously?
Yeah.
God damn it, man!
It's really
Like he's a
awkward.
murderous killing guy, and he's evil behind the scenes, and he's caused so much suffering, and he might lead to your friend Isaiah getting killed, and you're like, damn, isn't it crazy that this guy looks weird? Thunderbolts. What are we, some sort of Suicide Squad?
He continues to explain his evil plan. He says, once Ross discovered how useful he could be, he kept him in prison for 16 years, using his knowledge to solve his problems, which saw him climb all the way to the White House. So it's like, oh, so every time that when Ross was dealing with everything that was going on in Civil War, fucking Stearns was there helping him out.
That was all under Stearns' recommendations.
Well, so it sounds like Stearns fucked him over. Why couldn't he predict things more accurately?
Yeah,
Why
he got outplayed in that
here's
movie
what
several
Cap's gonna
times.
do with the Accords, by the way. Just to let you know, here's what Cap's gonna do.
When Ross said, like, you know, when Tony's like, oh, yeah, let me bring him in, he should be like, wait, hold on. All right, Stearns, what are the odds that if Tony goes, that it all goes to shit? It's like, no, I guess that was happening, and he just got it wrong.
Also, how did things change? How did he escape?
What now? How did Stearns, like, he just enacted his plan, basically. That's
so they don't give us anything on that, because like however he was keeping him imprisoned, you know, it just didn't work anymore.
Whoa, something that's
he's not treated like a prisoner. They say he is, but he's not treated like one.
Something that's revealed later is that the Red Hulk plan was set in motion for years, not months. That was in motion for years. He had for years been increasing the gamma dosage of the pills, which that's where that goes. So like none of it makes any sense, and this is yet another instance of you have now created a new history that like necessarily would have had an impact on particularly significant moments in the MCU up until this point, namely Civil War, Infinity War. Ross is relevant. And it turns out that Stearns was also
Black
there.
Widow, you would have had access to him as well.
That's right, and Black Widow, yeah. So why didn't Stearns tell him there's a probability that Natasha's not there? She's on a boat going elsewhere.
It's funny. Someone just mentioned it. It's true. It's like, so they've retroactively made Zemo even smarter. He outsmarted the leader.
Yes, pretty much.
All right.
Yeah.
Take the wins where you can.
This is pretty bad.
So the only thing you can really do to get around it is to lean really, really heavily on, well, of course he didn't use the predictions for any of the plot relevant stuff we saw in earlier movies because he was so exclusively focused on tearing down Russ that he didn't give a shit about the extinction of half of the planet, for example. I don't think that's tenable, but...
Because we're meant to conclude that he wasn't tearing down Ross at this point. Like, he was helping Ross because he was still on his side, essentially, because of the promise that had been made to him that will be revealed in time.
Oh, yeah.
It's like he simultaneously was working against Ross while also working with Ross for, like, 16 years.
Mm-hmm.
And also, at this point, you'd be like, wait, Stearns... Because I got mentioned before, Stearns took the fall for what happened with Abomination. That's some fucking bullshit, isn't it? Like, that wasn't his fault, really. Right?
Good luck convincing.
Well, as we went over, there would have been way too much evidence to point to the contrary anyway. Too many people knew what happened.
Tim Roth made him inject him, like, with the serum that fucked him up. It's like, how are you blaming him for that? Like, you know? Like, why would he have gotten the fall instead of Ross? You know, if it was going to be anybody.
We kind of have the issue that we have in a believe it or not, a Dead Reckoning, where you have, if you're gonna have your villain be super duper smart to where they can predict a bunch of stuff and they have a mega brain capabilities, the plot it wouldn't have gotten to this point and it wouldn't unravel in this way, because he would have obviously, if he wanted to get out of prison, he would have got out of prison. He's super insano smart, and he wouldn't have been in this position to begin with because he would have orchestrated this all beforehand. He wouldn't have had this relying on what it's relying on here. You can't have this plot happen.
And if he's this capable, why is his plan what it is instead of just taking over the world? It seems like he could just go and do that now.
Oh yeah, there are so many easier. Even if again it was just focused on tearing Ross down, there are so many other ways he could do it that are less convoluted than the one he went for. Like if he's got access to all this information, he already has everything he needs to take Ross down and his legacy. But it's very important to him that it happens in accordance with this movie, I suppose.
Oh, and as a few people have pointed out in chat, I guess Bruce had like no interest in, sort of helping out Stearns in any way, shape, or form.
All the people who should have either been involved at some point or should have been involved right now. It was a big list.
Yeah, because I mean, Bruce Banner, he's like around. He's not in a different universe. Like he's just chilling on his island. Why isn't he getting involved in this shit?
No, at the end of She-Hulk, didn't he disappear off into space?
Oh wait, did he go to space or?
I think he did. I'm sure it happened in She-Hulk. He saw a ship flying out.
He went to space, but came back with his son.
Yeah,
Gar,
with his son.
And was that happening at the same time as this film? I don't think so. I don't think it was. I think he should be around, right?
Should be. So should a lot of people.
Yeah. Oh well. Anyway, so it's at this point that Stern says, "Well, if I wanted Ross dead, he would be." So it's like, "Ooh, so his plan isn't to, ooh, interesting." And Sam tells Stearns to back down, which prompts Stearns to know that Ross is allowing. Yeah,
that doesn't make sense. When Sam says like, "Why are you trying to kill the president?" Sam already said earlier that whoever was doing this was obviously not trying to kill the president because.
Oh yes, that's a good point. Yeah.
It doesn't make any for me that feels like two different shoots, two different stories, and they forgot to clean that up.
Whoops. And in any case, in asking Stearns to back down, Stearns notes that Ross is just letting Isaiah remain in prison, even though he knows that Stearns is ultimately responsible, and it's like, yeah, that's a bit awkward. And then Sam lunges at Stearns and gets brought down by a sonic beam on the ceiling.
I didn't know what the fuck that was. Okay. Doesn't he say "Don't be boring" or something?
Yeah,
he does. Which is that's a meta fucking line right there. Jesus Christ.
He predicted that he would lunge at him. And it's just funny. He turns on the sonic beam and then he just turns it off.
Yeah, I don't know what the fucking point of that was.
There's just a bunch of mind-controlled guards that are there now with cattle prods instead of guns.
I hate those so much. There are so many times in that fight scene when both Falcon and Taris should both be dead. Even if they'd had knives, they would be dead, but guns would definitely help. And then later on, they shoot at them anyway with guns. Well, so you know that they're not trying to keep them alive because the FBI people who try to arrest them when they get mind-controlled, they do shoot them with machine guns.
If we could be clear, tasers, especially sci-fi advanced tasers, they fuck you up, man.
They only fuck you up if the good guys take them and use them against the bad guys. Sucks. Right. Slight inconveniences against the good guys.
They're taking cues from Winter Soldier again. It's like, how is Steve managed to survive getting tasered many times? It's he's a super soldier for fuck's sake. Why do you keep forgetting this shit? Neither of you are.
Yeah, they just tase him. Because a fight breaks out. Stearns leaves and they start fighting. And the soldiers just keep using the cattle prods, and Joaquin gets hit a couple times. He's just like, "Oh, that hurt! Damn!" Doesn't do anything else.
Grabs him from behind and wraps a cord around his neck, and then pulls him over a table. So he's trapped on a table, lying on his back, with a guy strangling him. Just stick a knife in him, but no, they come at him with a cattle prod and they zap him a bit until he escapes.
And
what are you doing?
It's a terrible fight.
Something to note is Stern's goal here is to stop Sam, and I don't know that there would be any reason to assume that he cares whether that's lethally or non-lethally.
No, we know for a fact he's willing to stop him lethally because he does 5 seconds from now, or tries.
And if your plan relies on the perfection of your predictions, and this is a person whose actions you have failed to predict, you need to get rid of him in order to restore your plan to some kind of continuity.
So beyond fucking stupid. There's no reason they wouldn't have access to guns, and then it's like level 2. You now fight enemies with guns. So why?
Well, yeah, it's just. It's just funny. They fight these guys with cattle prods, and they naturally win. And then this is what I enjoy particularly. Like the doors have been closed, with the bars, and Joaquin just like reaches through the bars to press a button that opens the door.
Yes,
He can reach it
the room is locked down, but you can reach the unlock button through the locked door.
through the
What
bars.
the fuck is the
Yeah.
point of
Boy,
that?
that's convenient.
And so they just press the button and they're out. It's like, what?
What was...
Okay,
Ugh.
all right.
Like, it's not a
Why would you-
well-designed prison lab,
No.
okay?
And so,
Like, this is
flaws.
the
no,
one.
it's okay, because in the hallway, they're met, Sam and Joaquin are met by a dozen more mind-controlled soldiers. And then Ruth just shows up, and she's like, all right, guys, stand down. And they attack her, and she somehow manages to fight them better than Sam and Joaquin managed to.
Man,
And she's so tiny, it looks
She's-
embarrassing.
She's so tiny.
She's got no leverage. She would
she's
weigh like
really
80
small.
pounds at most. She's so
small
tiny.
and
She's
scrawny.
really small.
Oh, we can't. You couldn't have cast a big fucking woman.
Yeah, like I don't know how many ways we can emphasize it. She is like notably short. She's really, really
I'm not
small.
She's
exaggerating.
conspicuously short and scrawny.
It's like watching a teenager, but essentially a kid, just beating up all these men all in a row. And you're like, well, what's their super strength power? And you're like, none. They're trained as a Black
None,
Widow. You're
seemingly.
like, oh.
Like,
It's not great.
It's just ridiculous. And of course, it's just she takes out more of them single-handedly than Sam and Joaquin managed to do working together with the shield.
A good way to summarize what they should have learned when filming this. Do you remember there's a part where she grabs a guy with her two arms, lifts him up off the ground, and slams him down into the floor? Like, actually impossible for her. They would have had to have done that with wires, and they would have had to have realized, oh yeah, because she can't do that. Like, obviously she can't fucking do that. It reminds me of there's some stuff like you get videos of it, right, with the big fat kid who's like getting bullied by some shorter, thinner, but still more aggressive kid who's like, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. And then the big fat kid will just stand up and pick him up and throw him, and the kid is done. It's just like you've annihilated. Like, people really underestimate, I guess, how important weight is overall in like standard combat.
Weight
especially
mass is really important. Yeah.
It's just
It's not just padding, it's the resistance to being moved and picked around. It's just the force you can generate. Being a big guy it's just really, really advantageous.
Well, that's a reason why there are weight classes in sports.
Yeah,
Where
it's just
people
not
fight
fair
each
to have
other.
lightweight versus heavyweight. It's just not fair.
But no,
She
gets him.
the actress is 5'2".
I don't even know that she's 5 foot. I feel like that might be a lie. Like she did not look 5'2".
Really, really small.
That's really
Anthony Mackie, and I don't know how tall he is. Maybe he's like above average height, but she looks really small compared to him.
They might have shot her in a way to where she didn't look shorter than she really was, but they're playing on hard mode, hiring a 5'2" actress.
She's also not just short; she's very thin.
She's scrawny. Yeah.
Like, to the point where, you could probably break her arm pretty easily. Like, not that you ever would. I'm just saying that she's supposed to be a fucking crazy battle person, fight a bunch of armored, aggressive, lethal, mind-controlled soldiers. It's just, yeah, it's hard to believe. And by the way, we were just very clearly criticizing the hell out of making Falcon and other Falcon win their fight when they shouldn't have too. This film's filled with it. It's all crap.
Hers is just conspicuously conspicuous
Yeah.
in how conspicuousnicity it has. It's crazy.
And yeah, it's just
well, we because we
yeah.
rewatching the Winter Soldier right at the beginning when you see Black Widow going around beating up guys. She's not like tiny, and she's fit, and she's jumping on guys. She's spinning around. She's getting the drop on them. She's using her gadgets, and you're like, yeah, I can believe
way
this.
better. Yeah, they put way more effort into it, and she's got a little bit. If you watch that scene again, just a little bit of desperation in there. She's coming close to almost losing. Same for Civil War when she fights those guys near the beginning. She does almost lose that fight essentially with Crossbones. But yeah, there's things you can do to make it much more believable. They did not do any of those things in this scene.
Well, no, it's just winning through like brute force mainly, which is just kind of
the opposite
comical.
of what it should be. Yeah.
But yeah, now this is a team. Stearns is gone. He's in the wind, and Ruth is talking like, oh, we gotta set up like roadblocks and stuff. And she's now basically helping them because she realizes that they're right. But as they get outside, they get arrested by a bunch of FBI guys on Ross's orders. Um, and as they're there, the fucking Mr. Blue song just starts playing over the radio. It's like, oh, okay. And then Sam's like, quick, like, get my handcuffs off. As they're turning into mind control dudes. It's so silly.
Yeah, like for anyone, you need to understand where everyone. It's like you have several agents, her, and then the two Falcons, and the song plays. You know how quickly that shit activates mind control people. In the process of them being able to pull up their guns and start shooting, both of them get unchained or untied, whatever the fuck they've got them in.
At least Sam does.
Only
I think
Sam does,
Joaquin is he's still handcuffed, but still, it's at least Sam gets his off.
And they get moved into the car that drive away. Like and
they grab the shield, and he throws the shield and knocks like 3 of them down before they can start firing, catches it, and then they start firing as they run over to a different car.
And of course, you're only thinking to yourself, like, man, if only you'd had the fucking lethal dudes with the guns earlier when you had the jump on them completely. Oh well.
And also, I guess so. Stearns has their info too.
Yes,
these the FBI guys that got called in. It's like, oh wow.
Imagine he had Falcon or Falcon 2 or girl, like, which he should obviously have.
Doesn't Stearns later on in the movie anyway have like another sonic device that actually is so powerful it can stop people's hearts and just kill them? That seems way more efficient than I'm going to use a song to mind control some goons to shoot the people before they escape.
Why didn't he mind control them before they captured them? Why after?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Listen, all you little pea brains trying to analyze the plan of a mega genius as if he hasn't accounted for all of these things. Jesus, listen to y'all.
But a sense you get is this scene is superfluous. They get captured and then they're not captured 1 minute later. It's like,
and no one cares about all those men that just like either die or get mind controlled or we never see again. Like it's never. They're all goons.
Yeah, exactly. It's just pretty silly and pointless. And
more plot armor here is when they're when like the 4 of them have their rifles and they're shooting at them in the truck, and
that truck should
it's
be
just
fucked.
The plot armor is off the it's insane the amount of plot armor that Sam in particular has in this movie.
It is about as bad as when Steve was fighting the machine gun guy, the minigun guy, and he just doesn't aim for his legs. It reminds me of that. So what are you doing? His legs are right there.
He also said to go for your legs.
That's right. And nobody and Spider-Man was the only one who ever did that. Nobody else gave it a try. So Ross gets told that Japan's claim is true. I don't know what that means. About the intel. I don't know what that means though. Someone help me out. What does that mean? That their claim is true about America being involved in the plan with the adamantium. I do not understand what this means.
The internal investigation based off of what Japan said confirms that what Japan said is true, and they're trying
Which is that America set up the adamantium theft to bring them to the table.
But
is this something the leader is doing? Like he's framing?
I don't know. I genuinely have no idea. I don't know
he mind controlled an unnamed, unseen government official to arrange this to happen.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe?
Probably. You know
this
what?
Is me
I'm
writing
almost
on
certain
behalf of the movie.
It's probably a cut scene. Like it's just gone from the
You're
final
probably
cut.
right. Yeah, you're probably right because they mentioned that it was mentioned when Ross was doing the speech that there was like a research base set up by Japan in the Celestial Island. So maybe there was a scene there of taking it. You might be right, actually. In any case, Japan is now advancing its navy on Celestial Island. And Ross has got these 2 aides, and they're arguing back and forth about what they need to do. And he sits down, and he's looking around like perplexed and frantic. And then he slams his hand on the coffee table, and it breaks. It's like a marble coffee table.
Which is really weird.
And nobody seems to care. Like
Ross hates his aides, okay? He can't stand the aides that he has.
They are very annoying, to be fair. But I'm also slightly confused as to why the fleets aren't already there, given that the premise, as Ross sets up for us in his opening speech, is that nations have been contesting the Celestial for months/years at this point. But I guess that didn't extend to moving any military personnel anywhere near it, because we need a ticking clock.
I'm a bit amused by the way that the Eternals and the Celestials and everything, they just don't have concern for the corpse. Nobody does. Like, it's all just, it's whatever. They're doing stuff in their own shit.
The reality is, I'm sure we might have talked about it when we briefly talked about Eternals, but the idea is that the Celestial is like born out of the planet and then breaks out. If there was
destroying the planet typically,
it's almost like they treat it as though the all that exists of the Celestial Island is like the part that's popping out. It's like, no, there is a Celestial like in Earth, all the way to the core. It's like that surely fucks up.
Well, and it getting that
and
far,
right?
That far should have basically destroyed the planet, or at least caused immense
game over.
horrors for the whole world. Yeah.
Well, and I mean, we have to conclude that in the last few years there has been like no further development on it because remember there was a Celestial that showed up at Earth. It grabbed a few of the Eternals and then it left and it's like, oh, I guess there's just Celestials.
There's just so many events that the whole world is like, that was weird, and no one talks about it.
It's crazy. Okay. Someone really should do something about this.
We're the Avengers.
So
doesn't it seem like the obvious thing? Because it happened in international waters. So it wouldn't just like the obvious go-to that the countries would agree to is that, okay, the Celestial Island, it's like the moon, or it's like Antarctica.
It'd be like
right?
Antarctica.
It'd be like Antarctica. Yeah. You can't weaponize it, but all of you can study it, and it's something that we share. Anyone can go there. That just seems like obviously that's probably what
there
would
is a
happen.
treaty to do that for the Antarctic, I think, but like people typically ignore it. So as it starts melting, obviously people are still building military bases around it. They're still moving assets toward it as like a big geopolitical like conflict brewing as the United States and China and all the polar nations start moving their fleets toward it because they know it will be valuable later. So the treaty is kind of only important insofar as somebody is willing to enforce it with arms. But that's not the treaty they're talking about in this movie, because that's just about the equitable distribution of adamantium for some fucking reason. So they should already be there. There should still be military forces all over the place. And the Wakandans should be interested, and the Aztec people should be interested, and everybody else should be interested, because it's so important.
Namor should be like, hey, it's in the ocean, it's mine.
Yeah.
That's right. But it's in a different ocean, though.
Okay. All water
There's
is
only
mine.
one ocean. Yeah. It's all ours.
So Ross orders a carrier group to be sent to Celestial Island because if only one country will get adamantium, it's gonna be America. And then he tells Taylor that he wants to go to Celestial Island himself because he's gonna be a wartime president now. Like, oh, see, he's getting mad and he's making crazy choices. The ominous music is playing. Ooh, he's losing his mind. That's the scene. So Sam,
scary stuff.
He heads over to Norfolk, in Virginia to meet with his guy, that Dennis fella, the military guy that was helping him out. And then it is noted like, well, wait, some of his men could be compromised, and so Joaquin just like plays the Mr. Blue song over the intercom.
Yeah. So if he didn't know, and if anyone else didn't know, if anyone there is ready to go brainwashed, he's just set them off and they all have weapons, so we could just get everyone killed. That's what you just did.
And they could either kill one another or they could all kill themselves.
Yes.
Or they could cause incredible or they could say, oh, they're over here. It's using the radio. Oh, Mr. Brainiac Man, they're over here. Here's where they are. They're over here.
Also, did we ditch the flashing lights element of this at some point along the way? Wasn't that also supposed to be important?
No, we ditched that.
Okay. So basically the idea was meant to be that the flashing lights conveyed the commands and the music sets them off. That's the idea. One's got to come before the other. Which is funny because it feels like you don't see that really much at all, other than in that first assassination attempt. So, yeah, kind of silly. And it's meant to be a joke. It's like, haha, well, yeah, nobody's here. All right, cool. And then Sam asks the Dennis guy to investigate the pills that he retrieved from Stearns from his little lab. And so then Sam goes and speaks with Gus, and this is where he explains that he survived the tomahawk to the gut with his like Kevlar vest. The very bizarre and confusing scene where it clearly penetrated, but whatever. And so then in exchange for a reduced sentence, because Gus is like, I want full immunity. It's like, nah, fuck no.
Also,
and then,
I'm
okay,
Captain Falcon.
also-
I have the ability to grant you these things. So
yes, he has the authority. He has the
don't you
authority
know
to
I'm
do
Captain
that.
America, as has been told many times. I could just do this. This is within my legal jurisdiction.
And so basically, Gus explains that his old unit had found Stearns in Harlem, and that he, in being infected with Bruce's blood, enhanced his mind. Instead of removing the gamma from Stearns' blood, Ross upped the dose and used him to solve his problems and create technology and weapons for the government. And so Sidewinder, Gus assumes that Stearns did this because he believed that he would get a pardon once Ross became president. That he's like, yeah, you'll be in jail, but once I get president, I'll let you out. And that, you know, that didn't happen. So the two conclude that his goal must be to destroy the treaty and ruin Ross's presidency.
Isn't that interesting that the guy whose special mega power is predicting things and being like taking them into account apparently didn't predict that Ross didn't actually give him a pardon after all?
Which you'd think that'd be the main thing he'd be thinking about.
Yeah, his main goal is like, oh yeah, you will let me go and honor your agreement because you know like what my entire power set is, right? You understand that's what I do is I account for things and I do predictability, probability
I feel like we
stuff.
could have made that prediction because it'd be like, why would he pardon you and then draw eyes to you and find out that you were an asset he kept in essentially prison that forced a particular result being his presidency? You know, like I'd be worried he'd probably kill me when I become president, or he becomes president.
Well, I think it's all just like it's what a weird like scenario to set up between Ross and him, and I don't know how you fix it other than like redraft. Like this shouldn't happen.
This is where I was saying earlier is like you can iron out some of the flaws of earlier MCU films. This one is a scrap it, it's dead. There's nothing that's usable in this.
Yeah, at the point where you have to go back and back and back, you might as well just new plot entirely.
There is a bit of an epidemic of very, very stupid writers trying to write very, very clever characters, and it never works, ever. We need to stop having super genius predicting powers, massive AIs. Every time it's tried, it seems to fail. And because it is baked into, like you say, everything about this movie, there isn't really any way of fixing it without just getting rid of him completely. It's just, it is broken.
These writers have a hard enough time being able to write a clever line, let alone a clever character.
This might be a little bit too early to talk about essentially what Stearns' plan was in full, because we can talk about that in full once it's
there is
fully
a
revealed.
Brief flaw with Gus's plan. If you ever find yourself having a conversation about making a plea deal, don't give away all the information that is your bargaining chip before you sign a document. Because Gus basically says, I want immunity. And then Sam says no. And he says, okay, I want a reduced sentence. And he says, yeah, maybe. And then he says, okay, here is the top secret evil plan. And then it's like, okay, thank you for that information. And then Gus says, well, when I get out of prison, and I will get out of prison, I will kill you. I say, well, okay, I'm going to revoke that plea bargain that was just a gentleman's agreement.
Which is also kind of, which is a little boring. It would be interesting if Gus Fring's character was a bit more like, oh, you know, we fought and, you know, you beat me and it's just business and that's what happens. And once I'm, you know, I will get out, you know, I'm a cheeky guy, I will get out and you'll never, you know, maybe we'll bump into each other, but not like
remember,
I
actually said
this is what I will do.
He wants to kill a Captain America.
Yeah, so he'll show up.
Oh, yeah, I guess that's right. Yeah,
5 if that ever happens.
They just needed to redo his whole personality and like character.
Yeah, pretty much.
He could have been interesting. Yeah, he could have been. He could have been like an interesting mercenary kind of guy, but instead he's just, I don't know, just.
But yeah, that's it for him. That's him done. Sidewinder, Gus, he's out. It's funny. So Sam and Ruth are then told that Ross is heading to the Celestial Island with the carrier group. It's like, oh no, we gotta get there as quickly as possible. And as they're leaving elsewhere, Stearns is just at the house of some admiral and just shoots him. Yep. It's like, oh, okay. Who are you? Like, who is this guy? He just shows up at some dude's house. And I guess we're later to conclude, well, it means that he can then call Ross. It's like, oh, but he was able to call him before. So why did he do this? Why did he do this?
And why does he kill anybody? Wouldn't he be mind controlling as many people as possible all the time to increase his influence?
I think so. Nah. No. He's going off the rails.
Okay.
So
Do you think they'd feel
yeah.
like that would be too much of a retread of old plots? Like everyone's a sleeper agent.
Oh,
like
well, then you probably
Hydra,
shouldn't have
or
written it
slipped
such that
into
he's a
the-
mind-controlling
I
person who wants
know,
full
but
control
I
of
know.
everything.
Oh, I know. But is that what their thought process was? Like, well, we can't have them do it that way because we've already done that before, and we got to do ours differently.
I mean, I think they delve
Very
like
valid
they
belief.
have their hand in the cookie jar enough in this film with that shit anyway. The mind controlling. You know, we've had several payoffs with it at this point.
It's very boring mind control too. They don't
Yep.
do anything really interesting with it at all.
Well, the most interesting we ever got
There's
in the
never any
MCU was
intrigue.
Bucky's, and it's been bad ever since. Like all the mind control shit after Bucky has been terrible. You know, having all those little lines and those subtle actions. You know, it's kind of frustrating to think about because it just reminds you of how much Bucky got fucked over. He's one of the like Rhodey,
Also, how much
like
more
so many
interesting
others.
than you things could have been. Like if you were told just as like a writing prompt, the Manchurian Candidate, but the Hulk. Like, there are so many things you could do with that are not this movie, and this is what they did. They thought the most interesting thing to do with this premise was Control C, Control V, and then add in some color nonsense, and that's it.
Pretty bad. In any case, Sam and Joaquin, they go to the Celestial Island with Ruth, and they just go up. They go on the ship and they just confront Ross because I guess they're just allowed to be here.
He
even
once
though-
again just walks
though
through
Ro- even
all
though-
of security as though that's a thing you can do.
even though Ross is telling him like go away, and then Ruth's like, no, I brought him. It's like, all right, well, okay, that doesn't help at all.
Well,
like,
and she's wearing his super suit now, so.
She is her super suit that she doesn't use.
But she's
Pretty
wearing
funny.
it by gum.
But yeah, then Sam just threatens to disclose in front of everybody what he found at Camp Echo 1. So that seems to essentially make him back down. But meanwhile, there are 2 American pilots up in the air that get mind controlled because I guess
Isn't that's like a huge crime, right? Like spilling government secrets out like that? It's like, I'm going to tell
there is
everyone
no
what I
such
found
thing
at the
as-
secret government facility.
Right, there is no
And I was
such
like,
thing as clearance or compartmentalization or anything like that in the MCU.
Falcon should have gone to
That's
jail
true.
like
That's
17
true.
times by now, so.
The Accords
Yeah.
don't exist.
In fact, the
They don't
Accords are
exist.
cringe.
The Accords are gone, so it's all
The
good.
Accords are gone, and they're cringe, and they're stupid, and we hate them, and actually everything is Ross's fault.
But yeah, the two pilots in the air are mind control. I don't know how Stearns managed to get them specifically. Like, I don't know what means he used to do that. I guess
If
they
he's
had a
got the
little
records for
radio that he
everyone,
could play.
all over the government, everyone's health records, then he should be able to mind control all of them. Everyone.
Well, why is he in a
he-
position to gain access to like their technology though? Like,
Yeah,
how does he get
play
their
the
radios?
music over the
This is the
internal
Admiral
comms
guy.
of 2 fighter jets? Oh, is that so?
Oh,
the
yeah,
admiral,
the
who's
Admiral.
an admiral who is back in America has access to the internal comms of fighter
Of
jets
2
flying over
pilots
the Indian
specifically.
Ocean.
That's kind of
Yeah.
the thing, though. He doesn't even mind control that Admiral. He just kills him.
Yeah, he shoots
I guess
him
he
and then
has like
uses the mind
he
control.
picks up the phone and says clearance code Admiral 77136, and it connects him right to it. That's as simple as that.
Okay, whatever. So, Sam, he's talking to Ross, and he tells him about Stern's plan to fuck everything up. And then he asks Ross why Stearns would have his genetic data. And then they have a awkward back and forth, and then Ross yells, like, well, that he was dying, and Stearns had developed a treatment for his failing heart. Because if you remember, in Civil War, he mentioned that he he had heart problems, and it gave him perspective. But it was also that he had Stearns making pills for him.
Well, yeah, I mean, this film is bullshit. The way they were taking Ross in Civil War was that he'd come to realize the mistakes he'd made, and that he sees it in other people as well. That's why he was like leading the charge on making people accountable, because he needed to be held accountable for the shit he did in Incredible Hulk, and he was going to now make sure the world, which works as an antagonistic force with something as difficult to nail down as the Avengers conflict in that film. But now it's all bullshit. All of it was lies. He was manipulating everybody to get to the presidency.
Yep, that is what we're to conclude. He explains that after the fight between Hulk and Abomination, he had to have Stearns take the fall, and Ross continued to keep him in prison because he couldn't risk losing the pills for his heart. So, like,
Nobody
basically,
else
once
makes
he
heart
got to the
medication.
presidency, no, nobody does.
Well, he also
House doctors, they're never going to ask what's in those pills. Nobody ever looks at the medicines a president is taking. That's famously not something that happens.
He also makes clear a perfectly reasonable reason. Doesn't he say something like anyone can fucking hack files or whatever? That's what it's like. We saw they have the medical records for shit tons of people. Why does Falcon believe there has to be a specific reason why you would have Ross's?
Just
Isn't that public information? The health report of a president?
Well, I'm
I don't
assuming they've
actually
got the
know.
specific scans or something like that. But I'd still be like, well,
Okay,
the
yeah.
leader has obviously hacked the fuck out of some whatever, and I'm pretty sure he says like, there's those ways they could get their hands on these files. But Falcon's like, just he's so certain because he read the script. He knows. He's like, you know, you got to give me more than that. I know there's something behind this. I've got no reason to prove it, but I'm sure of it.
It's I don't know what does the film want us to think about, by the way, that like Ross kept him in prison just because he still needed him to make pills. He just kept him there like for 16 years.
Instead of
he was
like, hey,
"Yeah,
could
I'll
you
get
keep
out."
making could you give us the formula for this so that I could have them? That's kind of wild.
Yeah, I don't know. It's but basically his logic is that he needed to survive long enough that he could get a chance to redeem himself in the eyes of Betty, who you might remember as his daughter.
His buddy says, "Oh, that's right, yeah,
That's
cherry
right.
blossom."
It's just like, goddamn, man, you know, like, so, like if I treated this as though it was Ross, it would be like, wow, you've been like assassinated, like completely.
It does.
But
And in a way, it's useful that they have used an entirely different actor because it is essentially like, oh,
helps.
that makes it easier for me to completely divorce you from the old Ross. In fact, it's
Yeah,
just natural.
it
It's
really
hard
does
for me
help.
to bridge the two.
But yeah, their conversation is interrupted by the news that 2 American jets have fired on the Japanese fleet. It's like, oh, well, ripperoonie. Like that's like it feels like at that point it's already over.
You think the first thing would be Ross or someone is saying like they're not with us. They're rogue agents. Like shoot them down if you need to.
Well,
Yeah, I guess the problem is now that if they know that they're mind
Something.
controlled, it's like, well, you gotta try and save them.
it's just funny, right? That we've
That's the thing, they
established
should know it's mind control.
You've established so thoroughly the mind control shit, and then to be shocked and surprised when people are getting mind controlled on your team. You're like, oh my god, what do we do? Ah.
Yeah,
because you'd think because he calls eventually he does call the Japanese prime minister to try and say, hey, it's not us, they've gone
Eventually.
rogue, mind control, etc. But there are so many things you could do way more quickly than that to try and prove your point. I mean, if the stakes are world war, you could shoot your own planes down pretty quickly. Just target them, like prove to the Japanese you're trying to take out the rogue elements. Eventually, of course, they do
That
send.
would be quite a sight, yeah.
You'd think there
Yeah,
might be
I mean-
some remote disabilities you could apply to these ships as well, right? From command. You think that there'd be something that can override, maybe?
Yeah. Some
No, you
situational
can hack
disabilities
minds, but
even.
not machines. Apparently, in this universe.
Hmm.
You
No,
would
we
think
have to
that
send
if this
Falcon.
happened, well, this happened, you just think that there would be a lot of communication going on between very important people explaining what's happening and people wanting to try and de-escalate as much as possible. Like, oh, the Americans are firing on it with just 2 jets. That's already weird that they would only send 2 jets and not say anything or make any demands or like that's weird. That's bizarre.
So they head outside, or before they go up in the air though. Like I think Joaquin says that like Stearns got to the pilots before the system was shut down or something along those lines. I don't know what the hell he's talking about. I know it's an
Oh.
ADR line, but like he says something that I think is meant to address. Oh, he got those pilots before he could get anybody else.
Yeah, because he says like when when he tests out the song on the people who might just have shot him for doing it, he says, yeah, I think I can create something that blocks the signal or whatever the fuck. I think he's referencing that. So I don't know how that works, how it's activated, what he's plugged it into, how it spreads, how he immunizes everybody against the mind control. But like he's supposed, they give him a line to say, okay, it won't happen again, but then it needs to happen again. So they have to then write themselves out of the hole they wrote themselves into to begin with. It's not very competent.
Nope, it is not. But
Well,
yeah, I mean,
I would say, just broadly speaking, if more communication was happening, which is never going to happen in this universe, none of this would
Nope.
even like have consequences, because ultimately be like, so any of us at any point right now could be mind controlled such to sabotage this treaty. Someone is trying to do that. So just FYI, if anything weird happens at all, it's not what you think. Like if someone had just said that to even all the leaders of everywhere.
But they address this later. The logic is like, oh, but Ross can't tell them that Stearns was doing it. I was like, well, he doesn't need to tell them that Stearns was doing it. He could just
Someone's
say
doing it.
Someone is doing it to sabotage.
Someone
What's
out
funny
there.
too, I could totally picture the leaders being like, oh god, you mean the Black Widow stuff? He's like, no, a different thing. He's like, oh god, you mean the Winter Soldier program? He's like, no, it's a completely different
See how many
thing.
times it's happened? Isn't that weird?
The Wanda stuff, the Scarlet Witch thing? No, not that one.
Not that one.
But yeah, they go up into the air and they try to tell the Japanese pilots to return to their fleet, but they get attacked by the rogue fighters. And then Sam tells Ross not to deploy any more fighters as they need to be seen trying to de-escalate. And it's like, oh, okay. I guess there's some logic to that. But
there's
the
not
Japanese
much logic
that would be one thing in addition to a lot of other things that would be happening, like constant communication, open comms with the pilots to tell them to stop. They're not they're refusing us directly telling the Japanese to pull their people out, or to say just like shoot them down, like they're going rogue, shoot down those two pilots because they're going crazy.
Yeah, I mean, would you send the Falcons to communicate with the Japanese before you sent the Falcons to take out the rogue planes, for example? That's like strange ordering, because you could be radioing the Japanese while the Falcons take out the rogue fighters, but they do it in the other direction. So they fly to wave at the Japanese to say, hey, that's not us. Ignore the plane that's about to shoot a missile at your ship, which I can't do. I could do something about, but I'm not there at the moment. I'll get there presently.
Yeah, what do they expect the Japanese pilots to do? It was like, well, I guess I'll die. Like, what? Well, no, they're going to defend themselves, obviously.
Yeah.
And plus, if the Japanese pilots and the rest of the Japanese Navy saw the two Falcons stopping the two American planes of the crazy rogue mind-controlled people, that'd be a head scratcher. That'd make them go, something weird is going on. What the hell is this?
Well, no, but that's not because I mean they just get given permission to fire on the U.S. fleet. Like that's
so
yeah,
like just that.
Now
yeah.
they got to deal with the rogue fighters and this,
Which
and
is
they
so
narrowly
funny.
prevent. Like,
as like a just. Are we filmed? Are you actually like, Japan is declaring war on the USA? Is that what's happening here? Like ultimately, broadly with this situation, or vice versa at the same time? It's just, everyone's already commented on how this political struggle is insanely hilarious in terms of power levels and just how reality would play out. But they've got no choice. The writers, they're too cowardly to portray any other faction right now.
But that's So now you've just got like an extensive action sequence of them flying around, taking out these missiles, and with a variety of crazy means. Like there's a part where like Sam like gets Red Wing to pilot the shield to like block gunfire that's being shot at him specifically. He's just gliding around.
Falcon disables several like ships and missiles just by flying head on into them and slapping them with his wings and stuff. It is some of the lamest choreography for someone who's supposed to like. The reason I'm thinking about this is because on FNT, Shad said like this was one of his favorite scenes. He thought it was like excellent Falcon combat. I think it's like distinctly the opposite of that in terms of like he doesn't have to do anything clever. He's just fucking slapping himself into things.
There's nothing creative.
No, like to chop through a jet's
gives him the
wing.
perfect excuse to be lame.
It's and he can do it all, because he's super overpowered. There's nothing that can stop him. He has nothing to worry about. He doesn't have to be clever with anything. Compare that to Winter Soldier, when he is, to be fair, smothered in some plot armor in terms of everything shooting out of the flat cannons and everything. But he still has to do moves. He has to like deactivate the wings to move in different ways to be able to counter the people who are chasing him. And he does get the wings torn from him, and like consequently for trying to fight the Winter Soldier. There's lots of like things that happen in this film that are just not possible because he's so immune to taking damage in almost all the scenes. The only one that's different is the final one.
He plays like he knows that God mode is on.
Yeah.
All of the tech stuff that he could do with the missiles, hacking into the missiles' guidance systems and stuff like that. And there's, like you said, nothing clever.
Nope.
Well, this could be really tense. Like we've got the tenseness of we got to stop the missile before it hits its target. Oh, there's only two guys and they have their gadgets and they have to do tech stuff to get it to stop. But it's it's kind of weird how he just sort of unga bungas into the missiles with his shield, and that's that.
So I kind of hate it because he's definitively he's expressed several times in this film by himself, his other Falcon, and other people. He's just really fucking good at this. When he's slapping himself into the missiles and exploding all around him, and it doesn't matter because of his shielding, his fucking Falcon friend does the same thing and like nearly dies.
Yeah,
and it's like, yeah, well, you should have thought twice. You should have used this awesome skilly move where you have to, you have to do the kicks and the weaving and the wings. You got to get it right. You can't just waltz into explosions like some idiot. Who'd you learn that from?
Yeah, it's just it is pretty ridiculous, isn't it? It's like, yeah, Sam, he could just like he could just fly through and like slice like the wing off, and it's like, oh yeah, cool.
Yeah.
In any case, while all of this is happening, like Ross, he's trying to. We mentioned it before. He's explaining to the Prime Minister of Japan, like, yeah, the birds have gone rogue, and Sam's trying to stop him, and he's like, I don't believe you. It's like, what? and then,
what does he
like,
think they're
Ross,
leveraging here? Like, he's gonna lie temporarily just to wipe out this portion of Japan's navy? What would be the point?
Yeah, if our plan is to destroy you and attack your country and start a war, why do you think this is the way that we're going about it? We're gonna send 2 pilots to suicide mission into your army so that we can pretend that they're rogue and then have the Falcons go and stop them, all the while we're not doing anything else with our warships and our missiles or anything like that.
We have nuclear weapons. Do you not remember Hiroshima? Like, we can do more than this if we want to. But
it wouldn't be 2 planes. It would be, for the most part, it would probably be all the ships shooting missiles and stuff like that, and cannons and rockets and whatnot. Like, it just doesn't make sense. Obviously, something is up.
And yeah, like this happens. He's like, I don't believe you, and then Ross starts getting big mad. He's like, geez, I'm getting angry. And then fucking Stearns
Good Harrison Ford impersonation there.
Stearns calls him on his headset and is like, yeah, get angry, go on.
It is one of the funniest sequences where he's like tortured. It's running like a sequence where a voice is inside someone's head when he is not inside his head. He's on a fucking little headset.
He's calling him.
All you have to do is take off the headset.
Yeah, like basically Ross stumbles into the hallway and Stearns is like, yeah, come on, get big man. He's like, no, I don't want to get big man.
No, you're making me so angry.
And he's just getting big mad and turning red. And meanwhile, and he's telling him like, because basically at this point, you know, the reveal is, yeah, I've been poisoning you. It's the pills. I got you. I'm getting you. Get mad and you can. And he's like telling him that he can destroy the Japanese fleet with his bare hands, and he should do that and then kill Captain America. It's like, what?
It's insane.
What is going on?
It also plays really bizarrely, though, because it plays as though that actually is what's going to happen. And obviously, everything is sort of set up for this to be the big climactic end battle scene. You've got the big arena, you've got the forces against each other, you've got everyone in play. And then even when Stearns is telling him, you know, I've been poisoning you, basically, and he takes the pills out of his pocket, so he knows that the pills are responsible for this now, you would think that that's what's going to happen. But it doesn't, because they then they don't cut away. The scene ends, he doesn't go big mad, and then an indeterminate amount of time later is when he goes big mad. But by that point, he already knows that the pills are responsible, but he stopped taking them, presumably. Because
there is a line where Stearns is like, well, you can stop taking the pills, but you won't. And that's what we're meant to conclude, that he actually just keeps doing them because his heart, god damn it.
See, I just wonder whether this was the original plan and then they, in reshoots, just added a whole extra bit on the end of the movie instead, which is worse than what they'd built up to.
Perhaps. Because that scene has the notably worse visual effects.
Yeah.
The final fight. This one doesn't look great. There's a lot of it. Like, particularly when they do close-ups on them with their helmets on, they look really bad. Because they're not real. They're clearly not real. Yeah. Oh, and of course, the thing to note, it was already mentioned, so while they're fighting, like Joaquin, he's charging at one of the rogue pilots, and he like destroys it, but then he blows up and he tumbles into the sea and survives somehow, even though he falls from a comparable height as Rhodey did, And when you're falling onto water from a sufficiently high enough height, I mean, you might as well be falling onto concrete. But he survives. He's all good. He gets rescued. We'll see him later. Well, he needs surgery, but he's relatively. I mean, he survives.
He was absolutely retarded, by the way. He just head first dove into a missile.
Yeah,
there's no skill thing
right.
here. He's
but
stupid.
Hey, he saved the fleet, so it's all good.
That wasn't even the nature of that, you know. Like, it's like, Sam, I got no choice. I've got to like tank the shot myself. And he's like, no. It's just, hey, that's not how you just say. No, you fucked it up, you idiot.
No, it's all good. But yeah, I mean, and of course, while this is happening, Ross is getting big mad. But then Sam takes out the last rogue pilot. He gets him, ejects him out. And then he has to he uses like a grappling hook to get the joystick to, you know, pull the jet out of like a dive, and he narrowly doesn't. He doesn't, and it's like, woohoo, yeah, the fleet's been saved, and Stearns, his plan, it's been foiled. He screams. And it's fucking hilarious.
The scream is really funny.
I would like to consider myself to be pretty polite when it comes to you know, sort of etiquette in a theater. I don't like it when people are talking or using their phone or anything like that. I got real close to cackling. I got real close. Like, I stopped myself. I really had to restrain myself from cackling in the theater when he did his scream. It's fucking hilarious.
It's like,
so
with context,
funny.
It's even funnier because it's like, how did you fuck this up? Like, this was the like, how it what? He's just like, ah.
It's so good. It's so good. He's such a goober villain. But yeah, that's his plan foiled, basically. Like, that was his plan. What comes next? That's the contingency. This was his plan, and it's been ruined. And so it's like, okay, so what was the plan up to this point? The plan was, Stearns has been helping Ross for years until he became the president, but then because Ross wouldn't let him out, he developed an incredibly extensive and useful mind control system that he
under
used
everyone's nose.
And then he set up a deal. He had the adamantium got stolen, and then he set up a deal with Serpent and Gus to lure Captain America there to then save the package, which would then see him invited to the White House to visit Ross. He would bring Isaiah, who would attack Ross, which would take Sam out of the picture, but would set in motion the chain of events that would cause Ross to fuck things up with the treaty, turn into Red Hulk, and then destroy the Japanese fleet and ruin his legacy. That was Stern's plan up to this point.
Fucking mad. When the simpler thing to do, you're sitting there, you're in a basement with all of the criminal evidence that Ross is a war criminal who's been conducting illegal experiments on innocent men. Just release it to the public.
That might ruin his legacy. You're
Job
right.
done.
You know what else you could do?
No, but-
Mind control him. Make him do something real bad.
No, so the way that I would put it is Stern's plan is what people erroneously think Zemo's plan in Civil War was, in terms of absurdity and stupidity. Like, what he did is, like, what people think of Zemo's convoluted plan is what actually happened with Stearns' plan.
I don't think many people even know what Stearns' plan was who've seen this film.
Probably not. It is insane and kind of like plainly silly, to where like nobody would take it seriously.
It's tough.
But I mean, that is his plan.
I just never understood it from the moment the film made it clear. I was just like, he could have just mind controlled the president to make him do something publicly terrible, and that would be that. That's it.
Yep.
Yeah.
But instead he did this.
And it doesn't even match him character-wise, because he thinks himself at least somewhat moral, right? Within reason.
He even says he's the hero later.
So why?
He does.
Would he do a plan that is much less effective, much more risky, and involves the deaths or destruction of so many innocent people?
Exactly.
What is the point?
No, he's crazy. He's crazy.
Oh, okay.
He's crazy. But we can talk about him more.
I'm now just thinking, like, could he have mind controlled the president in the scene when the president has all the world leaders in the room at the beginning of the movie and just attack them?
Yeah, that's an idea.
That could also have happened.
Yep.
just make Harrison Ford do some crazy wacky shit.
They could yell slurs at everybody.
I'm wacky, I'm crazy.
It needs to be Hulk related because that's better for marketing. Maybe.
Fine, make him Hulk out with mind
is.
control. That's probably a thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But
I'm hulking.
so this next scene, I want to just summarize it basically, and then we can talk about it.
Okay.
So just bear with me here. So Sam, he's at the hospital, as Joaquin is undergoing emergency surgery, and Bucky enters the room. He gives Sam, and he's wearing a suit, and he gives Sam a hug, and he tells him that what happened to Joaquin isn't his fault. And then Sam, he says that he should have taken the super soldier serum because he believes he's not good enough, and Bucky urges him to say what he's thinking, and Sam says, Steve, he made a mistake. And Bucky rebukes, Steve gave you that shield, not because you're the strongest, but because you're you. You think that if you had that serum, you'd be able to protect all the people you care about. Steve had it, and he couldn't. You're a human being, and you're doing your best. Steve gave people something to believe in, but you give them something to aspire to.
Boo.
Boo. I hate you.
I think it is fucking bizarre that the conclusion that the film makes, that the writers of this film made, is what will distinguish Sam from Steve is that because Sam is a human, people can actually be him, and that makes him, in a sense, a more aspirational figure than Steve. Because Steve has the serum. He's a super soldier. You're not a super soldier, so you can't be like Steve, but you can be like Sam. As though it isn't fundamental that, like, Steve should inspire you because of his values, not that he's super duper strong. And also that it's probably worth noting that Steve started as a notably weaker man than the average person, but became Captain America because of his character, which is something that everybody can aspire to be more like, regardless of whether they're superpowered or not. Isn't it a little silly in a superhero story, given that superheroes are aspirational and meaningful to people, even though the average person doesn't have superpowers and isn't involved in battles against supervillains, can still find those heroes aspirational? Isn't it a little bit silly to then say, no, I've got it. You can be Sam. That's why he's more aspirational than Steve. That's really stupid.
I just can't wait to tell these writers about Superman. Like, they probably haven't heard of him.
Well,
like,
no, you
there's
can't
this guy who has
there's nothing about him that's aspirational.
Crazy, insane powers, and there's people out there who find him aspirational. Like, I wish I could be like Superman. I wish I could have his integrity and his clarity of mind when making any good choice in the world. I wish I could be there for people who need help when it truly comes down to it, and I will provide it. It's like, no, he can fly. You can't fucking fly. Like, oh.
Take the Krypton serum.
But Sam could fly. He's got a fucking vibranium
Well, that
suit.
really is the conceit of it, isn't it? Who do you find is closer to you? The guy with super soldier serum making him faster, stronger, and more agile than the average person. He's like pushed to his maximum limits on all of those fronts. Or the guy with billions of dollars of technology provided by all of these people and countries that you'll never even fucking meet. Well, I feel like I could actually get to go into the gym, you know? And maybe, but like I don't know what I'm gonna do to get myself vibranium armor, vibranium shields, Cap's shield, Ant-Man's fucking mask, and the thrusters, the guns, the missiles, the lasers, the red wings. Like, it feels like you're a little out of my reach.
A special relationship with Wakanda is at least as hard to get as super serum is. It's not like he's no more relatable. He's
More
still
people have the super serum
equipment.
than a special relationship
Yes.
with Wakanda. Yeah,
there are more super soldiers than there are people with Wakandan tech who aren't Wakandan.
So this fails miserably in so many ways, and it's the main aspect I hate about the film because it's just the writers having no fucking clue what to do with Falcon. They didn't know, and this was the best they could come up with, and it was terrible because one, shit's all over First Avenger and all the points that film makes, and it's fundamentally fascinating to do that when that's going to be the foundation for this storyline. Of course it is. It's where it all begins. So nice job on that. And then secondly, Falcon is further away from the average person now than Steve ever was. So I don't even know why they would even pull this fucking stupid card. And then third, of course, you still haven't provided a reason why he shouldn't have gotten the serum. You keep saying it as though it's been properly argued, But no one has any clue why he's not taking the fucking
I don't
serum.
even see why he would need it. Like, having the serum wouldn't have helped him with Joaquin. That was them up in the fucking air.
I was actually going to bring
was he gonna do?
up before in the entire fight. What would have made what serum? What difference would that make at any point in all the fights he's had so far? He's dominated.
Mm-hmm.
And funnily enough, the one fight he's going to be referencing for why the serum would have been helpful wouldn't have been helpful.
Wouldn't have even been helpful. Yeah, wouldn't have helped him. It's really... I think what I find so bizarre is that if you told me you gotta write a Captain America film and Falcon's gonna be Captain America, it's like, you can do better than this. Come on.
Absolutely.
Really? Like, this is the best you could do? You could, like, I would, even though, you know, we've talked about it, I think we basically all agree that it should have been Bucky. You can make it be Sam, and you can make it work. But they can't do it because they can't write.
They won't. Yeah. When they met, they had a shared understanding of their veteran status, what it means to be a soldier in civilian life, about their responsibilities to fellow soldiers overcoming their trauma, all sorts of things like that. And I feel like that all just got completely dropped. That entire angle, that shared soldier experience, just stopped existing.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
Like,
why isn't that
Sam
something
Wilson...
that's informing the way that he is as a leader? That he tries to form those personal connections and the shared camaraderie, and like, you can pull through it. You know, I know what you're going through. Like, I've been there, and you can incorporate that into yourself and move forward and contribute and do good and be happy. It's like, nope, we'll just forget that part of his history. That was 10 years ago. We can't remember that. We didn't watch that movie when we were making that. Well, we watched that movie, but we weren't paying attention to that part specifically. When we were rewatching it to get all of the parallels for our Winter Soldier in this film, we just missed that part. The part where we established Sam's character in his first appearance. Whatever.
Whoopsie.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just, it's imagine how much better the film would be if it was about John Walker dealing with you know, like, he's like, man, I miss Lamar. Like, you know, I feel like I let him down. I couldn't save him. And he looms and he lingers
Which
you
is...
know, he looms above everything that I do. And I don't know that I'll be able to avenge him or something, you know. Imagine if you did that as a storyline. That could be cool, but no, he's the anti-hero.
You know what?
We'll see him in Thunderbolt.
This scene is established, as someone kind of alluded to it in chat. You need Steve to say to Falcon, big man in a suit of armor. Take that off, what are you? And then he just has the crying Wojak.
That's true.
It's but I guess the thing is that it feels like the film hasn't meaningfully spoken to, because I mean, it's meant to be a thing about Steve, right? It's like everything special about him did not come out of a bottle. It was his character, is the content of his character is what makes him who he is. It's just that, you know, what came out of the bottle enabled him to enact that will in a way that was not available to him before. And it feels like if you're going to be talking about Sam, and especially if you want to make a big deal out of the serum, I don't know, you got to be dealing with that. You got to be answering that question, addressing, like, I think it is really bad that essentially the fundamental problem and insecurity that Sam has about being Captain America is, I'm not physically strong enough. That feels like a decidedly less interesting one than I don't feel that I am absolutely, you know, following up Steve. Like, I don't feel like I'm embodying who he was.
If you wanted to tell that story, you can't then make him super strong as a result of his fucking armor. It doesn't work.
Exactly.
The object,
exactly.
Yes.
It's really stupid. This is really bad. I agree with you.
It
Mola.
feels
this is
very...
like the worst part of the movie.
It feels very unplanned. Like they didn't have a concept to shoot for. They didn't have a central theme. They didn't have a story that they really wanted to tell.
Nope.
It's this patchwork set of lines and characters talking about random things, and then shit happens.
And you can make that criticism of Endgame in that they probably didn't have an idea of what they wanted to do with the character when they had Steve give Sam the shield instead of Bucky. Mm-hmm. I think they wanted to do that for reasons that had nothing to do with story, but they have had long enough since then to come up with a character with believable motives
they have had
and
plenty
stories
of
that
time
matter.
to...
That's the thing, right? A lot of those decisions they make in a fundamental sense are all ones that we end up going like, ugh. But you don't have to make the films this bad. Nobody's forcing you to do this.
That's right. I am reminded, because, you know, you mentioned it before, Rags, about this sense of like, what was the idea that they came into this film with. Now might be a good time to sort of point out, like, Sam's role in this film is like really superfluous. The actual central conflict of the film is the fallout of Incredible Hulk. It is Ross and Stearns and their conflict, it could have been Stearns could have involved anybody else at any point, right? Like if for whatever reason his plan saw it that Captain Marvel got involved, nothing changes in terms of the nature of how important she would be to the conflict. Like the idea of the Captain America story in this film is like entirely disconnected from the actual conflict. Isn't that strange? Isn't that really bizarre? Like compared to Winter Soldier and Civil War, and of course First Avenger is pretty straightforward, but you know, Winter Soldier and Civil War are directly dealing with like Cap and the role of Captain America in the world. It's like the fallout of prior Captain America storylines compared to this, where it's just not relevant. I find it so odd.
Yeah, and you've got the connective
This is an
tissue of
incredible
Hydra going through all of the Captain America films as well. So I mean, they are rewatchable, even if you skip out all like the interstitial beats of the other movies and even the mainline Avengers movies. You still understand the story because there is enough of a through line going through it. It's a definitive Captain America movie. Like I almost feel this movie would be a better Bucky as Captain America movie just because there's more of a connection there. If a hypothetical alternate universe, Bucky gets the shield, Bucky is Captain America, and oh shit, this supervillain comes along and it's mind control. Well, the country can't trust you because you've been mind controlled. This is bringing back your past. You are potentially vulnerable to this kind of manipulation, so the country demands the shield back. You are not fit to be Captain America in this day and age. You've done too much shit in the past. Like that would be more interesting, and the themes that this movie is sort of flirting with.
Well, yeah, because imagine if you were dealing with that he feels a particular responsibility to help these people who've been mind controlled because he remembered that Steve never gave up on him, even when he, under the influence of Hydra and with his mind controlled, was like capable of dealing significant damage to innocent people. Like that he feels particularly motivated to get involved because it is people being mind controlled. It's like, yeah, there's some potency there that doesn't feel like you can really tap into that with Sam.
And then,
I don't know,
even if you're not doing that, the movie still demands that he takes a much bigger role than he gets because of the similarities we've just laid out. So even if he's not Captain America in this old film, you've still got Sam saying, "Well, I know one guy who's had this before. He knows the most about this of everyone." But yeah, but fucking why? Why is he doing that? That was another question I had. In what because I rewatched Falcon and Winter Soldier quite recently. I don't have a clue where this idea has come from. Why? What inspires him to run for Congress?
Well, I didn't get the shield. Might as well get into politics.
To be clear, guys.
You know?
To be clear. It like you know, after that speech, Sam's like, "Oh, your speechwriters gave you that," and it's like, "Yeah," and then he says everything will be okay.
Oh yeah, they
leaves.
do the
and
thing.
then Ruth enters and comments that he's going to be a future congressman. Bucky's running for Congress. He wants to go to Congress. He wants to be like, I don't know, man. I feel like at no point was I thinking, man, I feel like Bucky's, you know, he really wants to run for elected office.
And how's
Never
that
would
even
have occurred
supposed
to me.
to work? You get vetted as a congressperson. What happens if he gets nominated for a committee? Oh shit. Yeah, the guy did used to be a mind-controlled Soviet agent. Probably shouldn't put him on the House Intel committee.
No, it's okay. Wakanda cured him, and they definitely didn't install any mind control of their own. We can trust them, even though we don't know anything about them. It's all good. I don't know. I think what I find funny is how is that going to have any relevance in Thunderbolts? Like, is it going to be the I have to step away from, you know, my. I wonder
in between his campaign
for.
speeches, he has to do Thunderbolt
I gotta get involved in this adventure. All right, back to Washington I go. Bucky Barnes goes to Washington. I don't get it. I actually don't understand that. But who knows if that'll even go anywhere. So the next scene is that that guy Dennis, who was investigating the pills, he gets called, and this guy's like, man, the pills that you gave me, they're full of gamma radiation engineered to be absorbed in the blood. And he's like, all right, hold on, I gotta make a call. He walks up a hill, and then he bumps into Stearns, who's playing a high-pitched sound that disables him and knocks him to the ground. And then Stearns declares himself to be a hero, and then winds up the high-pitched sound to stop the dude's heart, so that he can't tell Sam about the pills. Like, if he walked the other way, what would have happened? He had to go up that hill to get killed by Stearns.
But he predicted, he read it in the probabilities. He knew he would walk up that hill at that precise
walk up
moment.
that hill.
That's right.
My algorithm has shown this hill to be impossible to resist walking up.
I'm gonna turn off your heart. Like
It
what?
feels a little mean spirited because this guy's just been nice and helpful and
been
everything, and then
nothing
the
but a good
film's just
guy.
like, what if we just killed him? Wouldn't that show how villainous the bad guy is? Is like, yeah, it would, but we're there, man. He's a real jerk. Like, I don't know.
Well, it's
Why?
basically it's redundant anyway. Like the information about the pills gets revealed to Sam in time anyway, basically. Just about in time. I don't know what we're meant to conclude in terms of the timeline because I guess because this is in Norfolk, which I don't know how far away that is from Washington DC, but Stearns went there and then would have gone back to DC to meet with like how far is that? How much time are we talking about here in terms of a timeline?
He had a private jet.
I don't
Yeah,
know
that's
when
why
we're
you
meant
didn't
to
see it, 'cause
conclude
it was
when these
private.
events are happening. I don't know if we're meant to conclude that this is in real time or if this happened like sometime. Apparently, it's about 200 miles.
Private jet.
So it's okay. Yeah, in Virginia, 3 hours, 4 hours. Okay, okay.
Well-
I guess the timing will. All right, maybe it'll line up then. I don't know that it does though. That's all.
Private jet.
But yeah. So next
Yeah.
up in the Oval Office, Ross he gets a call from Betty, who you might remember is his daughter.
Oh yeah.
And he
My
tells
daughter.
her he's trying to change and become a better person. He'd like to go for a walk sometime and see the cherry blossoms. And she's like,
Aw.
"Oh yeah, that could be nice." It's like, "Oh, see, look, he might be mending this relationship. Yay! I hope nothing bad happens."
Yeah, I hope he's not. Well, we'll get there when we get there.
Well, so Ross he goes out and he's giving a briefing to the press in the White House, like on the lawn, and he declares that the treaty has been saved. And while this is happening, Stearns he meets Sam at the hospital, and he tells Sam that he ruined his grand finale at the Celestial Island, and that he has been forced to turn himself in to get what he wants.
What a
Makes
retard.
no sense at all.
Can
I
Bill also
don't-
point out that Harrison Ford opens the speech that he's giving to the press by saying, "I was elected on the promise to bring a new peace to the world, and we're going to do it." And I'm thinking, didn't something happen quite recently that was pretty much the definitive opposite of bringing peace to the world? Is anyone going to mention that? Like, how do you begin a speech? Yeah, I'm a peacemaking president. 2 minutes after you said, I am a wartime president, and everybody knows about it because it's on camera.
Well,
Yes,
you have to understand, several films were shot.
And this is the one that came out of the bag
I mean,
when after they got shook up.
speaking of that specifically, I would say that this moment where Stearns just says like, "I have to give myself up," to me says it was probably an original storyline that made a hell of a lot more sense for why he that happened or why he got captured or why he had to be captured. But whatever they had is gone because I can't think of a single fucking reason for why he would ever need to give himself up that he couldn't have achieved otherwise. You know, with his amazing fucking mind control powers on everybody. It
Yeah,
feels
just upload a file with all the proof to the internet.
it feels like a remnant of some other film to me. Loads of the scenes in this too, where you're just like, what? Why is that happening? It's like, we had it and we don't know where else to put it. So, like, it's going here. Fuck it.
And as we'll sort of see that, like, he just disappears from the film at this point.
Well, we get our little after credits bonus that I think a lot of people have actually
Oh,
seen.
yeah,
Because they got all over Twitter, but is a funny one. We'll get to that later. It's just, as it stands, Stearns is a fucking weird one. Because we have essentially
an odd
completed his
boy.
journey now. Like, that's about it. And you're like, what do you have to say about him? He's like, he's pretty petty and mad. Oh,
Stupid.
he wants to destroy a man's career, specifically. Okay.
Which, I mean, like, I can appreciate small and intimate stakes, but I don't know if this is the one, you know?
Well, not with everything else that's happening, you know? It feels really odd that that's how you
Yeah.
summarize the villain's plan. You'd be like, okay.
He wants to ruin Ross's reputation. All right.
Well,
Well,
yeah, he's out to
I
get
like
him.
I like Ross.
I'm sorry, I got hiccups here. Give me a sec.
Well, there's another house on the hat element that comes in, isn't there? Because as we come to that press conference scene, so Russ is already getting angry with the line of questioning the journalists are taking. He's already losing his temper. But the hat on the hat is that Stearns has also uploaded the audio recording of the phone call that he had with Russ earlier in the movie. And this makes Russ angry enough to turn into Red Hulk. But he was already doing that, so I don't really know what Stearns achieved even by
Why did he
coming
need to
here.
turn himself in to do that?
Yeah.
Why didn't he just do that?
First of all, how do we possibly list all of the ways that can be falsified in this universe? In our universe, you know what I mean? Like they're years ahead of us in all kinds of crazy alien technology, and it's like, oh my god, he's playing a cool little ruined my whole career. It's like, no, you can just be like, that's just some guy has hacked into the system and played like an AI version of my voice to make you guys think I'm insane. He's been mind controlling people. I don't know who this is, but he's trying to cause a war to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Yeah, that's right,
you know what I
he's
mean?
evil.
There's no credibility for this.
Yeah. It wasn't
And
my
then he's
voice
like,
on the phone.
"No,
It was a
no!"
scroll that was also me. It's the scrolls
Oh
behind
god,
it.
there's
Guy-
so many
He's
excuses you
like,
can
"No,
make.
God damn it, I
But
gotta
Stearns
explain
is
it to
so
them."
smart. He would know how to make proof that's like actually proof. He should be
Yeah,
smart
yeah.
enough to get around all this
It's
stuff.
the probability man should be able to
So-
figure it out.
I'm the probability man. That could be a superhero. That could be his superhero name. I'm probability man. And then what are the chances of that? 1 out of 1 because it happened.
So, it's something to note that Stearns like tells him at this point, like, oh yeah, I got rid of the guy that was looking into the pills. It's like, well, so that was a dead end that didn't even matter anyway. Sam got the pills. They were going to look into the pills. He stopped the guy from telling him about the pills, and then he just tells him like, oh well, you're not going to learn about the pills anyway. You should probably go and stop Ross now. It's like, what is the point of that?
If we just run it such that the guy phoned him and said, the pills are gamma, it's gonna get him. What does that change about anything? Like, he goes up to Ross and says, your pills, they've got gamma in them. He'd be like, okay.
And I don't even, because like, I don't understand why, because Stearns has to know that by coming and telling him this, he's gonna like make Sam head over. It's like, is that part of your plan? Do you want Sam to go over there and fight him? Wouldn't it be better if Ross is left unopposed for some time to cause damage rather than, you know, a hero showing up to stop him? Like, I don't understand why he turns himself in. Is I guess all I'm getting.
I don't
at here.
either. Yeah.
Pretty stupid.
Yeah. Don't know.
But yeah, so at the conference, you know, Ross, he's getting mad and he turns into Red Hulk. And his Secret Service guys shoot it at him until Sam arrives. He arrives
They shoot
just
at the
in
president
time.
shockingly quickly, I think.
Yeah, I was.
And
I
then
was
the Air
like,
Force is
I know
deployed
that
very
in the real
quickly.
world, you've never had to deal with a situation where it's a literal giant red monster man, but you wonder if it'd be like, wait, wait. Like,
It's how
I don't-
quickly it is. How it's how
It takes
like,
5
oh, this is the
seconds.
president, but he's a monster. I guess we'll kill him. You know.
Yeah, it
Like,
takes it takes him not very long, but yeah, I mean, fortunately, Sam gets there like real quick. He gets there basically in time, like to stop him. I was like, man, is this what Stearns wants?
To be clear, by the way, we can now turn people into Hulk with pills.
With gamma pills, and they absorb it in their blood. It's like, man, that's probably going to get weaponized.
It's such a stupid thing to add.
did
to
you
this
take your
universe.
Hulk pills this morning?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I ever
Pretty
need to be
stupid.
big and strong, I got my Hulk pills. How long until that's just diluted and we have super soldiers everywhere again?
And I mean, I don't know. This is a really stupid fight, basically. Like they're fighting, and Sam, he needs to distract Ross as the press flee. And he slashes at Ross, and his vibranium wings actually like cut Ross.
Yeah.
So vibranium is strong enough to like actually like cut a Hulk.
Yeah.
Is that how it works? Is
I
it strong enough
mean-
to do that?
It works that way now, I guess.
Now, it appears to be the way that it works. Because
I mean, it doesn't necessarily break anything. It's just like, you got to be careful committing to something like that, you know?
Well, yeah,
But then
'cause
again,
now
this
we know
universe
that
is already in
vibranium-
shreds, so
If you have a vibranium weapon, you can use that to kill Hulk.
pretty
You
easily,
can
too.
You can, yeah.
Yeah, like Hulk can never fight the Wakandans at any point in the future of the MCU,
No,
ever.
They'd kick his ass.
One spear to the face,
But
he's
I mean-
dead.
But we're already at a point where it's like, okay, so you remember how in Age of Ultron, when Tony needed to fight Hulk, he needed a massive fucking Hulkbuster armor? Well, now a guy in what is a relatively like normal, like now he can do it. Falcon can do it with his vibranium suit. Doesn't this feel like a case of you've kind of fucked up? Like that instead of Hulk, like all you need, like Why would it be the case that just a guy in what is essentially a regular suit, but it's like, oh, it's vibranium, can now fight the Hulk and like put up a good fight?
Well, yeah, the flagpole bit is particularly egregious. Where
well, yeah, so they get launched up to the roof of the White House, and Ross like grabs a flagpole and he's gonna hit a bunch of Secret Service guys. And then Sam jumps down and grabs it. Like, he blocks it and grabs it with his hands.
Yeah, with his hands. Not his wings. His wings don't fold up. He doesn't use his shield.
And he's not wearing, like, a full body suit with the full armor thing around it, with the full shield thing around it. The way they portray it is just his hands.
Yeah.
Never fucking weird.
He blocks it. And then Ross... This is a part where it feels like it's like, man, you are going out of your way to make sure that there's 0 casualties, right? It's like helicopter drones are coming to get Ross. There's nobody in them. We can blow them up, but it will be fine because there's nobody in them. Isn't it crazy? Because I was thinking about it before. We were talking about the sort of the parallel between the fight at the beginning of Winter Soldier. Steve like kicks a dude so hard that he goes flying into the side of the ship, breaks his legs, and falls into the ocean.
Look, Steve kills people. All right.
He does. Yeah, he does.
He's Captain America. He fucking kills people. He was a soldier. He fought Nazis. All right.
And here it's just like, no, there's nothing. And now, of course, you're not expecting Steve that Sam's going to be killing anybody, but it's just like a Hulk is rampaging, and miraculously there are 0 casualties.
Yeah,
that is miraculous.
And it's just like, yeah, no, there's no pilots. They're drones, so we can blow them up and have it be all cinematic. And so he takes those down, and then Sam decides to lure Ross to a cherry blossom field near the White House.
Because it's the one that he wants to go on the walk with his daughter to. And I guess
I can't wait for them to do the obvious emotional payoff that we all know is coming.
Did you notice as well the little shards he tosses into Ross?
Yeah.
The little wing things, yeah.
So,
the feather.
I'm pretty certain each of those are probably worth like $1 million. Like,
yeah,
it would be. He tears them out and tosses them onto the ground. It's just like, holy shit! Like the janitor's about to make a fucking killing.
Okay.
But yeah, he gets him there miraculously without getting killed by Ross, and he tries to talk Ross down, like, yeah, see, look, it's the cherry blossoms with Betty, which he somehow knows, but it doesn't work. So then they fight each other.
Is there a scene in the movie where like he is aware of the whole? Well, it might be. I guess he watched the news report at the beginning, didn't he? And the news knows everything. So the news said
maybe
probably,
they said it. Yeah,
they used to take wonderful little walks in the cherry blossom lane. Like everyone misses those times.
I feel like we can. I don't know what's to even be said about this fight. The fight is ridiculous. Like, he's getting hit around like a fucking pinball, bouncing off cars and shit. And it doesn't do anything.
It's terrible.
He's just fine.
It's also to me, like, why would you take him to the cherry blossom thing and say, hey, remember that you miss your daughter, as opposed to calling the daughter and say, your dad's being a bit of a dick, would you calm him down, please? Because like the one thing he needs is her. Like, she's the thing that will calm him down.
Yes, the whole movie's been building towards it.
The whole movie's been building toward it, and yet, even though she's been presumably watching on the news that he's about to declare world war on Japan, doesn't call him then. Even though she's seen him Hulk out here, doesn't call him now. Doesn't call Sam. Nobody makes any effort to get in contact with her, even though they all know how important she is. No, that it's just not time for her to show up yet. So we don't.
I mean, you would have pictured that there was some reference to her knowledge of the situation, then you get your big old grand fight with, it comes down to Falcon's down to nothing, final punch is about to come in and stop him, and then you just, you hear her shout, no! And you're like, oh, what? What's that? And then it's like, oh, there she is.
I wonder if that is actually what happens, since what actually happens is, like, the green screen is noticeably bad. It's bad enough that it makes me think that was a reshoot. The actual ending.
Yeah, I can buy it.
But that makes me wonder, like, so you got Liv Tyler, you got her, but then you decided not to use her in that scene? I don't know.
They got her, used her for 7 seconds.
In a different scene, though. In a less potent opportunity.
I was certain she'd show up here. Like, obviously. Just from a because I've seen, so here's the thing. So I've seen films before. So I kind of have this relatively decent expectation of what's being set up. He's talking with her on the phone. They're kind of starting to make amends. He hasn't seen her in person yet. We're building up to the one thing that can calm the Hulk down. obviously. And quite frankly, she should have been at the press conference at the end. And they would have been like, after the press conference, I got to do it. It's really important. We'll go out and we'll see the cherry blossoms. And it ends up happening, but maybe not the way that they intended it to happen. But,
No.
have they not written a film before? Well, they might not have, actually.
Well, the guy was the writer for Falcon and Winter Soldier, one of them anyway, so...
Oh, so he's written crap before. Great.
That's why he got this job, because that show was so good. So yeah, they fight, and Sam manages to land a few blows, but then Ross rips off one of Sam's wings and nearly crushes his head.
Which
he grabs him and then
so the Hulk
crushes
can
his
crush a vibranium helmet.
adamantium. Yeah, vibranium. Yeah, the Hulk is strong enough to destroy vibranium.
And there is a bit
Which
when
might be
Falcon is
true.
cowering, he's using the wings as a shield, like a bubble shield, and then the Hulk is
Yeah.
pummeling him into the ground, and that he's going into the ground on his little human
Yep.
legs. And thinking, like,
His
your
little human
bones-
legs.
Little human legs, they're not going to survive that pounding by the Red Hulk.
Well, he's
but
a super.
evidently they do.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no,
it's
he's
all good.
not. He should have
Vibranium suit.
taken the serum.
Vibranium suit. It's all good. But then he really
Vibranium
crushes
shoes.
him, and then he gets out of that, and Ross lunges at Sam, and so he stabs him in the chest with the.
I was just don't undersell the rubble he is under is like, oh, you're just dead, aren't you? Like the way they take it off.
That's like
you're jumping
boulders
ahead
and
a little bit,
concrete.
right?
Oh, sorry,
You're
I thought
jumping-
okay.
Yeah, you're jumping ahead. Yeah, calm down. Ross lunges at
excited.
Sam, and he stabs him in the chest with the wing he's got left, and then he triggers the big purple blast, and this is a big blast. It flattens all the trees, like it sends them both flying, and as we see, it buries both Ross and Sam under a lot of rubble. I don't know how he's fine. Because he gets fished out of the rubble. It's like, yeah, he's all good. It's like, no, you're not.
I mean, I think it's
rubble.
fair to say he died maybe 3 different times in this whole sequence. Because
Mhm.
like that,
because
the initial blast should have just
easily,
wiped him out.
easily.
Like it's so powerful. I don't even know what the and like half the suit is broken now.
Doesn't even have the line before the blast goes off. I know, and after the helmet's been cracked, so he can't use that anymore. Not that he's been using it for most of the movie anyway. But doesn't he even have the line, "You could kill me with one punch now, but do you want to do it?"
that's
I think that happens. Is that before or after?
That's
After.
after.
Oh, shit, okay.
That's now when he gets fished out of the rubble. So he gets rescued by Ruth.
Well, so the other
but,
2 times I was going to say
yeah.
was, so if you watch when it's happening, his blowing away, he like slaps the ground several times as he's rolling and falling back. And it's the kind of shit where you're like, even a super soldier would probably get like fucked by that. Kind of reminds me actually of Winter Soldier when he rolls across the highway. Except that he would survive. This he would not. And then it's where he settles a shit ton of debris, just fucking buries him. So, like I said, 3 different deaths for Sam that he passes through because he has the
No, he's got the suit.
He's got something.
He's got
Protects
something.
him. But yeah, he gets rescued from the rubble, but Ross also gets out of the rubble. And it's like, oh shit, all right. And so Sam approaches and he says that he should have taken the serum, and Bucky was full of shit. And it's like, oh yeah.
Well, clearly he did.
Yeah.
Because how the fuck else would he
The
be
fact
alive
that you're
right
alive
now?
to say that, yeah.
Well, and also it's like the serum would not. If Steve got punched in the face by Hulk, he'd be dead.
Pretty much.
Thor can tank a punch from Hulk because he's a god. But like Steve nearly died to like 3 bullets. You know,
Yep.
he's a super soldier,
is
but he's
very
still
mortal.
vulnerable.
He nearly got
Exactly.
beaten to death by Iron Man punching him and like hitting him with the
Yeah.
repulsors. Something they kept pretty consistent, and I really like it. Steve is not that resilient to the damage that the Avengers often experience. What makes him special
Which
is that
kind
he's
of-
so fucking
That's what makes
like.
him noteworthy. That
And he
he's
has
the
to act-
leader. He's the leader, but
Yeah,
he's the
yeah.
weakest out of the
But like,
4,
yeah, this film is
you know,
pretending
core
as though
superpowered ones.
the serum makes you a god.
No, it doesn't.
Falcon has more plot armor without the serum. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because John Walker, he took the serum and he kept getting fucked over.
Yeah,
just
he wasn't
constantly.
just
Like,
dominating.
he wasn't allowed to win. Yeah. So yeah, he tells Ross. He then says like, yeah, you could like kill me with one punch, but you gotta listen to me. You know, though you've done some bad things, you're trying to change. and this is your opportunity to prove it to the world and to Betty. And then Ross catches a cherry blossom leaf in his hand, and that works. He just gets transformed back into regular Ross.
All right.
That shit just
That's
works.
good.
That's actually a really good point.
That's good.
From chat there, in Incredible Hulk, when Blonsky takes a kick from the Hulk, he is fucked.
Yeah.
And he was a super duper super
He
serum.
was super soldier. Yeah, that's right. And he got wrecked.
We've forgotten those days.
Yeah,
We're well past those days.
But yeah, it feels like it's worth emphasizing. Sam just talks Ross down. Like he just calms him down and saves him just by talking him down. I don't know about that, man. Feels like kind of the whole point of the Hulk is you can't really talk him down. That to talk him down requires like a connection that's very special.
Like special. Yeah. Something that maybe a daughter he loves deeply and wants to connect with might be able to do when no one else can.
Does he have a daughter? I don't remember. This film didn't really.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think she was mentioned at all. Yeah, I don't think they could get her.
Damn.
I don't know. It's just pretty weak, I would say. Pretty weak. But that's that, and it's the conflict has been resolved, and now we're in epilogue time.
Maybe too much of her dialogue was originally like it regarded events that didn't make it. Yeah, like it must be something like that. Like it was just too incongruent.
Maybe.
She was the one person they couldn't do awkward ADR for.
Apparently not.
I guess not. So Sam he meets Isaiah as he's being released from prison. The two have a hug. Ruth gives him a suit back,
Isaiah?
and it's like, yay, woohoo! He's out. And then we cut over to the news announcing that the treaty, it's they're sorting it out, and the White House is undergoing restoration. Everything's going back to normal. And so Sam visits Ross, who is in the raft now, and he tells Ross that Isaiah got out, and he's like, yeah, that's good. And then he tells him that Stearns had been gradually increasing the gamma in his blood for years. So this was a plan that Stearns had hatched well before he got betrayed. So I don't know what to make of that. And then we just get a recap, essentially, of all the shit that happened off screen. Ross took responsibility for his actions, and he allowed himself to be imprisoned in the raft, and he resigned the presidency. All of this has happened now, so Ross is just in the raft for what he did, which I presume is what he did to Stearns. Or are we to conclude that it's because of the Incredible Hulk fallout?
Hulk stuff?
I would have thought the Hulk stuff, maybe. Yeah.
I assume the Hulk stuff because I don't know. Actually, I don't know why I assume that.
I don't know why we would assume that either.
It's just, I guess it was just the most like crazy, wacky thing that happened lately, and it was still fresh on my mind. So I'm like,
also the Hulk stuff. The rest of the news report is in reference to the Hulk stuff. And do we know that the rest of the world now knows about Stern? Yeah, no, that is mentioned, isn't it? I think.
It must be known at this point. But I mean, I guess I don't really understand why he's in the raft. Really, like,
because he's taking responsibility for his actions. It's symbolic. It's what good presidents do. They go to prison.
If they said that, if they'd given lines to say that I have to be here until they can find a way to reverse the gamma stream in my blood, or until it gets filtered, to account for it, where he's like, yeah, I'll be in here because I'm a danger to people, and that'd be something. But then again, I feel like the whole thing about second chances and everything for Ross, and like that just came out of nowhere, and it wasn't really thematically supported in the movie.
I enjoy that we don't know who the vice president is because they haven't decided who that's going to be for whenever they need president the next Marvel thing.
Yeah, we have no idea who she is. Yeah,
we don't know who the president is at this point. But
so
we've not met her yet.
Can Azkaban even hold the Hulk? Is it strong enough to do that? Because in She-Hulk, there's the special pen for the Abomination, I think, which is like it's designed to stop transformation, if I remember rightly. God, it's been ages since I've not rewatched that show. So,
I think,
is it even enough?
Well, since he can break vibranium, steel's probably not going to hold him.
No, you'd think.
I mean, I think because you asked me like, so what's the point of the raft? It's like, well, if it's in the middle of the ocean and underwater, then like that's gonna be, even if you break out, what are you gonna do, right? Like you're fucked. So that's what makes it like a worthwhile place to put superpowered people. But I don't even know that it would work with Hulk really at all. So yeah, I don't know. But that's where he is, and then Sam just steps to the side because Betty's here. And he just sort of stands off to the side awkwardly.
It's very much a like. I was just
Ross.
waiting for Ross to be like, "You mind? Like, you could just, you could go." Like, he's like, "Yeah, okay, yeah, I'll go."
But yeah, it's like, oh man, yeah. Look, he proved that he's a good person trying to change, and now Betty likes him. Yeah, and we'll never see Ross again or her.
Nope, we will never see
In all
Ross again,
likelihood.
or Owen. They are gone forever.
So, which brings us to the last scene in the film. So Sam visits Joaquin in hospital, and Joaquin apologizes for screwing up, and he's like, "Well, Sam never messed up. You know, you never messed up." And then Sam says that the pressure of being Captain America weighs on him, and it makes him wonder if he'll ever be enough. And in response, Joaquin says that growing up, he wanted to be Sam because that guy won't ever give up.
Hmm.
He grew up wanting to be the Falcon.
Glazing the goddamn character. It's also like, again, I think I mentioned this earlier. So he has the line about, yeah, I failed, and I admired you. You never fail. And Sam says in response to this, he says, no, because if I failed, I would let everybody down, which is
Not
basically
humble.
surely telling, but it's also telling Torres that because he failed, he did let everybody down.
Yes.
Surely, logically, that's
Well,
what follows.
so compare this horrifically written moment to Far From Home, where Spider-Man says, I can't be as effective as Iron Man. I can't be the hero he was. I can't nail this. And Happy says, yeah, neither could Iron Man. What everyone is thinking about when it comes to Iron Man and his legacy is this like impenetrable, amazing paragon who nailed it every single day, when that wasn't Tony at all. He was human. He made mistakes constantly. He couldn't live up to the icon that he essentially created, and that it wouldn't be expected of you as a hero to do that either. You're going to be you, and you're going to, nail it where you can and not nail it where things get hard or whatever. This scene is just, you're supposed to nail it all the time, and if you don't, you suck.
Which isn't even necessarily true to his character, because I was thinking, like, back through the other movies in which he starred, like, have there been moments where Falcon has failed or not done his job or been useless? There are a few of those, but the one that sort of immediately came to mind is like almost the end of Civil War. Obviously, when Vision shoots, he's shooting at Falcon, misses Falcon, hits Rhodey. Rhodey gets paralyzed for life.
Yeah,
and so
he apologizes for it immediately,
right?
in that scene, because he knows that it was his action that resulted in that. Granted, what he did, you could argue, was he's defending himself. It's like, yeah, but you dodged the hit, so he took it. And if you'd been hit by it, you'd have made it, but he won't. So like that was absolutely a tragic failure. But another one would be when he tried to fight Bucky and fucked up so hard he couldn't help Cap take out the third helicarrier, which was huge in the Winter Soldier.
And then another one that's maybe less consequential. I mean, he lost to Ant-Man.
Yeah, like he's failed many times, but he's not gonna it's so bad to have your protege in a hospital bed as a result of his failure, saying like, "Man, you never fail." That you just, instead of saying like, "Of course I did, you idiot," and that's what being a hero is. He's like, "Yeah, no, I didn't."
Let me explain to you why that's the case.
It's so remarkable to see the difference. Like I said, this scene is 1-to-1, like almost the same as Far From Home, but they go in completely different directions. In terms of what
didn't
to
one
take
of the
away.
writers say that like his superpower in this movie is supposed to be empathy, and yet he's given like the least empathetic response to the guy who's in the hospital bed?
Man,
and
just so ego-driven. He's like, I am pretty awesome. It's like, oh, fucking hell.
Yeah, like, let's not do this. But then, this is the sort of the cherry on top. He tells Joaquin to come back from this injury because when the time comes, he'll need to have his suit ready because the world needs the Avengers.
His shitty suit,
wow.
his shitty Stark metal, non-vibranium suit. Yeah, okay, cool.
Because they have the quipping exchange when he says, could you, hook me up with some Wakandan material? And Sam's like, no, what are you talking? Doesn't he say like, something like that's such a Miami thing to say, I think is the line?
Yeah.
I don't understand what that means.
Should not be fucking joked about, because if he had a vibranium suit with a vibranium shield, he'd be absolutely fine right now.
Be fine.
He wouldn't have needed to go into emergency surgery that saved his life.
Nope. He'd be absolutely, and it's just not addressed. I kind of hate Cap even more for that, quote unquote.
Wakanda is a racist ethno-state, so maybe they wouldn't agree to it. But you could at least ask.
Well, Sam could say it's for me. They'll hold up the chart to Joaquin. They'll hold up the Family Guy chart and decide if they're gonna give him some vibranium. Okay.
It's like a problem for every character in the universe at this point, like we said with the technology proliferation. But Falcon specifically had a spare suit. was just there.
Yes,
Yeah.
he did, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. So yeah, pretty bad. But that's it. That's the end of the movie.
Or is it?
He always did.
Well, you got a post-credit scene where Stearns is like, "Oh yeah, the multiverse, huh? Yeah."
That is literally the summary of the
post-credit
scene.
scene.
He just goes the
You guys,
multiverse, which we
do you
already
guys
knew
think that they're
existed,
gonna
by
do
the way.
multiverse? Isn't that crazy?
Sam already knows it exists. He would have been told about all the
I
multiverse
mean,
shenanigans
there's
that
He's
would
already
happen.
literally
been
just
several-
been fighting around the statue of a giant dead god that tried to emerge from the center of the planet. I think he knows that there are bigger threats out there somewhere. Surely he does.
but
And it
also,
doesn't
like,
make
the
anything clear
multiverse
on why
already
he got
happened.
himself captured either. It's just he just says multiverse lol, and that's it.
And is
Just
he
gotta get
also
him out of the
imprisoned in Azkaban with Russ, or
He's
is it
in
a
the
different
Rock.
prison?
Yeah,
So
he's
he
in the
is. So
Rock.
so the person who runs mind control is in the same prison as the person who is the most prominent victim of mind control, kind of.
It's fine. They're in different levels. They're really.
Oh.
Don't worry about it.
Highly
It's
compartmentalized.
That's the movie. That's it. It's done.
It's not the worst movie, I guess.
Well, yeah. So that maybe
No.
that can be a direction to take it in. I found it a little bit fascinating that this movie is essentially being ganged up on by everybody when like it is very much middle of the road by Phase 4 and 5 standards, which means it's like a 2 out of 10. It's terrible, but like
Yeah,
it
this is
can't even
awful.
come close to other films that have come out over the last Phase 4 and 5 and TV shows as well. Like WandaVision has to be worse than this, I would say, because of the damage that it deals to Wanda. Falcon and Winter Soldier, I definitely hate more than this. That show makes me really angry in a way that this doesn't. Loki is obviously dramatically worse. Multiverse of Madness is worse. Quantumania is worse. The Marvels is probably worse than this. And there's one other, and She-Hulk is worse than this too. And Secret Invasion. And then there's one other film that I think is probably worse than this.
But it's saved by being so massively inconsequential. Like, does it, besides character assassination of someone who may or may not belong in the role of Captain America anyway, it doesn't really destroy too much about the wider universe, I don't think. I mean, it does its fair share of
by
damage.
Phase 4
but
and 5 standards, no.
Yeah.
That's kind of the thing. For as crazy as the mind control shit is, it ain't as bad as Incursions. It's not as bad as that thing in Thor: Love and Thunder, the Infinity whatever like thing that could give you like whatever you wanted. It was just like the ultimate power in the universe. Secret Invasion is more consequential in terms of the effects that it has on Earth than what happens in this film. Loki is more consequential because of all the time travel stuff. Like, it's kind of awkward. For as crazy as all this shit is, it kind of can't reach the lows that a lot of other Phase 4 and 5 projects get to because it's not time and space breaking.
Yeah, to be clear of what I think Fringy's getting at, an example of it would be High Top put out a tweet saying like this is one of the soulless, artistically, retarded, sort of disgusting examples of just how much the MCU has fallen. It's like, how could they do this? It's a film that's torn to shreds. There's nothing left of what the vision of the person who made this is. Blah 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 blah. And you read it and you're like, where have you been, man? Like, what is going on?
Where have you been? It's been this way for the last 4 years. Like, oh, Captain America: Brave New World is soulless. It doesn't have anything to say, and it's stupid. They all are.
Yeah.
This isn't a standout film. This is exactly what I think all of us were expecting it would be. So it's really
Pretty
weird
much,
that it's being singled out as like a. It's the same as when Quantumania got singled out. It's like it is now. To be fair, Quantumania is worse than this. Like, it is one of the worst ones, but it's just funny. It's like, what are we doing? Why are we pretending that they aren't all terrible except for No Way Home, which itself is a flawed film anyway? They all suck. And by Phase 4 and 5 standards, this one might not even just be middle of the road. It might end up just being like in the upper tier of the Phase 4 and 5
Technically,
films.
yeah. The ceiling
when I
is
think about
so
all the
low, or the
projects,
floor.
Because, like I said, if I run through my head, it's like WandaVision, I don't know, man. Like, that finale was awful. Falcon and Winter Soldier is definitely worse than this. Loki's worse than this. Black Widow is probably comparable to this in terms of its badness. Shang-Chi is probably better. Eternals is probably as bad, maybe a little bit worse because it's got the celestial shit. We didn't watch Hawkeye, but Hawkeye is probably better than this, but I was not impressed by that first episode. Moon Knight is better than this, but not very. And then what Multiverse of Madness is definitely worse than this. Thor: Love and Thunder is definitely worse than this. Miss Marvel's better than this. Wakanda Forever, is it better than this or is it the same as this?
I think similar.
I think
Similar.
it's similar-ish. I'm trying to think about, because at this point we have to get into like the scales and the world building implications, which I think are worse in Wakanda Forever because of all the Atlantis stuff and the
Is it
Namor
bad that
things.
a lot of the ones you've been mentioning, I'm sort of refreshing myself, but man, Wakanda Forever, we did a full breakdown. I don't think I remember anything that happened in that film.
Anything about it. Yeah,
That's a rough
I
one,
often,
man.
I often forget that it exists, which yeah. I guess it probably is comparable. And then it's like, okay, so what's next? Quantumania, that's worse. Guardians 3.
Oh man, I'm trying to remember what our
Um,
final verdict on that was.
I think Rocket
Didn't we
saved it. I
Yeah,
think.
the rocket,
it was
the rocket
good.
parts
I
would
think
elevate it
Rocket-
above
Rocket-
this. Yeah.
Rocket saved it from I'd say it's above this. Secret Invasion is definitely worse than this.
Yes.
Yeah, Secret of it.
absolutely
Yeah, that
is
was a
worse than
catastrophe.
this. And the Marvels is worse than this too, I think.
It is almost like the worst possible rule to have, but it's the rule they do operate by, which is that the more consequential you try to make your thing, the worse it becomes. And the less consequential you try to
Typically.
make it, the better it ends up being. Or at least, well, the less consequential by definition it ends up being. Because most of the
I
ones that
think
we've
so.
listed as being definitively worse than this have either had something to say which is really bad, like Falcon and the Winter Soldier, or have tried to really push the world in a brand new direction and failed at that massively, or have done something else, like been more innovative, been a bit more, I almost want to say daring, and then just failed and fallen flat on their faces. Whereas this is just like, this is what they consider to be the safest of safe bets. Don't do anything. The end credit scene is just a guy saying, hey, there will be a new movie at some point.
Yeah.
That's it. There's no new universe-shattering implications there. So it just doesn't do damage because it doesn't try to do anything.
Which is a little ironic for a film called A Brave New World.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's really quite cowardly.
I think we're nearly done with the list because I was thinking in my head, it's like, so Echo I can't remember anything about Echo. Is it better or worse?
Echo
than
was relatively really small stakes, and it was mostly
yeah.
just stupid stuff.
It gets very
It
silly at
introduced
the
another
end,
magic
but-
system,
At the
but
end,
it
yeah.
only affects a
Yeah.
couple people.
Damn. Yeah, it might end up being better than this.
Might. I still
Okay,
hate what they did
narrowly.
with Kingsman.
Narrowly.
And that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
that might
Kingsman's
become relevant
painful.
again soon in the next few months even.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then Deadpool and Wolverine.
Nah.
Mm.
Terrible.
And that one's catastrophically bad, so yeah, one of the worst.
Cast it into the fire.
And then next up is Agatha, which I would say is worse than this too.
Yeah.
Made me
What about Mr.
angrier, that's for
Shark?
sure.
Mr. Sharp
Oh, yeah,
is
that was
trying
pre-
his
yeah,
hardest to
does
save that
elevate it
show.
above?
He tried.
Ooh,
Um,
Mr. Shark hiding in the rafters.
and
man.
She-Hulk. Wait, I forgot about that. She-Hulk is worse than this.
That's easy.
Oh, yeah,
breaks
She-Hulk
the
is-
fourth
oh, yeah,
wall.
oh,
Yes.
yeah.
So, do you see the awkward problem when you actually really think about it? This ends up being, if not in the middle, but in the upper tier of Phase 4 and 5 MCU projects.
Which is
For
no
as terrible
compliment
as
at
it
all.
is, bear in mind, we will repeat it again. This film is awful,
Sucks.
but like Phase 4 and 5 are a uniquely bad stretch of films and television shows in the history of. Oh, and I mentioned Eternals, right? Yeah. Yeah, we did. The point still stands. This this is middling at worst by MCU Phase 4 and 5 standards. Yet it's being singled out as one of the worst ones. It's just funny. Where was everybody for all the other ones?
Yeah, it really is wild
be
to
fair-
think this might be one of the better ones because the bar is so low for this phase. I have to call 811 if I want to find it.
High Top did say that Deadpool and Wolverine was pretty soulless. So.
Yeah, that's true. So he gets points for that.
He gets a W for that. A lot of people
Well, if you
were
remember,
fooled by that movie.
He got a half a W
surprisingly big
because
W.
his video was
The video was
retarded,
pretty
but
bad.
broadly, like he had like the right direction. He was going places. He's a strange man.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't covered him
So
since the
better is a
anniversary,
very
right?
relative term here. Better is always a relative term, but here it's an extremely relative term.
It's very relative because again, it really is fascinating to think that the MCU went from being on top of the world. Not only did it make a lot of money, but like a lot of people defended it as being worthwhile because for a time it was, and that even extended to films that were pretty terrible. But now it's at a point where it's just like, yeah, this is what happens when you release like 15 projects in a row that are bad. This is the consequence, is that everything starts to fail. Nothing can escape. And everybody's kind of rooting for it to fail, which is a sort of fascinating phenomenon, I suppose.
I can't remember. Did I have a brain fart, or did you mention Thor: Love and Thunder in the?
Yeah, you did.
Oh, I might
Is
have
it
forgotten.
better?
No, you
Okay.
mentioned it.
It's definitely worse.
Yeah, clearly.
It's definitely
I
Thor: Love and
curious.
Thunder was
That just
foul.
came- It was foul.
Yeah.
It was a stinky boy.
But when you've got 4 or 5 projects that are actually 1 out of 10, then it starts to
Which is that's an accomplishment in and of its own. What an achievement to make that many terrible movies.
You would accidentally make a good one.
Yeah, like,
Just
oh, we fucked up
accidentally.
when we made a character that. Well, I guess that is the only way they've made characters we like is they fucked up their intentions. What, like John Walker? That was not what they intended.
No. Another comparison I think to be made as well, I was thinking about it with the hospital scene, was when Tony has to deal with Rhodey getting shot out of the sky, and then like deal for a moment, or at least selection time, that he's very likely dead, and then like that stops him from being able to stop Steve and Bucky, and you got the weight of that is the compromise / consequence of the entire thing, right? And he has to watch him struggle to walk and know that like all of this is almost destroyed his friend's ability, which gets ruined the more you go on. You wouldn't know he had that, and he was a fucking Skrull. We're ignoring this for a second, okay? Like but then you compare with Sam, and he's like, oh my goodness, Joaquin has been shot down, I'm going after him. And then they're just like, you can't. He's like, okay. And then later on says, yeah, you fucked up. Yep. You know what I mean? Like, comparing, it's like you stole that, and then you did nothing with it within your own thing. At least Civil War's, like, a lot of people's criticisms of it, like, the Accords really didn't go anywhere, and Tony and Steve, they got back together real easy, and, Rhodey's crippling, like,
Civil War's
results got
fault.
undone. Yeah, and the Avengers did get back together. It's like, Civil War didn't do any of those things. Why is it getting blamed for this?
It isn't fair, damn it.
And then Brave New World, like, all of its copycat shit is just all really stale and hollow versions of all the payoffs in other films. It is remarkable how much this one is a desperate attempt to like cobble together the things they know people like, quote unquote. They're like, you like this, right? And this, but it's done by someone who doesn't know how to do it. And all for what? Falcon. You will call him Captain America. It's like, maybe, you know what? I don't think I will.
Yeah, I actually don't have to. I don't have to, and you can't make me.
And I don't know how long the MCU is going to call him Captain America, to be honest with you. I don't think it's going to last, because this is not going to work.
No, I don't know what the future is going to hold, but it seems unlikely.
What's the plan?
That whatever direction this film was supposed to lead it in, especially with the response it's receiving and the likely underperformance at the box office, that's it. That's the movie. Captain America.
What do you think?
Brave New World.
I don't think we really talked about the title. Like, A Brave New World is in the movie is supposed to represent a world with adamantium.
Yeah,
I guess
that's what. That's like explicit. I think that's
what they say in the movie. But obviously, it's going to mean a little more than that broadly, like thematically. Obviously, it's also like this is our Captain America now. It's another element of the Brave New World, which is just kind of like, okay. Man.
It should be, we haven't even really entered the Brave New. We've been told the Brave New World is coming because of adamantium, and then we've sort of treaded a lot of water in order to end the film in roughly the position we began it with.
Yep.
But if the treaty was signed, and the treaty is about the fair and equitable distribution of said adamantium, does that mean we pick up in future MCU movies and everyone has adamantium? Is that going to...
Another excuse for them to have crazy weapons whenever they want to pop up.
I think it's going to be lamer than that. I think we're not going to hear about it until they do their X-Men movie. And then maybe in terms of like they're introducing a new Wolverine, then it will come up again.
And he won't have his adamantium, and then some guy called Stryker will grab him and will be like, oh my god.
Yeah.
But you can't introduce it as this is the discovery of the millennium. It will change everything. It's
And we're gonna
applicable
hear about it
everywhere, and then just not use it. They have to use it somewhere.
They won't.
They're
though,
already so
because
far
they've got
ahead of
other
it
shit
anyway.
to
All the
do.
magical shit they have as a team.
Yeah.
And we're going
And
through
they're
the
busy. They got
multiverse
other
again in the
shit
next
to
two
do.
Avengers films.
Multiverse.
So.
Oh no!
Exactly. So they don't have time.
Whoever the Avengers are.
Whoever they end up being, exactly.
That was going to be my next question, which is how, if at all, does this movie lead into whatever the fuck that story's going to be? Because at least with the older Captain America films, you can sort of say, well, values and certain arguments about values carry through into Avengers films. They dictate actions, they dictate who's on what side and where they are and when they are and what their attitude toward each other is. How does this movie, in any way, set us up for anything?
Well, the film does begin with them getting a new president, and it basically ends with them getting a new president too. We just don't know who it is.
And they mentioned how the Avengers haven't been formed yet, and the film ends without answering that.
Yeah.
Yep. And no one has more vibranium than they started with, or adamantium than they started with.
No. So nothing actually
so-
changed.
I mean, I saw it described positively.
This can only help the score. Yeah, like this can only help the state of the MCU.
Well, I saw it described
Nothing
positively by
happens.
someone who enjoyed the film. That it's like a good episode of Falcon the Winter Soldier, but extended. It was like, what?
No.
There's like
Captain
17
America
things. Yeah.
Cope.
Ooh, yeah.
That's it.
What about wraps
That's
it
the
up?
It'd be kind of it'd be interesting too if because adamantium is this special magic space metal, or not technically space metal, I guess, but it's this new magic metal. And the whole premise was that maybe in an effort, it's got to be special in order to refine. Not everyone can do it. So the political situation revolving around, well, we don't want to have like the U.S. and other countries like that have exclusive access to it, but only they have the technology and the capability to actually do anything with it. How does the U.S. and the UN and all that divvy up how it can be sent and spent, and do the countries who actually have the ability to refine it, do they get a special say? And how do terrorists and whatnot try and make their way into destabilizing that process so they can get their hands on it? There's groundwork for a story here that could be interesting, that would play really well into the espionage angle that, at least in the past, Captain America has tried to go for. The idea of doing a bunch of weird Hulk stuff and mind control things, again, is kind of doubly bizarre when you consider the opportunity cost of what kinds of stories they could have told with this.
Mm-hmm.
Yay.
Pretty,
Yeah.
pretty good. 7 out of 10.
And was mentioned, I didn't find that it was particularly far away from what I was expecting. It wasn't a huge shock, this film. It was like, well, what would have shocked me, I think, is more of like meta cringe and lots of like lines that are just aggressively hateful towards Steve, which I think were all stripped out for the most part during those reshoots. Because this film is a relic of an older time that they clearly tried to alter the closer it got to release. I'll be curious to track Marvel, because we have it on good authority from different folks in our sphere that Marvel, behind the scenes, are interested in trying to get back on the horse, so to speak, and make money again.
I bet they are.
Yeah. Well, the funny thing is,
You really
Star
notice
Wars,
how much money you had when you don't have it anymore.
comparatively, Star Wars are not. They're more than happy to continue making shit like The Acolyte, apparently. But
I guess
Marvel want to find a way back, which Russo's
well, at least
and
they learned
Robert
their
Downey
lesson
makes sense.
canceling it.
Well, the problem is that the biggest success they've had in recent times is Deadpool Wolverine. So if that's what their idea of getting back on the horse is, I would kind of rather they stayed off it. Just die with your horse.
One of the issues is that, kind of unfortunately, there is an element of it being a bottom-up problem as well. People really, really like Deadpool vs. Wolverine. So unfortunately, that might be the direction that they're taking, because people really liked it, despite its quality and what it said.
Jackman shall return. So will Tobey Maguire. So will fucking everyone you've ever loved, probably. Probably even Wesley Snipes' Blade now, because they can't make anything else work. Who knows? But,
Who does?
anything closing on Falcon the Winter Soldier? The movie? Not really. Mess.
No. No, it's just bad. It's
Bad,
bad,
bad, bad.
and you all know it was
Yep,
going to be bad.
yep.
Don't watch it.
Bad.
Can't wait for Thunderbolts.
Yeah, that'll be.
Thunderbolts will be worse or better than this? Worse.
Probably
Or-
the same.
or
that'd be my guess.
Probably the same. Yeah.
I could see it being around about the same. Yeah.
I'll be curious to compare the two. They do feel like sort of a natural kind of comparison in a weird sort of way.
Exciting stuff ahead. This is the year of
Can't wait.
superheroes return, guys. We've got so much coming. Oh boy, including but not limited to the hero T-Rex. It'll surely arrive and kill the bad guy in
Oh,
the next
God.
Jurassic Park film.
Of course.
Yes.
Fucking resist doing that
Black
shit.
Widow will be in it, and she'll ride the dinosaur to victory, and she'll beat the bad guys.
Well, on that note, we're mostly going to be heading out of here, Chatteroony. But there is one thing that's probably worth mentioning before then. That I think I haven't seen anybody really in chat noting it, but someone in a super chat did, which I thought was funny. Like, you'd think it would be the other way around. But there is an announcement to be made. Now that I've said that, I feel like chat should be able to guess it. I'll give you guys a few minutes. I want to see if you can.
An announcement.
Could it be an EFAP movies arc? Could it be different episodes that are on their way? Could it be a particular plan of any kind that's coming up for different kinds of things? Got at least one person has guessed it. Maybe two. Maybe three.
EFA Part 5.
It's picking up.
Austin Powers gets a shout. That's a pretty good shout.
Well, yeah, to put that down immediately. Trungos. Trungos beta. No, not TFA. It's not a video, okay? And nor is it the comedy arc. That's still. I'm sorry. That's still a little bit away from. I feel bad about the comedy arc, but there's nothing we can do. We're going at it as fast as we can. Interpret that as your preference. But you should have noticed the last time any change of significance was made to the roster that is EFAP, the person was put on many episodes in a row to make sure that everything fit well. And someone is just happens to have maybe fulfilled that as well now, and is just not going away. And so I'm not kidding, just in case anyone wonders. Welcome to EFAP, new host, the little Platoon.
Oh my god!
It's nice.
Oh my goodness! Who could have seen this coming?
I was going to say,
but
a lot of people have seen this as an inevitability. It essentially was. We've been eyeing him for some time. I don't want to be unclear about this. You are a very intelligent, insightful, funny, and interesting person to have along, and you know your media back to front. And I enjoy the chemistry you have with a lot of us. So, this has been planned for some time, and we want to welcome you officially. The artwork is finally going to get an update. Not a significant one. Nothing's changing with how the stream works, but the borders, the banners, and some of the icon.
Long time coming update, yeah.
And
we've had that one for a long time. That's a classic.
You can now expect the little Platoon will be joining us on every mainline EFAP episode, and every EFAP movies going forward. There's still probably some to come out that won't feature him, because that's just how it worked. When Fringy joined, it was 2 years of still
the war,
yes,
which came out.
The war arc was an anomaly. All right, even by our standards, that one was a weird boy. Okay.
So that's the announcement. Fun times ahead, in all ways, shapes, and forms. And I don't know if there's anything anyone wants to say or anything. I'm just saying it's a fun, happy time, good times.
I feel like I've been thoroughly groomed. It's great. I love
it. Don't tell people. I collect YouTubers like Infinity Stones, and EFAP's going to take over the world someday.
EFAP is the gauntlet, and all of the YouTubers are the stones.
Mm-hmm.
What's your big wish going to be at the end?
Ooh, snap half of the people who make films out of existence. No, that's probably too far.
Bring Thanos back.
God.
Snap half the films out of existence, all the horrible ones.
Yeah, but then you got to be careful, because someone might try and get the stones to bring him back.
Yeah,
so you have to fight him.
With this announcement of a new EFAP host, if anything, EFAP has done more of A Brave New World than the movie.
Exactly.
did.
That's why we
This will be
chose
more
this
impactful
episode.
than-
Definitely.
It's thematically relevant, and I mean, of course, I've seen a few people note it. It is kind of a funny thing that essentially I joined on during the Falcon and Winter Soldier arc of EFAP, and then we add Platoon for the follow up to that, the Captain America 4.
So the rule: every time there's a Captain America movie, the cast has to expand because the
no.
movies
That's
won't.
right.
When they make Cap 5, we're gonna have to grab somebody.
I can't imagine what their plans are for a Cap 5. They're probably, oh man, who knows what they're thinking over there behind the scenes.
I don't know. You can say. But we got a whole year of fun ahead with all kinds of episodes, hopefully planned, that don't get in the way of certain releases.
There's just a lot of stuff coming out.
There is a lot of stuff coming out.
I think everyone on Earth is going to be covering Superman, including us, of course. The Thunderbolts will happen. Yeah, Jurassic's more than likely, because this one... I don't know how... Dominion just got skipped over by a lot of people, actually.
I don't know why.
In retrospect,
I think it got skipped over by us. It's because I think we were thinking about doing an arc for it, and also I don't give a shit.
Well,
there must be something else.
It's like a combination of that.
It might have just something else was happening at the time. I don't know, but it probably was a timing issue. In any case,
I did do a video. I think my video on it was actually taken down for copyright this year, or like late last year, which I did think about fighting until I went in and found that it was the last 2/3 of the video that had been claimed. But it's great because it means I get to make all of the same jokes again because it was one of my first videos, and so nobody will remember that I told the jokes.
Glass half full.
Very exciting, this new one with the super mega awesome dinosaur monster in it. That's gonna be great.
Dinosaur. Yeah,
wait.
Very good idea, that one.
That's probably going to save the franchise, because even though it makes billions every time, I'm sure they're even aware it's only a matter of time before it does it. Gotta keep it interesting. Gotta keep having dinosaurs go roar.
That's right.
Who cares about the story? But yeah, I'd say plenty of excitement ahead. We are still in the process of fully catching up with all Super catch-ups, but from this episode onward, I suppose a little Platoon will be joining us for them as well.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah. As part of this, I guess, broadly speaking, if anyone wants to make announcements about their work, because now we'll have the 4 of us per episode to sort of do that with.
I mean, I'm just working, so that's the update.
I guess for me, I put out a video yesterday, and I did a Golem stream recently, and that was pretty fun. I'll finish that game up later on. I should have a new video up pretty soon because the next thing I'm eyeing is fairly short, so that should be a kind of a quick one. But other than that, I guess I don't have any real plans. I'll just be getting to it. But I'll be busy watching Daredevil is what I'll be. That's where my real busyness will come in.
Yeah, because
we'll be covering that. Yeah, it's on the way.
I have to watch all of that as well. But yeah, I got Amelia Perez off my chest. That's a second channel video that went out, I think, yesterday. And then I shall be watching this movie again, basically after we finish here, so I can do a video or 2 on that as well. So more of Captain America 4 to come. Yay.
Beautiful. Oh yeah, you haven't played Golem. Maybe we'll make you do that at some point.
I haven't played Golem.
No, Rags, I heard you loved it, right?
I love Golem. Golem's really good. Don't listen to the things that they tell you about how bad it is. Those people don't understand that game, all right? But I do. I understand that game at a deep metaphysical level, and I love it. I can't wait to jump back into the world of Lord of the Ring and do some more Goleming around.
No idea on the ETA on that, but can people expect it within weeks, months, years? What are we looking like? For...
I mean, weeks probably. It'll because I made pretty good progress, I think. So
you're still in Mordor, right?
Let's see. I am still in Mordor.
You got a lot of game left.
I'm not even sure you're a third of the way through yet. So you know.
Well, fair enough. All right. I have finished chapter 4, and I'm still in Mordor.
Yeah, the chapters get longer as they go. Deceptive a bit.
Okay.
Chapter 7 is especially a long boy.
Well, that will happen over time. That'll be a project that I knock out here and there. Maybe between videos, I'll get those done. Because the next one will be happening pretty quick. But yep, it will get finished. It will get finished. I can't let it beat me.
Well, wonderful. All right. Well, yeah, I mean, on my front, still working away on a big old set of projects. Can't say anything more just yet. I look forward to saying something about them eventually. And on that note, I suppose that leaves us at the end of this next Marvel update, which I guess won't be added to now until Thunderbolts, right? There's no TV shows coming out.
With Daredevil.
Oh, right. That's the obvious
Daredevil's
one.
pretty soon. Yeah, so there's that.
I mean, Daredevil is March 4th.
But we won't.
Right?
Well, yeah, but we won't be on it until there are more episodes out. So
Yeah.
That's still a while away.
Probably expect 2 EFAP episodes for the
2
season.
episodes, probably. Yeah.
All right. Beautiful stuff. Is there anything anyone else wants to say before we wrap up?
Look, it was a bad movie, but it ends. The episode ends on an exciting note. So
Yay.
it's the ups and downs, the peaks and valleys of
It's a
life.
Brave New World is what it is.
That's
Or
right.
EFAP, yes. In the title, you got to put that. You put Brave New World instead of A Brave New World. You ruined the film.
Title is.
What do you mean?
Huh?
I thought the title was just Brave New World.
Is just
I
Brave
thought it
New World.
Oh, I thought it was A Brave New World. Okay.
No,
carry
you're
on.
wrong. You are wrong.
That's fair enough.
It's
3 years over. That's it.
That's all right. You know what? I think the fact that I don't even know this movie's title probably says something about how much passion
It was
and
just
care
so
that I had
good.
for it while I was watching. If there was a person with a microphone outside of the theater, he was like, "Hey, can you tell me what can you tell me what you thought about that movie?" I'd be like, "Oh, what? Get away from me! What's happening?" Oh,
I didn't watch
is
no
Indiana
Captain
Jones in that
America.
movie?
Well, beautiful. All right. Well, we're gonna head out now. Thank you so much for hanging out, everybody, and we will see you next time for whatever it may be.
See you
Yeah.
later, everybody.
Yeah, everybody.
Bye.
We will see you later.
Have a good day.
Now.